Hey y'all, Jacob Riley here. We are coming on live now. Working on getting our new severe thunderstorm watch graphic up. It has just been issued now by our partners at the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service offices here in Lubbock. So I'm working on getting that out right now. A rare, particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch, better known as a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. That has been issued for our viewing area today. This does include the city of Lubbock. So again, heads up, Lubbock area, we are under this very significant threat of severe storms today. I do think overall the biggest potential is going to stay just northeast of us. But again, we will be watching it very closely. It'll be a close call for the metro today as to whether or not we do get these severe storms here. But again, this is a rare PDS watch, and it's gotten that PDS verbiage used with it just to heighten the sense of urgency with kind of what we are expecting across the region today. So again, working on getting this posted out. I'm going to update it really quick within our web article as well, so y'all bear with me here so I can get that updated. Make sure we got it updated on all fronts so nobody is left in the dark. Okay, got that updated on our web article as well. Alright, so this is that brand new watch that we were just talking about here. This is our severe thunderstorm watch now that has been issued for the KLBK viewing area. Through 11 p.m., this does include the city of Lubbock. Just a second, folks. Getting everything organized here in the background. Alright, so welcome into today's live stream coverage on YouTube. This is kind of the first big event that we've done here on YouTube for today's activity. So thanks for tuning in and standing by with us as we get everything situated and figured out. We're going to go into a deep dive and talk about what we're seeing across the region this afternoon and what we're expected to see later on this evening. Right now, for the most part, within the KLBK forecast area, everything is looking decent, but we are beginning to see those storms move out of the Panhandle. Heads up, Hall and Briscoe and Childers counties. You could have your first tornado warnings of the day coming up here within the next hour or so, beginning to see storms try to make their way down from the Panhandle. So real quickly, we'll go ahead and get everything underway. Go through some of the comment sections real quick here. And see what we've got going on. Hello, Megan from Matador. Laura, Jacob, you're very weary. Most of us are, unfortunately. We got Linda tuning in from Lubbock. Hello. Ashley, I think we're all over it by this point, ma'am. McKenna Ballard, I've been over severe weather since it started. That makes at least two of us. Jared, here in Lubbock, is it going to miss us? There's a chance it does, but we are under the risk area for today, and we have been included in that PDS severe thunderstorm watch, which means particularly dangerous situation watch has been issued from Tulia down to Lubbock, Rawls, Garza, Rawls down to Post, or towards Lake Allen, Henry, Jayton, and Scurry counties. Snyder included in that as well. Kayla, hello from Meta. Leveland, Luis, you're not included in a watch, but you are under that level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk for today. We have church plans from 5 to 8. It's northeast Lubbock. Should we cancel? If you want to err on the side of caution and cancel, I don't think it would hurt to do that today. But again, just wanted to, that's ultimately something you'll have to be doing on your own decision making. But yes, that will be a possibility today. Wouldn't be a bad idea, I don't think. Hello, Shelly. Hello, Susan. Here we go again. Tim, you're very welcome. Hockley County, you're not included in the watch, but you are still under the risk area for today. Lubbock is under the watch, Chastity. Randy, appreciate you saying that very much. So let's go ahead and dive in. This is what we've got going on for today. We do have that weather aware day that has been issued for the KLBK viewing area. Mainly Lubbock and points to the north and east have the greatest potential for seeing severe storms today. The highest concern is going to be along and north of that U.S. Highway 84 corridor, which basically runs from Snyder back to Clovis and points northeast. That's the area of greatest concern for today. Here's that PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch. So what PDS means, and I am going to update one thing here that I didn't notice from the Storm Prediction Center. They've upped the hail potential now to DVD sized, which is 5 inches in diameter, okay? Let me update this too. Sorry, folks, kind of going with it as it's coming along. I may have to go in just a second and update another graphic too. But anyways, this is that particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. That's Parma, Castro, Swisher, Hale, Lubbock, Crosby, Garza, Scurry counties, and points back to the north and east. Again, basically along and north of that U.S. Highway 84 corridor, with the exception of Lamb County and Curry counties there. This goes until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. And again, those are some of the risks that we could see. Up to 110 mile per hour wind gusts, up to DVD-sized hail, which is about 5 inches in diameter. And it's not a tornado watch, but we could see some isolated, strong tornadoes in the mix of things as well. Earlier, this was the area that the Storm Prediction Center was highlighting for that potential watch. And now, of course, that has been issued. Not as a tornado watch, but as a PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch. So for today, here's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. Areas in red under a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe storms, which means basically somewhere within that area, there's an 80% chance that we're going to have severe storms today. Areas in orange, level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. Areas in yellow, level 2 out of 5 slight risk. And areas in dark green, level 1 out of 5 marginal risk of severe storm. So as we break down these threats category by category, we are going to start off with the tornado potential here. Okay. So areas in brown, which does include the city of Lubbock. Speak of the devil, there's Mr. Chris Whited right there. I just sent him a text message.
Side note, Mr. Chris White just almost had a car wreck. Someone almost rear-ended me turning in.
Gotta watch Lubbock, man. It's crazy.
I'm okay.
Good deal. Glad that you were here.
My adrenaline's up a little bit.
You're ready to go now, huh? Ready to go for severe weather coverage. Would you grab me that paper towel roll real quick? Sorry.
Sure will.
My drink is sweating pretty bad over here. It's got water all over the desktop.
Well, good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again. But again, we're kind of breaking down those risks by category now, Chris.
Yeah.
We do have our tornado risk map up right now. So not overall the greatest risk. If you'll remember last week on Thursday here for Lubbock, we did have that 10% hatched risk. So we did have a greater risk then when we had that Morton tornado and the tornado that hit Smyre. But again, today what this means for areas in brown is essentially that we have a 5% chance of seeing a tornado anywhere within a 25-mile radius of any given point for areas in brown. Areas in green, a 2% chance that you are going to see a tornado in those locations. As we take a look at our wind outlook, this is specifically why we have a moderate risk that has been issued for today. You see those areas in purple? That's kind of what triggers that moderate risk overall to be issued. So basically areas in purple today, it's essentially the flip of a coin, heads or tails as to whether or not you have severe weather today. So let's use Matador as an example. Draw a 25-mile radius around the city of Matador, and anywhere within that circle, there's a 45% chance that you'll see damaging wind gusts today of at least 60 miles per hour, but there is also a significant risk for damaging wind for all areas in blue. Notice that covers most of our viewing area today. What this means is that there's a heightened risk for those winds today with thunderstorms to be at or above 70 miles per hour. So again, big time wind event is the main concern today. Whenever we see a long-lived, long-duration, covering a good chunk of real estate wind event, that's something known as a derecho. And of course, if you go to our forecast article, I got the details in there on exactly what that means, but basically you have to have a lot of wind gust reports of a minimum of 65 miles per hour or greater over a several hundred-mile swath of land, lasting over an extended period of time with some embedded higher wind gust totals within that. And that's what we're expecting today, from southern Kansas all the way through our region, back into the DFW Metroplex area as well, northeast Texas, even southeastern Texas, and northwest Louisiana could get in on that action. Again, today, large hail is going to be concerned as well. Areas there highlighted in red, a 30% likelihood of seeing damaging hail of quarter size or larger within a 25-mile radius of any given point. But again, that significant hail potential is there for areas in purple, meaning at heightened risk that we see hail of 2 inches or larger in diameter. And today, the Storm Prediction Center is saying that could be as high as 5 inches, DVD sized in diameter. So what we're going to look at next is one of our future track models. And I just want to say it hasn't been doing the best of job with initialization today. And kind of the event that we had overnight, late last night and early this morning, we didn't see anything in Lubbock, but Abernathy back towards the Lorenzo area, they had up to tennis ball sized hail at about 4 to 5 a.m. this morning. Modeling data yesterday, the last time I checked it, did not show any of that, okay? So again, take the model with a grain of salt. It's not 100% truth. In fact, right now, just to the north here of Silverton, the county north of Silverton, I can't remember what that county is.
Armstrong.
Is it Armstrong County? They have a tornado warning going on in Armstrong County right now, and notice our future track model is not showing anything at all in that area, okay? So take this with a grain of salt. But from the 4 to 6 p.m. time frame starts to show that activity develop over western areas, pushing east. Also likes to show some activity trying to bubble up over southern areas. I really think it's underdoing the coverage over the northern South Plains, but notice kind of the overall pattern with this is this activity starts to push east. Notice by 9 p.m. we have that band of very intense storms from the Red River area back towards Silverton, Turkey. That's going to be that derecho, potential derecho event that we're going to be watching for. That activity pushes southeast. You can see back to Guthrie and Spur back towards Floydada, and more there in Deaf Smith County, north of Dimmitt, north of Freona, activity that will be moving in. Notice as that line pushes out, that leading edge of gusty winds, we could see additional development back into the city of Lubbock by 10 p.m. This activity lingers on and off into the early overnight hours. By midnight, still dealing with some severe storms over eastern areas, and then we could see wherever that kind of boundary remains, additional development which could lead to some training, heavier showers and storms that could result in some very heavy downpours and, of course, localized flooding. You can see that activity just really continuing to bubble up over our eastern areas there. So again, overall today, it updated pretty decently, I think, and I need to update those wind gust speeds as well. As the Storm Prediction Center did just update those too. So again, biggest concerns today are going to be up to, let's do one more space on this, those wind gusts up to 110 miles per hour. Those are going to be the biggest concern for today. I am going to upgrade this back to a medium risk. There you go. Okay. So hold on just one second. There we go. Okay. So again, the biggest concern with storms today are going to be those damaging wind gusts up to 110 miles per hour. Isolated tornadoes, not out of the question. We could see a few of them around the region today. Large hail up to DVD size is a big concern as well. And then, of course, that scattered flooding potential is going to be there as well. I don't like to go to that extreme threat level on severe weather potential whenever we have this graphic, because people see that, and whenever you see us go extreme, you know that we don't do that. I don't think I've ever put that extreme category on there, maybe once or twice before. So we definitely make sure we only reserve that for big events. And today, especially over northeastern areas, has the potential to be a big-time damaging wind event. Again, but notice we do have that scattered flooding potential as well. Northeastern areas and eastern areas have the greatest likelihood of seeing that, especially regions in yellow. That's where we have a slight risk of flash flooding today. But you may be wondering, what time is the storm going to hit my house? Okay, this is the closest that we're going to give you to an answer exactly on that, okay? So what this is your storm arrival time graphic, okay? Areas in black, so Portales back to Levelland, Lovington, Seminole area. What this is saying for those locations, the earliest in which you can see those storms arrive is 4 to 6 p.m. So basically, if you live in areas in black, you need to be at home right now for the day today, okay? Areas in dark gray there, 6 to 8 p.m. arrival times, and 8 to 10 p.m. for areas off the Cap Rock and over the rolling plains for that main line of severe storms. So I may have to update this a little bit as we are seeing some of this activity come in even a little bit sooner across the region right now. So, again, rough estimate for that big line of bowing winds to move in is there on your screen. Storms will extend beyond these timeframes on your screen, but again, that's kind of the earliest in which we're expecting that derecho, that big wind event, to start to move into the area. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through and we're going to go over to radar and show you what we've got right now. Notice nothing really going on in our area, but we do have some tornado warnings that are already ongoing in the Texas Panhandle, and we are beginning to see kind of that big batch of storms pop up here north of Borger, back west of Pampa. That's the activity there. It's mainly moving east now, but we are expecting that to start to take more of a southeasterly dive here as we head into the next several hours. Watching this activity up near Dalhart as well. That's kind of that main line, and we'll give you more of a national view. You can see that line extending back from southeastern Kansas through northern Oklahoma into the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. That's the activity that's going to continue to strengthen and develop into more of that line and push to the south and east this evening. So we'll be watching that closely. We do have some tornado warnings already in effect out in northeast Texas, back near the Paris area, into Delta County, and back into Lamar County there, just south of Paris, Texas. And then some severe storms down near Longview, Tyler area, and deep East Texas along the I-20 corridor. But again, it's the Panhandle where our attention is going to be focused here over the next little while as we begin to see this activity pop up in our region. So boundaries have been a big factor in determining when stuff pops up, where it pops up over the past couple of days. We do have one boundary here, kind of from the leftover activity this morning, that's just southeast of Lubbock and east of Lubbock now, this particular one. And then we've got another boundary in Amarillo, which is where this storm kind of popped up off there, just southeast of Amarillo. That one's now east of Canyon. So overall, this is kind of the same boundary here, and it basically is extending kind of in this general area. So these locations on the east side of it are going to have the biggest storm potential today, where these on the west side, we will see some activity moving out of eastern New Mexico. The potential is there to see severe weather again, but again, the greatest is going to be over eastern and northeastern areas today. So as we take a look at this one warning that we have, by the way, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning there for Armstrong and Donley counties. That's moving towards the Clarendon area. This particular storm, in order to have that criteria associated with it, has to have at least baseball-sized hail or 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And this storm is warned for observed, which means confirmed, grapefruit-sized hail, which is 4 inches in diameter, and 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. Again, so kind of the worst of both expected with this storm. Moving towards Clarendon area. Radar, our products that we have is estimating that hail maxing out at over 3 inches in diameter with that activity. So as we take a look at our velocity products, we do have some rotation overall going on with this, which is why we had that tornado warning issued. No tornado has been observed or confirmed with this, but again, a very significant storm there moving towards the Headley, Memphis area, heads up, northern Briscoe County, Hall counties there, as that storm is overall moving south and east. So we'll track that out, in fact. It's probably moving around 30. Let's double check just to make sure. 25. So it's moving east-southeast at 25. We'll track it out for the next hour or so.
Quick note for you, your mic is ready.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Again, so these are some areas that'll be Paladuro Canyon area. Heads up there. Ashtola moving in now. Clarendon at 4:45. Lila Lake at 5:02 p.m. and then Headley at around 5:19 p.m. So this will be impacting northeastern portions of Briscoe County, northwestern portions of Hall County. Eventually headed towards the Memphis area as well, moving to Bryce, Leslie, Lakeview, Antelope Flats, Woodburn Place. You need to keep an eye on this storm. Again, we do have that tornado warning on it, but there's no confirmation of a tornado on the ground, as that is just a radar indicated warning as of the current time. But again, something else that we're watching too is we've had this heavier rainfall activity over the past couple of hours over the northeastern South Plains. You can see that back near Childress area. They've had on and off heavy showers and storms today. All this activity that's now popping up in the Panhandle is going to start to move into that general area, so flooding, of course, is going to be a big concern there. They could see quite a bit of rainfall here over the next several hours in those locations. So heads up on that one. You're trying to see some activity getting going here in eastern New Mexico, but we're mainly watching this stuff out of the Panhandle as it starts to move our way, and will bring us those impacts through the rest of the evening hours. Got another severe storm popping up there near Weatherford. Severe thunderstorm warning out for that one. And we're going to go back into our chat and check some updates there as to what's going on. Levelland, you are under the chance of seeing some severe weather today. You're not under any watches right now, but you are under a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe storms. The biggest potential is going to be back to your north and east, though, but heads up for you.
I have a quick question for you between two of us. Facebook misbehaving, I'm assuming?
Yeah, because it kicked us off. It was giving us the same fits. So a lot of people said that it dropped for them on Friday. They were watching us on Facebook Live and it dropped. Mm-hmm. Other people, they didn't have that issue, but I was like, I know that YouTube's not going to drop us, so we are going to make sure that we do it here, so that way everyone has access to it. Have a lot more people that follow, obviously, on Facebook than on YouTube. So that's why we've kind of been pushing it on Facebook to let everyone know, hey, we are doing live streams, but it's just going to be here on YouTube instead of on Facebook.
Are we on the Everything Lubbock YouTube? Or?
It's on mine. I've got the link up. If you go to the article, I have it hyperlinked at the very top of the forecast article update. Okay. So it's in there for people to have access to. Yeah. So yeah, that one right there.
I just want to get in there so I can help people comment.
Yeah.
There we go.
Right at the top in big bold letters.
Big bold letters.
I'm going to tuck in my mic cord really quickly.
I'm going to mute you here so we don't have feedback.
Yes, that would be good.
You're talking about the overnight, early morning storms. Had no idea because I was out of it. I was asleep.
I was too, and I woke up and I felt so bad because, like I said, no kind of data or anything was suggesting that to us. So when I got on, I was just like, oh, goodness gracious. I was like, I felt so bad, but...
well, I guess it was about 5:30 this morning. My phone dinged and my weather radio went off with a warning for Lubbock and Crosby.
Yeah, northeastern Lubbock County was under it. But.
Yeah, so I got up, looked, and I was like, okay. Where did that come from?
No, I was dead to the world.
Yeah.
I did not know that was going on until I woke up this morning and had pictures of tennis ball-sized hail that I had been sent from Lorenzo. And I was like, oh, no. So we got our rest. We're good to go all evening. We will be here all evening. Promise that. So one of the boundaries we were talking about a while ago was this one here just to the east of Lubbock. And we are beginning to see some development now in southwestern Floyd County. Just out ahead of that, right there. Ahead of that boundary, beginning to see some of that pop up. So that's kind of where we did have those severe storms this morning too. So we'll be watching that closely over the next couple of hours to see what that does. So again, the big B word that's meant everything the past couple of days has been boundaries.
Yes.
Mother Nature's not respecting our boundaries out here with all these severe storms, that's for sure. Trying to make sure we got you included in this. There we go. There you go, Chris.
People know what I look
Now we can see
people know what I look
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. And Leah will be joining us a little later this evening on her way back into town.
So we can give her a hard time?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, maybe since she's coming back, it won't be as bad as we're harping
Yes,
here.
and we'll know today if that is the case. Then you know what, Leah's not allowed to leave Lubbock anymore. So heads up northeastern Briscoe County. This storm is making that right turn. It will be impacting you soon. No active alerts for Briscoe County just yet. But again, this is going to be impacting northeastern Briscoe. Could even go down towards the Turkey area. Anywhere in Hall County will be at risk of this storm. And we're talking about this one right here. They have issued a new tornado warning in southern Armstrong County. That's not confirmed, just radar indicated. But what is confirmed is softball-sized hail out of this storm. And some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts are likely too. The 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts haven't been confirmed, but they are on the warning tag that's associated with this. And that boundary is just holding steady. It's basically parallel to Highway 84. Between Rawls and Idlew, right over Lorenzo now, back towards Abernathy Health Center. So we'll be watching that very closely. We have had reports in the Panhandle up northwest of Dalhart of some confirmed tornadoes today. So we'll be watching that area as well. Again, you can see that big wind event starting to get going there northeast of Amarillo. Strong storm. So that is a confirmed tornado warning still here in Dallam County, and that line is extending back into New Mexico as well. So what I'm thinking, we'll watch how it plays out, but this activity here is all moving in this general direction, starting to take more of that southeasterly jog with it, southeasterly jog. We could very well see this activity here continue to build back to the west, and that's what will pose a greater risk to the South Plains region as we go forward in time. But again, this is kind of what we've got going on out there right now. We don't need to be on the air right now, but I do have my mic on and stuff. I'll get my IFB on so we can hear back and forth that way. And then if we do need to, I'll just let you know through my mic and everything. So if you want to leave it pulled up, that's fine.
Russ does have our mics up. Jacob's on weather, and I'm on co-anchor.
Okay. Yeah, because I know that we are live on the CTV stuff too, the way that they have set it up. So we should be live on CTV right now as well. Okay. So those of you watching, we do have a new streaming service that we're providing with KLBK. It's called EL Plus. If you have Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire Stick, just go and search EL, then spell out the word plus, Plus, and it will pop up our app. You can download it there, and you'll be able to catch our live stream.
Remind me, do we need our mics on for that?
There as well. Yes, we do need those on for that.
Okay.
So
mine's on. I just had it on mute. Okay, so.
Make sure mine's not on mute. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
It should be good there.
Okay. A little housekeeping we got to take care of. Yeah.
So, Amber, good question. How do we get alerts? A good way to do that is with our Everything Lubbock Weather app. You can download our Everything Lubbock Weather app. It's free in the Google Play and the App Store. Just make sure once you have that downloaded, you enable notification alerts and you enable your location access, because it uses your location to track whether or not the location you're at is under any kind of alert. So if you don't allow that, then we won't be able to have those alerts reach you if you don't allow access to that.
Thank you. I'll give that to Jake.
Thanks. Let me go back through. Cherokee, 95% chance of being placed under tornado watch. Earlier we did think it was going to be a tornado watch, but instead the National Weather Service decided to issue it as a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. What that is a particularly dangerous situation watch due to how extreme wind gusts are expected to be today. Again, up to 110 mile per hour gusts, which is equivalent, I think, to an EF1, EF2 tornado. Let me check the scale. Upper end EF1. EF2 starts at 111 miles per hour. So very strong, damaging straight line wind gusts are expected today. Those are the biggest concern. So again, whenever we issue graphics like that that say 95% chance of a watch being issued, that's kind of like the precursor to a watch actually being issued. That's when our partners at the Storm Prediction Center are just saying, hey, we're watching this area as things are really beginning to kind of pick up with intensity. We're expecting them to over the next couple of hours. So pretty soon we're going to issue a watch. We don't have one yet, but one will be coming shortly. So that's what that is for. It's called a mesoscale discussion. But if we say that, then it's going to make you have another question. What's a mesoscale discussion? So that's why we just kind of word it the way that we do here.
It's like a rough draft of them saying, hey, we're watching this area, and we are or we're not going to issue that watch. And, of course, the higher percentage, the most likely it's going to be issued.
Yeah, so no tornado watch, Megan, but you are under there in Matador that PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Okay, that's even more significant than a tornado watch, in my opinion. The reason I went severe thunderstorm watch is because the biggest concern today is with the damaging wind event, not the tornado potential. There is the chance to see some tornadoes, but again, the big concern are those strong straight line wind gusts that we're expected to see. Eduardo, yes, those are equivalent to hurricane force winds. Britt, what's the dust looking blue over Lubbock? Are you talking about with radar? Stuff that's popped up on radar? That's just going to be some of that ground clutter reflectivity that we have popping up. It doesn't really mean much. But again, that's kind of what that means. Austin, yes. So our tornado potential today is only at that 5% risk, which means if you were to put your finger at any point in that area that's under the 5% risk, draw a 25-mile radius. What that's saying is that within that circle, that 25-mile radius circle, there's only about a 5% chance of seeing a tornado, whereas the chance of seeing damaging wind gusts is 45%. So very high potential for damaging winds today. Yeah, Facebook is not our friend when it comes to Facebook Live videos. So Loveland, is it severe today? Amber, again, you are under the potential today. Right now, no watches for you. Your risk comes a little later this evening. Looks like North Lubbock and Metro is in the clear for now. For right now, Paul, yes, we will see those storms begin to develop a little later on this afternoon and evening.
Austin, I see what you just commented there. Yes, it's only a 5% chance of seeing a tornado, but keep in mind, we've got that, what's going to be a derecho move through the area, and that's going to cause, if not the same amount, probably more damage.
Yes. It's basically like an EF1 tornado, but over a very large spatial scale. Is essentially what that is. So again, even if it's not a funnel down from the sky, that does not matter at all because the damage done, it could be equivalent to if there was a funnel out of the sky. If you need to tell yourself if you have damage that was a tornado in order to process it and deal with it, okay, fine, sure. But again, we're not expecting that tornado risk today to be as high as the damaging wind event.
Tells you how old I am. February 16th, 2001, I was in college at Mississippi State University. We had a derecho develop.
I remember that one.
The storms formed basically, if you know Mississippi, Interstate 55 in Mississippi basically bisects the state right through the middle, north to south. We had a line of significant severe thunderstorms develop there. That line went all the way past Atlanta, and along the line we had damage. I know on the campus of MSU we had $6 million worth of wind damage there.
I know that there were a lot of cars that had like their windows and stuff shattered out.
Yes.
I remember one of the professors that I had there was saying that they actually believe it was due to how quickly the pressure dropped as that storm moved through that shattered out those windshields. Could definitely have been from the debris getting blown around as well. So interesting to see that. Well,
one of the most interesting things, if you know Mississippi geography, Starkville, and then you drive east and you're in Columbus, Mississippi, and it's about 20 miles difference between the two. And U.S. Highway 82, which runs through Lubbock, runs through there. 82 is actually built semi-freeway between the two cities. And I remember all of those giant Lamar billboards along the road there, they were all blown over. And I'm talking about the ones on the tower, the ones...
everything that had a good surface area got knocked over that day.
and funny story, when that wind went through downtown Columbus, Mississippi, it blew the windows out of a boutique shop downtown. And it's funny, but it's not. A lot of the mannequins.
Oh my goodness, I remember this.
The mannequins were lying in the street in downtown Columbus, and there were reports that there were people dead lying in the streets of Columbus.
Oh, I remember.
But it was the mannequins, thank God.
Yes, yeah. So
yeah.
those mannequins got blown out of the storefront, and there were police reports coming in that there's bodies covering the road in Columbus, and come to find out, thank God, it was just mannequins.
And you know, a few years ago, we had that huge one that basically went through Iowa and just leveled everything in eastern Iowa. The cornfields, it went all the way to Illinois, Indiana. I think it got all the way down to Kentucky.
All right, so a bit of an update on this storm moving out of Armstrong County that's about to head into northern portions of Briscoe and Hall counties. The National Weather Service, one of the meteorologists over there, Mr. Mark Conder, is saying that the tornado warning storm, it's just indicated by radar right now, nothing confirmed on the ground, that's going on there in Armstrong County, has had confirmed softball-sized hail along 207 south of Claude. It is moving south-southeast at 25 miles per hour, and based on the current track, the tornado threat would remain to the west of Memphis and Escalene, but Lakeview, you would be in line for that very large hail of softball size that we've had confirmed. So again, this is the storm we're talking about moving into these general locations. Leslie, Lakeview heads up there, Antelope Flats area, biggest tornado potential for you, back to Woodburn Place, eventually back down towards Turkey Settlement, Tampico, Weatherly areas, and Parnell there in Hall County. So that's the storm we're watching right now.
Yeah, that's State Highway 86 there that runs from Turkey back over to Estelene there.
Right here.
Yeah.
This one, back towards Kittyquay and southeastern Briscoe.
Yeah.
So heads up there, kind of riding the Cap Rock.
Yep.
See, local geography plays a big part in weather events that we have here, and that runs, you can see it by the topographical changes here. Right here is the Cap Rock area. So if you ever hear us talk about the Cap Rock, these areas under the X are the Cap Rock. These areas in the circle are the rolling plains. Okay?
Got a severe thunderstorm warning coming for that storm. They are going to put a tornado possible tag.
Okay. So this will be out for portions of Briscoe and Hall counties. Chris, I'm going to let you handle the news and weather pages today with getting things updated there. So we will do all warnings today that go on the news page. If they have the destructive tag, I want them on the news page as well. But if they don't have the destructive tag, then we'll reserve the ones that are for the highly populated areas to go to the news page as well, just so we don't bog all of them down. But we do have a KLBK weather page. You can follow there for the updates too, and then you can follow meteorologist Chris Whited, myself, meteorologist Jacob Riley on Facebook for those updates, and then of course continue watching the live stream here on YouTube for this activity as well. Wolfforth, you are under the risk area today for some severe storms. You are under that PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch today, Kathy. Storms in our area that develop today could have maximum wind gusts of 110 miles per hour. So very significant winds expected today.
All right, severe thunderstorm located 15 miles south of Goodnight, or 18 miles southwest of Clarendon, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for Cap Rock Canyon State Park. Folks, 4-inch hail, grapefruit-sized hail, wind gusts to 70 miles per hour.
Okay, and real quickly before I draw this out on the screen for you, there is a tornado possible tag associated with this too.
Yes.
Maria, your family does not need to drive from Dallas to Amarillo today. Tell them to stay put. They do not, absolutely do not, need to travel that route today. Who just walked in? Miss Leah Rodriguez made it back, so we'll see if she's back today. We'll see if we can miss out on it here in Lubbock. If not, that's not the trick. She'll be good to take vacation again one day. We definitely have not been giving you a hard time at all, Leah, since you've been gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, not at all. You can ask all of our viewers. We've been super friendly.
I'm totally sure.
Well, just
And it's movement at 25, Chris?
yes.
I think so. Okay.
Well, just to point this out, I'm out of town 4th of July week, so if something happens, don't throw me
It's
under
Chris's.
the
Oh,
bus.
I will. You know I will. Throw you under the bus, back up, hit you again. That's what we do here on KLBK. It's a tough love type of relationship we all have with one another. So.
I believe that one's got a web browser on her. It should.
The hand tracker?
Does it not?
It does.
Yeah, I thought it
Just
had.
hit the little Windows button. You may have to search for it.
Okay, that's fine.
I thought it had Edge on it.
So, it's never a good thing when you see all three of our meteorologists in studio. That's how you know it's going to be a pretty active weather day today, folks. So I'm typing up this warning and pushing it out real quick.
Well, ask Leah, did she park under the tree up front?
I did.
There were 3 spots for us to cover our vehicles.
I know, I looked, when I pulled up, nobody else was here. I was like, okay, I get my pick. Which one overhangs the most? And I was like, that one.
I honestly would have never thought about it until I saw y'all's car. I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty smart.
And Leah, we'll work on getting you a microphone too.
Okay.
If you can hear me, Zenaida, sorry, I don't even know what day it is. We'll work on getting Leah a microphone as well, if you don't mind too, ma'am.
I actually need to stand.
So you've been sitting a while.
Yeah.
And this is 80 mile per hour wind gusts, Chris, and 4-inch hail?
It was 70 and 4-inch hail
Okay.
and tornado possible. I answered your question on speed, right?
25. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thought I did. Wanted to make sure I did. Did I have one?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I did.
You just have to search that.
You did put this one to the news page as well, correct?
Yeah, it's on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Zenaida, to be on standby for us to go on and do, to cut into programming. We don't need to right now, but be on standby just in case. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, everybody, ahead of time, let's go ahead. We're going to apologize because we're probably going to have to cover it. The Tony Awards are on CBS and KLBK tonight, so just...
We won't apologize. We will make you aware of what we're going to do. And the reason we're not going to say we're sorry is because when it comes to the safety of all of you guys at home, whether you're in the line of storms or not, whether you're our viewers, whether you're not our viewers, there's more to West Texas than Lubbock. We love Lubbock. That's not what I'm getting at by saying this.
Yeah.
But just because we don't have severe weather in the Lubbock metro, it does not mean that we do not go on to provide updates.
Well, I'm being nice saying I'm
So,
sorry.
you're not.
I mean,
Chris is nice. I'm going to be very direct about it.
Well, I
try
try
to be.
to be,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I try to be nice. We understand your frustration of not getting to watch some of the shows that you want to. But again, our priority here is to keep all residents within Western Texas and Eastern New Mexico safe. So that is what we will be doing with our coverage this evening. And we appreciate you for understanding that and being patient with us through it too. Okay, there we go. So again, this warning on your screen right now is warned for 70 mile per hour wind gust, confirmed 4-inch in diameter sized hail. There is some broad rotation with this storm as well, so that tornado potential is there, and a tornado possible tag has been added to this warning. It's not a confirmed tornado, just kind of, or not even a tornado warning, but a tornado possible tag with this severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll look at rotation, very broad, but we do have some right here beginning to pass into northern portions of Briscoe County. You can see, we'll go back to this, areas in green towards the radar site in Amarillo, areas in red away right in the middle is where we have the greatest rotation. Notice that is kind of in the inflow notch, though, of this storm. So again, not the most kind of just in-your-face tornado signature. And that's where we're seeing a lot of the debris right now, which is just going to be that inflow, that dust that's getting kicked up and sucked into the storm. We are seeing, based off our debris detector, a very good signature for hail right here. So when I go back to reflectivity mode, which is what you see when you use your radar app, I guarantee you it's going to be pink or black. There we go. Look at that. Pink and black popping up with that large hail core that's going on there. We'll take a look at our 3D radar. Oh, it's just to the east of it. Hold on. So with this view, we can get a better scan of it, and we'll show you these pinks and black popping up, indicating very large hail core going on there, just southwest of Clarendon. Again, that's moving down the line towards Woodburn Place, Antelope Flats, Caprock, Cayenne State Park, Settlement, Tampico, Weatherly, Leslie, Bryce, Turkey, Wolf Flat there, Parnell, Plaska, and Lakeview in portions of Hall County.
And just heads up, it's not being picked up on the Lubbock radar. I think we're a little too close, but I'm looking at it from some of the other radars. It's a little higher up. Looks like we got a little shower trying to pop up down there near Petersburg.
So let's go back to...
And I'm pretty sure that's not the wind farms being picked up on the radars from the distance.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to look at. This is our watch that's in place for anybody who may just now be joining us.
Yeah, these are popping up. I'm looping it on.
Are they? Okay. Oops. We do have a flood watch, Christy. Would you work on updating that flood watch graphic and then putting it in my today's graphics folder so I can add it to this show, please, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. But this is our KLBK East camera, looking back to the north and east.
Let's reboot that.
Yeah, I'm going to get you to. I was just about to ask if you would, because we have access down there now, right?
Yeah.
So this is looking back to the northeast near Petersburg. I get what someone was asking about the dust earlier. What's happening is we do have a lot of those strong winds that are kicking in out of the southeast, helping to keep that moisture in our area.
Let me know when you're done. And I'll
Oh, you can go ahead, Chris. You're fine. The screen will go black here real quick. I got to update one thing, but heads up, y'all. There it goes. Chris is resetting it, so we'll have a better view of it. But again, all that dust getting kicked up is the activity due to the winds, the strong winds coming in out of the south and east. We are going to see a little bit of development here near the wind farms in Petersburg. Not showing up right now just due to that contamination that we do have from the wind farm. So that's why on radar there's always something right here southeast of Health Center. So a lot of stuff going on in the chats. I think so.
Hang on, I can search for it.
Let me see. I think it's this one.
Flood alert. Okay. Yeah, we'll get that in there.
Thank you.
I believe
I'm going to
that's-
look at it when you get it popped up. Because it's just a handful of counties. Yeah,
I
that's it.
believe it's from 6 to 4 a.m. I'll double check that.
Okay, 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. you said? Okay. Yeah, we'll get that flood watch in there. That's not our biggest concern right now, but something to just keep everyone in the loop of as well. National Weather Service saying it looks like the core of this storm may be beginning to lose its punch just a little bit. Could be going through kind of a cycling process. So again, we'll be watching that closely. Hail size, though, on this is 4.5 inches in diameter. So that's even bigger than grapefruit size, nearly DVD-sized hail. That's the one warning we have right now in our area, folks. Hope I can try to answer some questions from all of you. Lubbock right now, we are not getting hit actively by any severe weather in the Lubbock metro area. It is dusty and windy out there due to those winds coming up. But our risk isn't going to be done until at least midnight tonight for the metro area. So it's going to be another long night for us here. So get ready, buckle up, get some popcorn, enjoy the coverage, or not enjoy it, especially if you are not a fan of severe weather. Today is really not a day for people to get excited about storm chasing, because there are going to be a lot of people impacted. The people who are going to be out chasing today are going to be people who are also certified in things like first aid, kind of treating people coming up on different high-impact severe weather events. Because not to say that to scare anybody, and most of our areas should be free from that, with the exception of some northeastern areas. But throughout southern Oklahoma and north central Texas, we could be seeing some pretty significant damage done by these storms today. Again, that's why the Storm Prediction Center, the National Weather Service, and us here on KLBK are using the verbiage we are about this being a particularly dangerous situation with the setup that we have today. Megan, yes, I know you guys here in Matador are definitely watching. It's almost the weather closely today, June 21st. So we're not too far out. 13 days away, so a little less than 2 weeks in the 2-year anniversary killer EF3 tornado that hit Matador there in Motley County. So, I know you guys are still very on edge about this.
Did you say you wanted that in your Today graphic folder?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Cynthia, how can one work at KLBK? So we have a lot of different jobs here at KLBK. We have camera operator positions. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to say production assistant along with all of that, so it's messing me up. But we have a lot of production assistant jobs. We have obviously weather, news, sports. We have some web jobs, sales jobs. over 100 different people that we usually have that work with us here. But we have those job postings on our website at any time that you can check out. So if that is something you're interested in, we'd love to have you on the team. You'll have to head over to our website and check those out.
Should be there.
Thank you. Erica, very low end tornado chance in Lubbock today. It's not a zero chance, but we do have a pretty higher concern for damaging winds across the region today. Lauren, no, it is not going to be safe to be driving to Amarillo around 7:30 today. Trying to go back through all these questions, make sure we answer those to the best of our ability. John, yeah, I said, here we go again. 5 times this last week. You need to stop saying it, John. It's your fault, man. We keep having these repeat things. But yeah, this past week has been very busy, and there's going to be a couple more chances as we head into the upcoming week as well for more storms and even severe storms across the region as well.
Well, on a side note, I saw someone made a meme about you.
Yes. It was pretty funny. Made me chuckle.
Yeah.
Aaron, driving in from Abilene, and I just left thoughts on when the threat is strongest. You might be meeting it here in Lubbock, so be very careful on your drive. And again, if you see the weather starting to get too bad for you, don't park under any bridges or overpasses. Pull off to try to find a sturdier shelter and seek shelter in that building. Should you come into contact with a tornado warning, or you see one, or even a severe thunderstorm warning today, you need to pull off the road and find a sturdier shelter to get into for sure.
I was just standing.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You've been sitting for 6 hours.
Yeah. Stretch out again.
Kathy and Wolfers. Being Quackson going through and reading these comments here on YouTube right now. We have a live stream going there. We're also live in our Everything Lubbock Plus apps, our streaming app now that you can download on your Roku, Apple, and Amazon devices.
We bumped our wind up to 80 on our storm.
Did we? Okay.
Yeah.
JR, there is a tornado risk in Lubbock today. The greatest risk for any severe weather, though, does exist over northeastern areas. That doesn't mean that we won't see anything over southwestern areas, but the highest potential today exists along and north of Highway 84, which goes from Snyder to Clovis. Lubbock is not in the clear, Harley. No, we are just kind of at the beginning of this activity right now. Mary, Lamesa is under the risk for severe storms today. No active watches for you or warnings right now, but you need to stay weather aware for the rest of the day today. Stephanie saying, can't you just tell the storm we're tired of it and to come back never? Just leave the rain. I wish. Girl, I wish we could. That'd make everything so much easier.
Hey, one good thing, we're above average on rain now for the month and the year. Definitely in Lubbock. Well, the whole area.
Yeah, Friday we had a record rainfall report, 2.7 inches at the airport. Officially, yeah. Yeah, Leah, you missed a lot since you've been gone.
Did I miss it or did I bring it? I don't know. Either way, it's not a good answer for me. So.
Signs aren't pointing good towards Leah right now, okay? Cynthia asking, can you explain how tornadoes can always make a U-turn and head the opposite direction? So what we see whenever that happens is a cycling process sometimes when our mesocyclone or a wall cloud replaces itself in our thunderstorms. When that happens, it allows that tornado to kind of curve more, and sometimes they can make a loop. I mean, with the Lubbock tornado, May 11th, 1970, we had 2 tornadoes that evening, and both of them kind of had a little loop in them as they began to dissipate. Or even when they strengthen, they can do that sometimes as well. So just kind of the cycling process, the formation, the strengthening, weakening process of our supercells is what allows for processes like that to occur. we are like 4 streets down from where the fence and roof got taken off in Lubbock. Do you think we could be okay today damage-wise? There is the risk, again, potential is there in Lubbock today for us to see some more severe storms. Can we guarantee we're going to have severe weather and damage? No. But there is the potential for us to see that, so that's why we're reminding everyone to stay weather aware and to pay really close attention to the forecast for the rest of the day today. One thing I want to show really quickly is what Chris was mentioning, and it's hard to see because our radar is contaminated a little bit. This is always here because it's the wind farm. It's so close to our radar site here by that X in Lubbock that our radar beam actually hits it on its lowest scans, and it gives us this false return sometimes. But we are seeing those little showers and storms pop up now near Petersburg, southeast of the wind farm, and we may have some more popping up in western Hale County with that activity as well. So we'll show you the Amarillo scan because it'll give you a better view. But yeah, you can see we do have some of that activity popping up now near the Hale, Lubbock, Crosby, Floyd County lines. And that's going to be moving towards Floyd data, so heads up for you. Another little something trying to get going there north of shallow water. We're also watching in eastern New Mexico for this additional activity that's coming in and starting to develop. I think that's Union, or is that Nebraska County? What county is Roswell?
Roswell is Chavez.
Chavez.
Or Chavez. Chavez. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but
north of Chavez County, there is more storm development beginning to pop up, and we're again keeping a close eye on the Panhandle as well. We have a confirmed tornado warning west of Dalhart. That activity is all going to continue to progress to the south, and the main line of activity, frontal-wise, is here, and that's what's all going to be progressing south and east tonight. So right now we've got most of the activity over the northeastern portions of our viewing area, but again, folks, it's going to be a pretty long evening of severe weather coverage here on KLBK today.
It is Nebraska County.
Nebraska? Okay,
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Because I know Union is somewhere in there, too. I think Union's a far northeastern county.
Yeah, Union's on I believe that's up there around
Yeah, there we go.
Clayton.
It's the northeasternmost. But again, Hall, Briscoe County, the storm is in your areas now. Very large hail headed right towards Antelope Flats, Woodburn Place, Bryce, South Bryce, Leslie area, over towards Tampico, Caprock Canyon State Park, Settlement, Turkey, Weatherly, Plaska, Parnell, down to Wolf Flat as well. Over the next hour, really 30 minutes, you have the biggest potential there now through 6 is when that warning expires to see those types of severe weather modes. But if y'all are just joining us, we'll go back through kind of our overall rundown for the day today. Yeah, here's in Lubbock, looking back to the north and east where we have that storm beginning to pop up there near Petersburg. Strong southeasterly winds helping to keep kind of the mugginess. Some of it is the mugginess in the air. Some of that's a little bit of dust getting kicked up with this activity as well from those strong southeasterly winds. But overall, that is what we're looking at out there right now. I'm going to check one thing before we get too deep on this. This data now, you see how this has changed here?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, folks, so this is the outlook for the day today. Areas in red have that highest potential of seeing severe storms. That's where we have a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk. Don't get those too often here in West Texas. For areas in red, that's where we have the greatest risk of seeing severe storms today. What we also have is the areas in orange, a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe storms. Areas in yellow, level 2 out of 5 slight. Areas in dark green, a level 1 out of 5 moderate risk. So, again, areas in red have the greatest potential of seeing severe weather across the region today. Areas in orange, yellow, and green are under that same potential, but it's just not as high of a potential for severe storms across the region today. So, that's that. We do have our severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued here for all the counties shaded in that purple, pink on the screen. This will go until 11 p.m. tonight. And again, folks, this is a particularly dangerous situation watch, meaning that those wind gusts up to 110 miles per hour is equivalent to an upper level EF1 tornado, almost an EF2 strength, and those are going to be possible with the strongest storms, as is DVD size hail. And just a quick heads up for our director in the booth, Zenaida, if you can hear me, be on standby for a potential tornado warning coming out soon for Briscoe and Hall County. So go ahead and just call Dallas and give them a heads up that we may need to cut in here in just a bit. Because we are seeing that low-level rotation with the storm west of 256 right now. So let's hop out of this watch graphic. We'll go back to our warning graphic. Here's 256 from South Bryce, east of Antelope Flats. It's that hook. We're able to see it pretty clearly here, right in this location. And this is going to be up quite a bit. This is about 6,000 feet into the atmosphere. Let's go back one scan. See if there's a better update there. So yeah, seeing some of that broad rotation. It is increasing a little bit. We'll go to our Amarillo site and see if that gives us a better view. Yeah, it does. Let's look for storm relative velocity. First, let's go to reflectivity. So if we have a tornado with this storm, it would be in this general area right here near Antelope Flaps. Some people are saying they really like the eagle explanation this past week. So whenever we have a kind of a really good, strong, healthy supercell that's popping up on radar, it has what I like to say, and what we learned in meteorology school, is kind of that flying eagle look. So I like to say, here's the head, the beak. Of course, that's where you got to watch out for the eagle, where it would bite you. That's what you got to watch out for with these supercells. That's where the tornado could be occurring, right? And then you kind of have the wings on the back side like this. So again, kind of a flying eagle look there. If you think really hard about it, you can see it. But again, the area that would be of most concern...
We're laughing, but hey...
It works.
We're all taught it in meteorology.
Whatever
classes.
works, if it works, don't question it.
Yeah.
Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, this would be the area of greatest concern for tornado potential with this storm that's going on right now. And we can see that there is some rotation, and I can see that Derek is trying to tighten up with this activity. Right along Highway 256, probably now, headed south, south-southeast, actually. So right here, and Chris, if you see anything in the chat about them going warning, let me know.
Will do.
But not seeing any prominent debris signature popping up. Where we are seeing debris are for areas in blue. We do see that here. But what that is, that's our inflow wind, okay? That's what's coming into the storm, providing that moist, warm air. You can see, because there's nothing really showing up on radar. So that's some of that dust getting kicked up. And like I said a few moments ago, we do have some of that dust. You can even see it from here in Lubbock, okay? So that's kind of what's being picked up by those areas in blue on radar right now. There. Those areas of blue, purple, things like that here. That's what's being picked up there. And on reflectivity, again, you can see there's nothing showing up in terms of that being actually in the storm. But yeah, that rotation definitely there. Updated scan just came in. Hold on just a second. It's kind of right behind this here Antelope Flats area, crossing into Hall County. It's right on the leading edge of that. You have maybe some side lobe contamination for in that area of rotation. You can see that is on the back side of that rear flank downdraft, so that's what that would be. That's not a rotation signature there. Some side lobe contamination is what that's called. But again, these areas in red, winds going away from the radar site, in Amarillo, green going towards. It's in this general location we have the greatest rotation right now, which is right on the leading edge of kind of that hook, that bounded weak echo region. That would be where we would be most concerned for that tornado potential. Storm getting a little bit stronger down near Floyd County too. See that moving towards Floydada. This one is moving mainly east.
Now, in addition to this possible tornado that's trying to develop, just a reminder, this storm is also producing 4-inch hail and 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
And that hail is confirmed.
Yeah.
4 inches in diameter. I think the warning goes up to 4.5 inches in diameter for that potential there. Yep, and that the National Weather Service making note of what we just said. That rotation didn't look as strong, a little bit broader, so that is good news there. But yeah, 4-inch hail is what that storm is still warned for, and 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Again, watching that storm there that's popping up in southwest Floyd County. Alexa, volume 0. Would you actually unplug it? I almost said her. Unplug the Alexa. Thank you. Unless we want to put on our storm chasing tunes.
Hey, yo, you guys.
Ain't no love in Oklahoma. Right? That's what we got to put on.
Hey, I've told this joke before. You know, when I come in at 2, 3 in the morning, when it's just me back here, Alexa and I groove around here. I gotta have some background noise while I'm
Yes.
forecasting.
To stay awake that early, you definitely do.
So it's my own little private club in here in the studio.
Club
I
Chris.
just don't have this.
Weekdays.
I just don't have any strobe lights or anything.
We'll get you some. We'll make sure we get
Light
those put in here.
strips
Yeah.
back here behind
Yeah.
Those LED light strips.
I groove, I forecast, and I drink my coffee. You know.
Like, Alexa, turn on Chris's morning routine. We'll get him a little disco ball to pop out of the roof back here.
We're getting off topic.
Some
We're
hidden
just
cameras.
having fun.
No, I think this is
Yeah,
good, Chris.
yeah.
This is what we need to do. Give the viewers what they want, right?
Well, they know we're professional, but when we're not,
We're people,
goofy.
too.
We're goofy.
We like to have a little fun. I think that's perfectly fine. Yes, Plainview, you were under the level 4 out of 5, actually. Moderate risk for today.
We always talk about these colors. If you're in one color or the other, it doesn't lessen the threat, but...
Here we go, Chris. I'll pull it up. So this is what
Yeah.
Chris is talking about. Take it away.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it doesn't lessen the threat. Now, if you're in Plains, you're in level 2 risk. If you're in Lubbock, you're in level 3. Muleshoe, you're in level 3. Matador, Spur, Jayton, you're in level 4 there. The way this works, again, all these areas, if you're in a 1, 2, 3, 4 risk, you have a risk of severe weather, but the more significant threat of severe weather, and where we expect probably the most intense activity, is in that 3 to 4 range.
Yeah. So basically, look at it as a fraction. We go from 0 to 5. So 0 out of 0 risk means there's not severe weather expected there, right?
Yeah.
0% chance. 1 out of 5 is 20%. So areas in green, there's a 20% chance that we could see some severe storms somewhere within that area. Okay. Level 2 out of 5, that's a 40% chance. 3 out of 5, 60. 4 out of 5, 80% chance. So your probability of seeing severe weather goes up with the number. But again, like Chris said, it's possible in that dark green all the way to red shade. Okay, that dark green, yellow, orange, and red shade. We have the chance today. It's just that level 4, it's a bigger number, bigger possibility of seeing those storms.
And
today.
again, with this complex that we're expecting to drop down through the rolling plains there, there may be 80 to 110 mile per hour wind gusts in Matador and Paducah, but there could be a long severe thunderstorm over Brownfield that produces 90 mile per hour wind gusts.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Not saying that is what's going to happen, but as an example.
Yeah, making a point.
But Kathy, if you have option to go somewhere that's not a mobile home, definitely do that today, please. There's nothing wrong with living in a mobile home. I grew up and lived in one for 20 plus years, okay? That's all I ever lived in as a child. But they're just not safe.
First 10 years of my life.
Yeah,
we lived in one.
not to be insensitive at all, because that's not what I'm getting at with this comment I'm about to make. But tornadoes don't care about your living situation. They just don't at the end of the day. Damaging straight line wind gust of 100 to 110 miles per hour at the end of the day don't care about your living situation. They're going to come through and they're going to damage whatever can be damaged at that, So that's why it's up to you to make these plans ahead of time too, or find a location near you that's going to be safe for you, your loved ones, your animals, whoever you have that lives in your home with you, to seek shelter in, okay? Because we don't want you to be caught in that mobile home and get flipped over. Unfortunately, not everybody does have adequate access to those types of shelters. A good example of that was from Smyer this past week. We had 2 mobile homes. I actually was in contact with both individuals who live in both homes. One of them, she was able to evacuate ahead of time, go to a different location, and she didn't receive any kind of injuries, anything like that, thank God. But unfortunately, she's homeless now. She told me, she said, yes, I'm okay, but I have nothing left. That everything I had was in that home, unfortunately. And unfortunately, with the other home, those individuals weren't as lucky. Bobby Rex is the man's name, and he, of course, we made sure he was okay first, and we said, if you were comfortable with this, if you want to sit down and talk about your experience, we would love to help you share your story. And he did sit down with us on Friday and talked about what he went through, and come to find out, he didn't have a car. He didn't have a way to get out of his mobile home and go to a place that was safer for him to go to and seek shelter in. And then unfortunately, he and his daughter were in the home whenever it got flipped over by the tornado. Now, thankfully, they are alive today. They were injured. His daughter dislocated her elbow. They think, broke his hip. They had multiple contusions all over their bodies as a result of that as well. But they were taken to UMC Hospital. His daughter has been released. I think he's still there recovering from his injuries. But you've got to take it seriously, folks, especially when we do have significant weather like we're expecting today. It doesn't have to be a tornado to do damage, okay? But the wind potential today is the greatest concern that we have around the area for sure.
And what we call a mesoscale forecast discussion, kind of an update on this severe thunderstorm watch and what we're expecting. They being the Storm Prediction Center, are noting that these multiple supercells continue in the Texas Panhandle. We got the one now dropping into the northern rolling plains there. It's going to continue the next 4 hours. The threat of maybe a tornado, 4-inch or larger hail, and the extreme wind gusts there are possible. But one thing we are noting here, Jacob, and the Storm Prediction Center notes, all of our activity up in the Panhandle, although it's individual now, starting to congeal into what we call a mesoscale convective system. Plain West Texas language, that just means a big cluster complex of thunderstorms, and that's going to be dropping down. And that's what the complex is the reason we got that 4 out of 5 risk of severe weather in those areas. Because we're expecting very high winds, maybe up to, you said 100, 110 miles
110, yeah. The watch itself, I believe, was for 105, 110 mile per hour maximum gust. So that's why today's severe risk is as great as it is due to that very potential. So,
Leah, chime in if you'd like. She's over here doing homework. She's studying all the model data you and I have been looking at all morning.
Yeah, it keeps changing so much too, run to run. So, but again, we're kind of just at the beginning of this event across the area. It's going to be a long evening into the early overnight hours tonight as well. And one of the things I was just looking at with the model data, and Leah, you're probably seeing this too, is how that line kind of tries to protrude back to the west and just redevelop overnight tonight. So that'll be something worth watching in our area as well.
Oh, yeah. Kind of also waiting because not only do we have these storms kind of moving in from the north, we're expecting some storms to develop to our southwest later. So it's gonna be busy across the area. Basically.
It will be. And tomorrow they have introduced now a slight risk of severe storms for portions of our area over the southwestern Southwest, so back towards like Hobbs area, Brownfield, Seminole region. Be keeping a close eye there too. Not as big of a concern as we have today, but still severe weather potential there.
I guess I can say there is hope on the end of the horizon there, because after we keep storm chances and possibly daily severe weather threat something or another through Friday, it looks like the heat ridge sets up over us over the weekend and it gets hot.
It will.
And it's probably going to be humid with all this moisture we picked up last couple weeks too. So kind of pencil that in for your weekend plan. Next
East
weekend.
Texas, happy Father's Day, right?
It is Father's Day.
Feeling
weekend.
like more of an East Texas forecast than a West Texas forecast.
Well, you and I were noting Friday morning. It felt like Houston outside instead of Lubbock because of the heat and the humidity.
Yeah, that was not too pleasant. And all these chimes you hear in the background, things like that, those are kind of our updates that we're getting with our partners at the National Weather Service and things like that there. So. Okay, so the current time is now 5:16. We're continuing to track severe storms that are moving into northeastern areas right now. We'll continue to watch these very closely this evening as more activity will continue to move on in. I'm going to go back and give you guys more of that update on kind of what is expected through the rest of the day today. And Chris, if you see anything else coming from the chat.
Yeah, will you go up real quick up there in northern Hall County, community of Bryce there? We've got some folks from the National Severe Storms Laboratory there reporting at 5:09 they had a pivot that was overturned by wind, and they have a little mobile weather station, their own little mobile weather mesonet station there. They had a report of 90-mile-per-hour gust on there.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
See a Bryce 90-mile-per-hour gust there coming in, and some of those irrigation pivots have been flipped over in northwestern portions of Hall County. And again, that's what we've been kind of saying today. The strongest wind gust across the region today could be upwards of 110 miles per hour. So now a 90 mile, you said 90 or 91?
Their mobile weather, they've got a mobile weather mesonet with them, measured 90 miles per hour. But I do believe, well, I was going to say we do have a West Texas mesonet site there, but it's actually not in Bryce. It's back to the east over toward Leslie. And the gust on it, the highest gust on it so far was 40 over in the Leslie area.
Coming from Lakeview now, we have golf ball size hail falling right here. Today is the 8th, right?
It's the 8th, yes. You mentioned earlier, we don't know what day it is because this just seems like Groundhog Day. It's been the movie over and over and over repeating. All right, folks, here's your friendly reminder. We've been telling you this for the last 3 days. If you've got anything that can blow across your yard in 100-mile-per-hour winds, like a missile, your garbage can,
Put it up.
put it up. Put it up.
Get it put up today.
Now, trampolines, hopefully you've got them secured, but keep in mind, those can...
The state bird of Alabama is what those are, right,
Yeah,
Chris?
one of our colleagues calls that the state bird of Alabama because it seems like anytime there's a storm in Alabama, someone's trampoline ends up in their neighbor's yard. And
Wow.
Or, you know, what was it, Thursday night? We had one on top of someone's house, I believe, on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look, this is a picture of that storm from one of our colleagues at our sister station, KAMR, from Morning Meteorologist Miss Maria.
Yeah.
Beautiful picture there. You see that, you know there's a lot of rain, a lot of hail falling out of that storm. National Weather Service saying it is going to be a very close call for the city of Turkey, but the core surge of the strongest winds may pass just to their east. But it's going to be cutting it very, very close.
We note back down in our neck of the woods here, we're starting to see some showers pop up down around Slayton, and we've got a little activity there popping up in north of Jayton as well, around the areas there.
All kind of along and east of the Cap Rock right now.
We know we got storms pulsing up there to the west of Clovis and Portales and parts of Debaca and Guadalupe County there in New Mexico.
Say that one more time, Chris.
We've got strong storm advisories there for those storms in Debaca and Guadalupe.
To the west of Curry and Roosevelt counties.
Yeah. Severe thunderstorm warning there for Briscoe and Hall. based on that National Severe Storms Laboratory report, they have bumped the wind now to 90. Still riding with a 4-inch hail on that.
What's the movement on it, Chris? Speed-wise?
Let me double check. Southeast at 20.
Okay, Matador, this will miss you to the northeast.
The Weather Service noting this is a destructive storm for Turkey.
Okay, so heads up Turkey, Texas. You said 20, Chris?
20 miles per hour to the southeast, yes, sir.
We are including Turkey in that. Okay, yeah, those damaging winds will probably still come out, but it's probably all you're going to see in Turkey is damaging winds. I don't even think you'll see rain out of this.
Well, they also noted earlier it's going to be a close call for Turkey.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say it'll pass just northeast of Turkey, like maybe a mile or two.
Yeah.
But still way too close for comfort. So these areas on the screen right now, 90 mile per hour wind gusts have been confirmed and are headed your way in addition to 4-inch in diameter sized hail, which is about grapefruit sized. Okay, so Plasca, that'll ride anything at 523, Weatherly at 526, 527 in Tampico, Settlement at 530, 535 in Memphis, Parnell 538, Holver 551, Newland at 557, Abilene 601, and Plains Junction at 6:01 p.m. Again, confirmed 90 mile per hour wind gust and 4-inch in diameter sized hail occurring with this storm. Are they continuing with a tornado possible tag on that?
Yes.
Okay. There's another update that just came in. I don't know if you saw it yet or not, Chris. In the Lubbock chat.
Say a video someone shot.
It is a
couple
video.
videos.
Go to that top one.
Well, that's something else. Talking.
That's the one I was mentioning, though.
Well, that's not our storm. That's something else.
Mm-hmm. I don't see it. Yeah, that's what I saw the location. I'm just trying to figure out where in the video did these. That man?
Could be.
I don't know.
Almost.
Okay. But again, this is the most dangerous storm in our area that we have up on the screen right now on our YouTube live stream. This is also going into our Everything Lubbock Plus app as well.
Got a report of 2-inch hail with the storm up in Hall County, about 12 miles west of Lakeview there.
Okay.
About roughly 5 minutes ago that was reported. Megan will watch Matador because
I think this particular storm
Yeah,
is going to
maybe
move
it is.
northeast of you.
yeah,
But you do have some activity in your Floyd data. It's not severe right now, but Matador is included in kind of that highest potential for severe weather today, Megan. I know Megan. I don't know her personally, but I know her pretty well from our live streams. She's usually needing that reassurance, definitely understandably, just due to the history, again, that Matador has.
and that was on my watch.
Yeah, because I was on paternity leave
Yeah, your daughter was born 2 days later.
during a DVD-sized television
During a
in
DVD
Lubbock.
yeah, that was my watch. I mean, that all right at that 8 o'clock hour. Boom! It just
Yep. It's a very
came
wild
together.
day.
Yeah, it was.
It was a similar setup. It was a lot hotter that day. I think Lubbock hit 107 degrees that day,
Yeah,
so not that hot here today. But
and it was more of a dry line setup
Yeah.
too. That day.
for sure. Should we get these updates out on social? Perfect. Okay.
thunderstorm, not quite in the Turkey area yet. The West Texas Mesonet site in Turkey is actually located back down to the south and west of town. It's between there and the Valley Schools area. Last report, 10 miles per hour. Leslie, up in the county there, they had a report of 42 last update.
And it is a little behind. What we're seeing now is this looks to be becoming more outflow dominated, taking on more of that damaging wind look. So you can see kind of that backward C shape beginning to take over, whereas about 30 minutes ago we had more of that actual C, that hook echo. But now beginning to see that kind of become more outflow dominant, hopefully. I say hopefully so that it negates the tornado potential. So this activity down in Floyd and Crosby counties, it is sub-severe. Some activity trying to pop up near Slayton, just some rain showers right now. It looks like some out in northeastern Kent heading into southern King County. But this stuff out here headed towards Roosevelt County is borderline severe. So we'll be watching it closely as it starts to move in. And that development just now getting going. Watching this in the northwestern Texas Panhandle. Is this going to start to head our way as well? And notice something with these storms real quick too, near Borger Panhandle area. These are moving kind of due south. They're building now due south there through Borger. That activity north of Borger, back building as that outflow pushes back to the west. So we'll see how that moves. This northern, or the southernmost storm is headed more southeast. Oops, that's way too southeast. It's headed more to the south and east, this general direction. But now this activity is moving more this direction. Then this activity near Dalhart is also moving more this direction. So we have to watch all of this activity over the next couple of hours. Still a tornado warning on that storm there in Hartley, Texas through 6 o'clock.
And they did go severe thunderstorm warning for Debaca County, New Mexico.
They did, yep, there it is, right there.
For that storm. So just heads up if you're in Portales, Clovis area.
Floyd, yeah, Melrose, heads up for you. Floyd's where we had that tornado a couple weeks ago, back there in northern Roosevelt County. Lots of warnings popping up throughout Oklahoma now too. We'll loop it over the past 2 hours, show you how quickly this is getting its act together. It's all going to start to progress to the south and east here this evening. Go to our national radar, it's not as clean of a view. See additional development out ahead of the main stuff too. This stuff in the Panhandle right now is where the main event's expected to be, or what's going to lead to the main event tonight. So, you can see all those warnings though that have already popped up today. The Fort Stockton effect is Fort Stockton in today too.
Yeah.
Always, if there's severe weather in the forecast, the one place you can always kind of guarantee that that is going to happen is Fort Stockton.
Former colleague of mine, he's a meteorologist at the ABC station in San Antonio. He grew up in the Midland area, and the local meteorologists down in the Midland, Odessa area, they call that Old Faithful because it never fails. Pecos County always gets a thunderstorm pops up and it goes severe.
100%.
As Jacob noted earlier, the National Weather Service kind of backing up what you're saying. Our storm in Hall County starting to form more of a what we call a little mini mesoscale convective system, just more of a blob to thunderstorm than an actual hooking thunderstorm. But that could increase the hail and the wind threat.
Exactly. And again, that's what our main concern, as we've been saying, is today with this activity.
They have lowered the hail size to 3 inches on our storm.
That's good. Oh, only 3 inches from 4. Great. Still very large hail, but not 4 inches. So.
Still, though, 90 mile per hour wind gust.
Mm.
Don't last. Kathy says, definitely not taking it lightly. We have a place to go, so not
Oh, good.
taking any chances.
She was asking about if it was safe for them to stay in their mobile home or if they
Yeah.
needed to get out today.
I'll share an interesting story, and I'm sure Brett, our general manager, won't mind. Brett is our, he's been our general manager for a few months now, but they're in the transition of moving from Wichita Falls to the Lubbock area. So he and his dog are here in Lubbock. His wife is still in Wichita Falls, but he told me the other night, Thursday night, when we had the bad weather, he was in the closet with the dog watching our coverage on his phone. So he had his safe place. He's new. He's already got a safe place picked out in his
Perfect.
home. Yeah.
We got to practice what we preach if we expect
We
you all
do.
to do it too, huh?
I have my safe place in my
Me too.
apartment. I have a downstairs apartment, but 95% of the time I'm up here with you.
Yeah. That's one thing about it's easier for us to know where our safe place is because
Yeah.
it's right here.
Yeah.
Because we will always be at work. I actually had my wife and kiddos come up Thursday night though.
Yeah.
We have a safe place at our home, but I was like, I'm dad. I want to be able to see you.
Yeah.
I'm husband. I want to make sure to keep my eyes on you and know that you're okay. So they came up here, and thankfully, our house was all right too. Didn't have any major damage. We're gonna have to get a new roof and siding, but
Isaiah, you don't have to stay in your cellar the entire time.
No.
If Lubbock goes under a warning, that's when you need to go.
the warning is the act when action needs to
Yeah.
be taken. Okay, so whenever a watch is out, you don't need to head to your safe place then. But when a warning comes out, that's when it's time to get to your safe place. That's why we tell you to know where it's at, know when it's time to head there, and it's time to head there whenever that warning is issued. You don't need to go there until that is actually issued, though.
Tim says our chimes and we communicate with National Weather Service. If you're familiar with the program called Slack, we use Slack to talk with the National Weather Service. This is the communication system we use between us, emergency management, and the media. And he says it's chiming. It sounds like his front door chime.
All right, so we are continuing to see this activity build to the west, and we're even seeing that here back in Hall County now, or Briscoe County. So Briscoe County, that storm was almost all the way out for you a few minutes ago. You can see here, let's see, this is Briscoe County right here, where Silverton is at, okay? Notice that storm's moving out, and now we're beginning to see that build back to the west here. And that's what we're going to have to continue to watch through the Panhandle as well. If you'll look with this activity near Borger, sorry,
Yeah.
Borger.
Sorry.
So you can see how that's developing back to the south and west. Same there east of Dumas. But yeah, Borger back to Panhandle. That is continuing to develop back to the west. But overall, the activity is moving south-southeast. So what that's going to do is fill in this evening and allow kind of that big line that we're talking about to develop and move south and southeast. So I think, and I'm not saying for 100% certainty that they are, but I think that this activity could be underestimating how far west this activity extends, because this is a very potent, powerful storm system. There's plenty of moisture to work with. That forcing is going to be there. So once this air starts to rise and kind of get forced up even more by just kind of overall setup we have in our atmosphere today, I think we could see, compared to what models were showing, a much more westward extent. At least the HRRR model. That's the one that we've kind of been looking at most because it has done the best with the activity over the past couple of weeks. I haven't even looked at the NAM today. But yeah, the NAM's kind of a bit further west. Brings a line of storms into Lubbock by like 8 p.m., 7, 8, 9 time frame.
Couple quick notes here. Lubbock's high 98 today.
Nice.
So we got heat. And also, we're watching the storm north of Crosbyton there. Starting to pulse up a little bit. We're seeing what's going on with it. Because it's getting close to one of those boundaries, too, we've been watching.
And again, those boundaries, once these storms hit them, they're kind of just grabbing onto them and then riding them through the region. So we'll be watching it closely. We'll show you that boundary real quick. We were talking about it earlier on in our Facebook live stream, but it's kind of lifted back north. And it's right here, so they're expecting it to kind of latch on and then just move back to the south and east as well. Trying to see some more development just ahead of that boundary too. We've got that boundary in the Panhandle as well, kind of along I-27 through Amarillo. Moving back to the west now from all of that stuff there in the eastern Panhandle. pushing it back west, and it's allowing the storms to develop further back to the west too.
Angel, we are watching
confirmed tornado warning now in Hartley, south of Dalhart. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I was just answering Angel's question. Yeah, there are storms back in eastern New Mexico we're watching too.
Yeah, those west of Curry and Roosevelt counties.
Yeah.
That warning now for Debaca County. Heading east towards Portales and Clovis eventually, so heads up there. More development down in Roswell is now too.
Says, sorry, Jacob, I just joined. That's fine. You may be joining us and missing stuff.
Yep.
Ask. Well,
and that's why we repeat. The same reason people get mad that we repeat the same things over and over on air is because not everybody's tuning in at the same time. So we've got to do that to kind of continue to touch base and update all of you who are joining in at separate times too. So,
well, I can speak for myself. Being a weather nerd, growing up, I used to flip. I swear I didn't break the TV remote, flipping between all three stations or 3 or 4, depending on live. Because I'd be like watching everybody's coverage.
now on YouTube you can do a quad.
And
watch all of them. So.
I was going to say, growing up in the 80s and 90s, I wish we had.
So now you can watch all of the channels and then put our live stream right here and then your fourth one. So you can watch your ABC, NBC, CBS, and then do our live stream there in the fourth.
Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning coming out for our storm. I believe this is going to be portions of Childress, Cottle, Hull, and Motley County. The tornado possible tag is no longer there, but we've lowered the hail size to baseball size, but we're keeping the wind gusts at 80 miles per hour, Jacob.
There it is. It's a big warning, too. And see, so Matador, heads up for you. I think this one may impact you now because it is that continuing with that expansion back to the west, too, Chris.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and draw this out here.
While you're doing that,
What's the movement on that one you said? So
it's southeast at 35 miles.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's starting to speed up that forward momentum too, which lets us know that wind is becoming the dominant factor.
Thank you.
Straight line wind gust.
Leah got you a little bit quicker than I did.
Go. And go ahead and put that one out to the news page as well, just due to how high the wind potential is, since it is still the destructive warning.
Yeah.
A new severe thunderstorm watch is also about to come out for areas along and east of the central mountain chain in eastern New Mexico. Those current storms that are moving east towards Texas are going to encounter some steadily increasing instability through the rest of this afternoon and evening. So our New Mexico counties are about to be added, at least Curry and Roosevelt counties. I don't know about Lee, but I know Curry and Roosevelt counties are about to be added to this severe thunderstorm watch. I think it will be, I don't know if it'll be the PDS watch or not, but it will be a severe thunderstorm watch. Small graphic. Right, getting this uploaded to social media real quick, folks.
All right, they're up on my end.
Thank you, Chris.
Just heads up, northern Crosby, southern Floyd County. We're probably
Pushing close to a warning.
we're pushing close to a new severe thunderstorm warning down there because that storm's continuing to pulse up.
This is portions of Hall, Childress, Cottle and King counties through 6:45 p.m. for 80 mile per hour wind gusts and 3-inch hail.
Baseball size.
Baseball size?
2.75.
Okay. Movement is southeast at 35. Alrighty, folks, we are continuing with coverage here on our YouTube live stream. Kind of come back in and touch base on everything here in just a second, so y'all bear with us as to what's going on.
Okay, there's the new watch that Albuquerque was talking about. It
Okay.
looks like it, yeah, it's Curry and Roosevelt County. It looks like it goes up to the state line here.
Okay, so we have had that watch issued. Again, there's that storm northeast of Ross, headed towards McAdoo, heads up McAdoo. Not a warning on this one, but it is a pretty strong storm headed your way.
Yeah, this is going to be until 10 p.m. Mountain Time, and it is Curry and Roosevelt County
Okay.
and northeastern New Mexico.
There we go. Let me go in and edit this. 10 p.m. Mountain Time, you said?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. There we go. So there that is there. There that is there. I'm going to get that updated on our web article as well. Bailey and Lamb County and Cochran and Hawk, they're like, where are we at? We're not in anything. But everybody around them is. Bailey County is surrounded on two sides, so is Lamb County. I just want to reiterate, even if you're not under a watch yet, doesn't mean that you will not be under one later on today. So everyone needs to stay weather aware. That's the watch coming out that just...
Yeah, that's the Albuquerque National Weather Service conference chat.
We'll be issuing a severe thunderstorm warning there through Cottle counties. Okay, that's the most recent one that we have. Okay, there's that one. Yeah, that one really flared up. And see that geography is playing a big key in everything, folks. This is what we've talked about today. Notice all this activity now is off the Cap Rock over northeastern areas, and then watch as we start to move kind of more of this little canyon here in southern portions of Floyd County, and then off the Cap Rock as well here in Crosby County, moving off there near the White River, the drop down there from the Cap Rock. Watch what happens as this storm moves into that. Just 1, 2, 3, bam, 4, 5. It's going into those lower elevations. And what's happening, these southeasterly winds are bringing a lot of moisture in from the southeast. They're coming in these lower elevations, and then they hit that lift up. And what it's doing, it's accelerating the speed in which our air is rising, and it's allowing these storms to really grow vertically and turn severe very quickly. We're seeing that there now to the east of Slayton. We're seeing that as well off the Cap Rock. Again, so that's kind of aiding in that activity. And then we'll be watching these storms as well in the Panhandle as they continue to push to the south and build to the south. There near Polidoro Canyon, we're going to be seeing that same surface winds out of the south and east going to build up and allow those storms to really pop once they get to that area. So that's how local geography can play a really big part in severe storm development and really intensification as well. So some people are asking, why do storms seem like they fall apart in Lubbock? Believe it or not, our urban heat island can kind of affect how that happens. Friday, we actually saw storms pop up in Lubbock because of that urban heat island effect. It was so hot here. We had winds out of the south and east, which that kind of canyon runs into, with Ransom Canyon, runs into the metro with southeast winds. That, with the combined heating, the surplus of heating we have here due to how much concrete we have, aided kind of all with one another and allowed those storms to pop up over the metro. So again, with the Cap Rock right now, really cool. Try not to geek out too much for you. But again, those southeasterly winds hitting that geographical forcing due to the quick jump up for the Cap Rock is causing that air to rise quicker and those storms to turn much stronger there, headed in towards McAdoo area right now, out of northeastern Crosby into northwestern Dickens County. So, and really quickly before that does pop up, I'm going to step out real quick, Chris, so if anything does pop up, or Leah, y'all can kind of take it over, okay?
Gotcha.
I would say we could take a look at that Crosby County storm, but the Rawls Skyview
You want to pop
camera,
it up and show them what it looks like?
Yeah, the Rawls Skyview camera basically got hit by that storm the Friday night, and we lost it because of the hail damage there. And I will pop it up. I'm not sure if you saw this, Leah. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, windshield is shattered. The lens, I should say, not the windshield. Well, ironically, Derek, our chaser, his windshield we were showing it live, and it got busted as well there. But yeah, we can still see the Rawls camera, but yeah, the lens is definitely shattered there, so keep that in mind. And Crosbyton camera, unfortunately, it's been down for a little while. We were trying to work on getting maybe that updated, fixed. Looks like I asked Jacob the other night, he want to climb that tower in Rawls to change the camera lens. He said no, so we'll let you if you want to.
Hey, I think you can shop a rope on me. I'll go figure it out.
It's a good thing about having all these cameras. The bad thing is the hail
It takes them out.
takes them out.
If it's not the hail, it's just their service, and it just freezes, and then we don't get it back for a while.
Yeah, I know a few years ago, the one in Littlefield got hit by some large hail, and it shattered as well. And
Oh, jeez. I have noticed that our winds have been shifting a little bit. Earlier they were out of southwest, or a little bit more out of the south. So
yeah.
just everything getting ready to feed into whatever we're gonna have tonight.
And I noted earlier, we got the climate report here right around 5:30. The high in Lubbock today, 98 degrees. Now tomorrow, the models are forecasting low to mid 80s around the city here, so we'll be a bit cooler there. We just got a photo actually from someone over in the Crosbyton area looking at that storm that was sent to the National Weather Service.
So far, I don't know what you think, but Crosbyton storm's still like a bit of a blob. Hasn't really taken on any interesting features yet.
Yeah.
Maybe getting a little bit of like the flying eagle that Jacob talks about, but
Yeah. And then okay, we are going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm for the threat of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping-pong ball-sized hail. And the Weather Service saying it's going to be moving to the east and the southeast here. So Leo'll zoom in on that for us here. But yeah, get ready. We're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be coming out here as soon as they push it across the wire here.
any second now.
We talked about this the other night. As soon as they tell us we're issuing a warning, usually it might take a minute because they
Right.
have to go in, they have to draw it on the system, and there it is right there. Again, that's our new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for ping pong ball size hail and wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. As Jacob rejoins us,
Look
so
at that. I step out and stuff starts happening.
Yeah.
Maybe it's me.
it is you.
I'm the problem, huh?
And that storm is moving east at 40 miles per hour
It's
according
going
to
quick.
the warning. So.
Yeah, they have it drawn out. And something you'll notice is either north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest. It doesn't have with the National Service east, southeast, things like that, but it's overall more of an east, southeasterly direction. So heads up Dickens, heads up Afton, heads up McAdoo, headed into your areas. Now, again, ping pong ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts possible with this one. And it's moving 40, you said, Chris?
40 miles per hour.
Perfect. Not perfect, but thank you. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Just want to clarify for everyone at home. I'm not rooting for severe weather today, I promise. Days like today, I promise you, most sane meteorologists hope for a busted forecast. Because we don't like days like today. Impacting a lot of people with pretty significant threats. So again, there is that new warning. I'm trying to keep up with the chat a little bit too, so y'all bear with us as we try to get all of this situated.
while you stepped out, we were talking about it. I showed everyone we can see through the Rawls camera, but obviously the lens is shattered, so there's some spidering on it. And unfortunately, our Crosbyton camera's been down for a while here, so we're going to have to get out there one day and fix our Crosby County cameras. And we love those cameras, but yeah, one hailstorm.
We'll have half of them out if we're not careful.
Yeah.
This is 70 mile per hour wind gust.
Our storm up in, while Jacob's typing that up, to the north there, that's moving into northern Motley and Cottle County, the storm's still capable of producing 80 mile per hour wind gusts, and the hail sizes came down a little bit. It's now down to 2-inch hail. That's hen, egg, or lime, however you want to describe it, size hail there with that storm. And it looks like, based on the track, it may miss Matador.
Yeah, we'll just have to watch for that back building, though, Chris.
Yeah.
That's my biggest concern, because with this event, it is becoming more of a wind concern. We did have that 90 mile per hour gust confirmed on it and Bryce in northwestern portions of Hall County, but it is back building as that boundary is pushing back further to the west, so that more westward extend could clip Matador later on. So not an imminent threat for Matador, but again, just keep your eye on it, folks.
And while Jacob's showing you that radar image, notice back down there around Canyon Valley in the southern part of Crosby County, we've got another little storm popping up there. We've got one popping up on the Lynn and the Garza County line between Grassland and Graham here as well.
The forecast models had this popping up a lot further west, but they didn't have any of this activity in New Mexico popping up, so so I'm saying you've got to take them all with a grain of salt sometimes. A lot of updates coming in through the chat, it sounds like, too.
Weather Service noting our Hall County storm looks like we may be getting a split. We've got our southern end of the county, and then, like you talked about, that back building back to the north there.
Mm-hmm. It's even in eastern Briscoe is the biggest core now, so that's going to be producing a lot of that rainfall in those areas too. So,
folks, that's right over the state park up there, in that general
Canyons,
area. Yeah. There, Kittyquay, you got Valley Schools there between Kittyquay and Turkey, that area.
this activity near Amarillo, it's building back to the west. It's connecting into more of that line. So now this line of damaging storms extends from western Oklahoma back through eastern New Mexico. And it's this, Chris, that we are concerned with that derecho setting up tonight. We're talking about all of this right here becoming more organized this evening, all of it tracking this general direction, producing a high-end wind event. So notice really anything in this general area here is going to be under the gun for that, okay? So heads up there.
And remember what I said earlier, you're in that level 2 risk, you got a level 4 risk.
Mm-hmm.
If that setup happens, all of those areas.
Yep. So it's just, again, most likely for areas in 4, but it could occur in that level 1, 2, 3, or 4 risk today. But again, we're seeing it in kind of that level 3, level 4 region right now. But later on this evening, that 1, 2, 3, and 4 area all will be under the potential for severe storms.
Not particularly here, but in other parts of the country, and I know back in the deep southeast where I'm from, I've seen storms produce more damage in a level 1 out of 5 risk on compared to a 4 out of 5 day in some cases.
You know, something I like to remind folks, Chris, is all it takes is one storm for it to be a 5 out of 5 for you.
Yeah.
You know, for it to be that 100% chance of severe weather at your location. In some areas, it will be a 5 out of 5 day today, you know. But again, don't focus on the number. Focus on, is there a potential?
Yeah.
And there is the potential. Benjamin, headed on your way to Dickens. Is it safe to keep driving? Heather, you're going to be cutting it close as to whether you make it to Dickens or not before the storm. Hold on just one second, Heather. Headed from Benjamin. I know where Benjamin's at. We stopped there on our way back on Highway 82. You're headed to Dickens. You may make it to Guthrie.
I think everybody stops at that Ranchland station. There.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you're 60 miles from Dickens, straight shot. It's going to be a little longer than that on the road. This storm is 10 miles from Dickens, so you're not going to make it to Dickens in time. You may make it to Guthrie by the time this storm moves into Dickens. I would suggest once you get to Guthrie, exit off. Guthrie's not a big town.
She said that's where they're at right now, the Ranchland gas station.
Yeah. I don't even know if Guthrie has a gas station.
Guthrie has I believe the 4-6's Ranch has a little convenience store in town, but...
There's the 4-6's off of US Highway 82.
I think it's more on 83 in town, but I'm pretty sure the 4-6's has a little convenience store that's open during the day there.
Maybe they're on the north side there on Highway 83.
Yeah.
But hold on just one second. Let me pull up Google Maps. If you're stopped in Ranchland and you're still on the road, you're still stopped there and you're going to be there for a little while, you may just want to hang out there. Because Dickens is about to get hit right now, and if you get on the road, I know it's like, I don't want to sit at a gas station for 3 hours, Jacob. Do you want to sit there, or do you want to run into the storm that's producing 70-mile-an-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail?
And when
Weigh the options a little bit there.
Yeah, when you drop off the canyon in Dickens going down toward Guthrie,
that wind's gonna...
you've got that little hill there that has that picnic area. That is not where you need to stop, because there's no cover there.
Let me pull up maps real quick. Because if you can get to... Let me see if there's a stop even in Guthrie. There's a farmhouse coffee company. They're closed. The King County Courthouse is there. It's very, very small. 4-6's Supply House. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Chris,
I believe
they're closed.
Yeah.
There's a First Baptist Church there. They don't have any hours or anything like that. The USPS. The Guthrie Common School District is there. There is a Guthrie CSD Activity Center there off of Highway 83. It'd honestly probably be best if you just stay in Benjamin and hang out there.
Yeah.
Until that storm moves through. I mean, it's going to put you there for a while, but I'd rather you be there for a while than get hit by this storm. Because it's only intensifying. It's even, I would say, up to maybe 2-inch hail possible with that one now headed towards Dickens and Guthrie.
Jump back up to our north storm.
Yeah, it's taking
here.
a sharp southeast dive.
Yeah, northeastern Motley County there, we got the community of Northfield. We have a West Texas Mesonet site there. It's gusted to 64.
Yeah, and that storm's right over Northfield. That thing is picking up speed quick.
Yeah.
Heads up Paducah. It's going to be there for you pretty soon. I'd say that one's probably moving at 40 now. But again, still seeing that development on the backside of it too. So heads up there in Paducah.
We do note the hail size on that storm.
Is it 2?
I
They
believe
dropped it down
lowered it down to 1.5 inches. Yes.
So again,
No,
these...
no. I'm sorry. No, they did.
1.5? So
it's
ping
1.5.
pong.
Yeah.
That's not the Floyd County, right? Or the Dickens County. That is the Cottle and Motley County.
Yeah, I was
okay, just
verifying.
making sure.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
they're both 1.5 then. They're both ping pong. Okay.
Yeah, continued severe thunderstorm warning, damage threat, destructive, wind 80.
Yeah,
and
and
then
that's
hail.
why it's
Yeah.
destructive is that wind potential
Yeah.
now. But again, folks, these are kind of like a precursor, I'd almost say, to the main line that's still in the Panhandle. It's going to be moving down south this evening. So still very destructive winds going on with this activity we've got now. That's the biggest concern. But again, for the rest of the evening, this large line is going to continue to strengthen, develop, and everything. The Panhandle will push southeast this evening.
And
Looks
this-
like that warning got dropped in eastern New Mexico, by the way. Just
Yeah.
heads up there.
And Weather Service noting this is heading toward Dickens, and we do have a few businesses there at Dickens. I know that are.
They have a brand new gas station that opened
They
up.
do.
They
They
do.
do.
I
Yeah.
almost stopped that on our way home, but I
Yeah.
had 3 kids in the car, and I was like, we're close enough to Lubbock. We're going to keep going. But I saw they do have one. There's a good little restaurant. We stopped there and got their barbecue a couple times in Dickens. It's pretty
Yeah.
good. I've gone down to Spur and spoken at their library a couple summers ago for some of their
Yeah.
summer reading program stuff. But yeah, Dickens County. Tiny but mighty, we like to say.
I drove through Dickens a few weeks ago. I know you did too.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was going back and forth.
Be
but-
driving back through it in a couple, or next week, too.
Yep.
So, or this weekend, this upcoming weekend, actually, so.
Sorry, y'all, I haven't visited Dickens yet, so.
We gotta go, Leah.
Well,
I
Leah,
know.
when all this calms down, we all three need to take a road
Is
trip.
Elena still in our chat? There she is.
Yeah.
I say, Elena, I know that she lives in Dickens, because every time we've got stuff going on, she comes in and says, all right, give me the scoop. We'll have to go meet up with Miss Elena for some barbecue there in Dickens one day, maybe.
Well, while we're over there, let's go up to Afton. I'll take you to Afton. We'll park out there and we can have a
Yeah.
picnic in front of a Patton
They
Springs.
needed like
school
an
there.
apple orchard in Afton. Apple for orchard, or apple for Afton. There we go. Heather, yeah, I would suggest, honestly, oh, okay, yeah, Heather, I remember you guys actually. I believe it was your daughter that came up there with you, or came down with you guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would suggest just hanging out at the Benjamin Library. I'm sorry, the Benjamin gas station.
Yeah.
Until that activity moves through, because this storm is moving in from your northwest too, and they probably are honestly going to meet up around where you would be driving on Highway 82. So definitely just kind of hang tight. Ranchland's got some good food in there too. Check them out and just kind of.
And that would probably be the main place there in Knox County. Well, actually, right outside of Benjamin, they have that rest area.
Yeah, up in the S curve.
Yeah,
going back to the east.
Going back towards Seymour
Yeah.
there. Yeah, and I know that's a tornado shelter, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no tornado warning over there.
No,
now.
and if I feel like if you go even further east too, it's going to put you, because where we're talking about this rest area is right here,
Yeah,
right there, in the overlook area.
yeah.
Right there, that little patch of green. But yeah, I would just stay there in Benjamin. So you were right here at the ranch land. Heather.
Yep.
Heather's our VIP right now because she's out in the middle of this. So Heather, you're right here at this big X. That's where you're at. So you've got this storm
Yeah, and
coming in from your northwest, and it's taking more of kind of that beeline towards you, and then this one's moving
Yeah.
to the east. This is Highway 82 roughly through here. So again, just hang tight. These storms are moving quick at about 40 miles per hour. So this one to your north is about just a little over an hour away, and so is this one. So they'll be getting there around the same time. But very strong wind gusts to 80 miles per hour, the main concern there. And that warning, you can see now that line has extended far enough west to our north
Yeah.
that they've gone ahead and issued that new severe thunderstorm warning to include Amarillo. And this line is going to eventually come more together, I think. This is where our big wind event is going to come from tonight. And this storm here specifically is moving more south-southeast. I'll have to watch this activity in eastern New Mexico. It's kind of hanging tight. We'll see what happens in this region, though, if anything can fill in. If that happens, then most of the area is probably going to see something.
Well, I'm jealous. Heather said they're coming home from Wolf Lodge in Grapevine.
There you go.
Three of us
Fun
like,
place.
well, you were out of town. You were kind of, on your little deal. Jacob and I would have rather been at Wolf Lodge than, up here
I don't
covering
know.
severe
Leah
weather.
had a
until-
busy week. I don't know if she had much of a vacation out of it.
Yeah.
No, I'm tired.
You got put to work, huh?
Yeah.
Put to work, stayed up late, but it's okay. It was a lot of fun.
That's what happens when you go home. Your parents put you to work.
Yep.
I go home. My mom has like a laundry list of things.
She's
for
got
me
Chris
to
a
do.
honey-do list waiting every time.
She
She
sure
does,
does.
doesn't she?
She sure does.
Keep on him, Mama White. Keep on him.
She does. She looks forward to my few visits a year. 'Cause she's like, good to see you. Welcome home, son. Here's the list. Start to work.
Since you've been gone. Elena, this activity is just now beginning to move into Dickens County. You've probably got some light rain going on now back to your west, probably a really dark sky. But again, that severe storm is heading into your area. Ping pong ball sized hail and some up to 70 mile per hour wind gusts headed your way with this activity.
Got a storm that is over post right now. It is not severe, but
Yeah. The Ponderosa, that's the name of the new gas station in Dickens. Yes, the Ponderosa.
rainy and post.
Yeah. Garza County. We'll pull their sky view camera up.
You need to talk to Ponderosa and see if they'll let us put a camera up there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Post, here we go.
I'll be right back.
All right. Be sure to mute your mic when you step out too, Leah.
Did I not mute it? I thought I did. Can you still hear me?
I can't. No, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, Garza County, City of Post. You got some rain popping up overhead right now. Nothing severe there in Post at the moment, but again, got some nice rain. We'll take that. See that little storm moving in. Some more moving over Calgary. Nobody about 5 weeks ago knew where Calgary was. I feel like everybody does now. Right there, southwest of White River Lake. White River Lake has gotten so much rain the past few weeks. They've had about a half a foot, which is fantastic. It'd be nice to see the lake back to 100% capacity.
I laugh when the Lubbock NOAA Weather Radio talks about Calgary. It says Calgary.
Calgary.
Doesn't
it say something funny with Claremont too?
I believe it does.
Like, I don't know how you could get anything but Claremont out of Claremont. They do somehow. They say AI is going to take over. Ooh, that's some huge hail north of Silverton. It's probably at least 3.5 to 4 inches in diameter. And there's that confirmed tornado west of Dalhart from earlier. Seeing some. Alrighty, folks, so we're continuing to track these severe storms out there right now.
Read the comment. Another Jacob and I was talking about the same thing I was. The weather radio says Calgary is Calgary. It pronounces it a little off there. Well, we got some wind damage being reported about 4 miles east-northeast of Northfield up there in Motley County. Power pole bent over on a roadway. Lines are still attached.
Right up here where Chris is talking about. Yeah. Northfield, right there in the middle of the screen. Damage reports coming in.
And we did have a confirmed wind gust of 64 there. There is a one of the West Texas mesonet sites there in Northfield.
Paducah, this thing is coming right at you. Heads up, Paducah. Dickens also heads up for you. The town of Dickens is currently in the path of the southern storm, but it is moving slow, so it may turn a bit further to the right if the mesocyclone intensifies. So heads up, Dickens. Dickens down to Spur. McAdoo, the worst, is right over, if not just south of you right now.
I was going to say, that's
so Afton, this is going to kind of go just south of you in Afton.
Yeah, that one's starting to become the more dominant storm. I mean, the one to the north is still bad enough, but it's on a weakening trend.
Definitely a big-time wind event with this headed towards Paducah. Still 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible out of that. So heads up Cottle down into King and even Knox counties. So this is going to be headed your way. This big windstorm coming into Paducah now. Has some very heavy rain just building behind that too. Could be increasing the flooding concern there in portions of Hall County. Post back down towards Calgary, White River Lake area. Continue to see these storms develop there. And we're watching all this activity in the Panhandle as well. That's continuing to develop and push to the south and east.
Yeah, just about we were talking about Dickens stuff earlier. Lucy's is the new gas station.
Lucy's.
Yeah,
Ponderosa's is the barbecue.
restaurant.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
No, Ponderosa's is good.
But if you're in the Dickens area watching us on your phone and you're driving, you might want to maybe stop in there and go in and wait this storm out.
Yeah, we got up to at least ping pong to golf ball size hail out of this stuff now. Moving, there's Dickens. It's moving right down 82 into Dickens. Just east of the White River, moving over the county line now. And then you've got this other stuff coming in to Spur from White River Lake area. post, you have this activity moving east along Highway 380 now. Just move through. In fact, so-
Check out that latest update.
okay. Yeah, definitely strengthening.
Yeah.
Big time hail picking up there. So heads up, Dickens. You're about to get a pretty good hail core move over town.
Floyd and Motley County, on the very northern end of that, they've canceled the warning because obviously the storm's down in
Yeah.
Pickens County. It didn't even move. Well, it just kind of clipped those little northern fringes there.
But yeah, this activity here. Let's take a look at our severe weather tracker. Yeah, it's showing up to 3-inch hail now, possible this, Chris, right along Highway 82, just east of the Crosby County line in Dickens County. But if you missed it earlier, we're talking about winds kind of out of the southeast, how they're hitting the Cap Rock here. This area here separates the higher elevations from the lower elevations, and when that wind hits the Cap Rock, causes it to rise up. And when it rises up, what it does is it accelerates the speed at which these the air is already rising, and it allows for these storms to really rapidly intensify, rapidly develop. And you can see that occurring right along the Cap Rock area as that activity is moving through this afternoon and evening. So really cool. And that's why local geography is so important when it comes to tracking severe weather and knowing how these storms are going to behave given the atmospheric conditions in relation and in comparison with the local geography across an area too. So,
Still watching our line there along and north of Interstate 40 taking shape.
yeah. So all of that to say, still on my soapbox a little here, there are a lot of streamers nowadays, right? That'll have these storm chasers that can go out and everything like that, and that's really good. Their streams are very useful to showing you what's actually happening, but when it comes to tracking these severe storms like this, that's where your local meteorologists like Leah, myself, Chris, all play a very pivotal and very important role because we know how these local things work into what's going to happen and what is happening. So we have some chasers of our own that at time to time we're able to get and show you guys their footage. That's not always the case, but when it comes to tracking these storms, I would like to say that we do a better job of being able to know the local geography, how that plays in and everything. That's not me dogging on any streamer in specific, of course, because they have a very important role that they play with the reports and then the chasers and everything like that. But whenever it comes to tracking, people who have been in the communities for a long time, we shop at the same grocery stores that you do. You know, if we have kids, our kids are going to the same schools that your kids are going to. We're a member of the community, so we take it very seriously, and it's very important to us to track these things out. And knowing these local features, things like that, really helps relate that more to all of you who live in these areas, because you know, when we do that, it helps you relate to that more, I think. So. But White River Lake, you've got a good little hail core moving towards you, right over Calgary right now.
Still got that storm over Post, not severe.
It looks like it's now starting to push east of downtown center.
Got some severe storms down in the Permian Basin. We got some severe storms to the southwest of Odessa. Those will probably stay down on that I-20 corridor and south there. Keep an eye on them, though. You never know. They could try to creep up in this direction.
Well, thanks for the pictures, Elena. I can definitely see that. You got a good little mesocyclone there on the bottom. Some good rain shaft moving in, too. That's from Elena, who's in the chat. You kind of see it right there through her trees. There's trees in Dickens County. What? They probably got tripled on what we do in Lubbock. Again, yeah, still watching this activity in the Panhandle, getting its act together as well. Clovis, right now, nothing for you. You did get added to our severe thunderstorm watch through 10 p.m. Mountain Time tonight, but no active threats there, Cassandra. Glenn, we could see this activity from the Panhandle and eastern New Mexico make its way into the Lubbock area later on tonight, so we'll be watching that very closely. Yeah, Lucy's is the new gas station. Ponderosa's is the barbecue place. And we could talk about food just as much as we could talk about severe weather here. I like to eat.
All right, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be coming for the Motley Cottle County storm. 70 mile per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball sized hail.
Okay, so that's exactly the same as what this Dickens County storm is warned for. So Paducah, you're going to be included in this. Matador, I don't know if you will or not, but this storm is moving like due southeast. So heads up from Guthrie over to Benjamin. So Knox County, not technically in our viewing area, but will be included in that. We'll see if they'll be included in that because that gets into the National Weather Service office out of Norman's jurisdiction. So probably not just yet, but maybe with the next warning after. Right now, we'll see that move in. But Paducah, you've got a pretty good hail core that's peeking up over town right now too. Just northwest of town, right there.
Waiting on that to come across. Not quite yet. I think there's still.
Yeah. You said how strong?
They're going
wind
to
and
warn
hail?
for ping pong ball size hail and wind gusts of 70.
Okay. Is that it?
That's Albuquerque. Some severe warnings up in northeastern New Mexico.
On the Union County line with Colfax County.
It's going to be interesting. This Dickens County storm and that one to the north, they're
Could collide.
They're going to collide. Is it going to be over Guthrie, Benjamin, in between?
Somewhere out there. That's what we were looking at, though.
Yeah.
That wind potential is really going to pick up when it does. And these areas are in that moderate risk today, too. So this is kind of where the highest risk does exist for today's event. Golf ball to ping pong ball size sail reported at the intersection of Highway 62 and 1440 east of Seavey. And that's going to be out here in, Cottle County. So that's 1.75 inches. And that's that big hill car I was just talking about. That radar was estimating up to 2 inches, too. So that's right there heading into Paducah. So heads up Paducah. You have very large hail and some very strong wind gusts heading into town. Up to 70 miles per hour. Get this. This is very high up too, by about 7,200 feet above the ground. So it's not getting a good sampling there at the ground. But
Weather Service is noting we're getting a little bit of rotation starting to go there in our Dickens County storm.
are we? It's got the Flying Eagle. You can see a little bit over there south of Highway 82. But yeah, that hail core is going to move right into Dickens. Yeah, there's that new warning.
Okay, this is Northern King and Cottle County moving southeast at 40.
There we go.
And well, actually, they went golf ball size.
Yeah, because they just had a confirmed golf ball.
Yeah.
I'm going to extend all the way back here. Southeast at 40, you said?
Yes, sir.
There we go. So Guthrie, that brings it into your neck of the woods. There at... Where'd you go? Where's Guthrie? At 7:11 p.m. And it's already 6:21. I was like, it's not going to be that late. I didn't realize how late it was. And see what models we're showing? None of this should have even been happening in this area right now. So that's one of those models you can't ever take them as 100%. White River Lake, you don't have technically severe warning right now, but a very strong storm is headed your way. And since that one's not destructive, don't put it on the news page, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't do the Dickens one either.
Okay. This goes through 7 p.m. What was the movement on, did you say?
It was southeast at 40.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry. Yeah, southeast
Okay. And golf ball size sail on 70.
and 70.
Thank you very much. Heads up, Dickens, you need to be ready to go to your safe place soon. This low-level rotation is increasing. And Zenaida, can you hear me in the booth? So, okay, we'll be on standby. I'm not saying we need to cut in right now, but we need to be on standby for cutting in for a tornado warning, possibly in Dickens County. Just a heads up. Thank you. So Dickens County, wouldn't hurt to, especially Dickens down to Spur, to be ready to head to your safe place if we tell you to get there soon. We are seeing some increasing low-level rotation in that area. We'll take a look at it really quickly. Did they issue a new warning behind? Or they just dropped it down to 6:45? Yeah, that one's to 7. Okay. Dickens, let's look. Yeah, we can see some right here. There we go.
So I'm looking at
Sneaky little thing popping in right there.
So I'm looking at the, of course, Jacob's mentioned this before, the what we call the HRRR forecast model updates every hour. I'm looking at the latest update, which is coming in. It's not all the way in, but it's in enough data that I'm looking at. It's got our huge complex in the Panhandle, basically charging southeast down to the rolling plains, but it notes on this new updated model, it's taking our activity in eastern New Mexico, forming it into a line, and it has it right on top of Lubbock at 10 o'clock tonight.
Man, that's a big helicity track on that thing too.
Yeah.
Which helicity is basically like storm energy for our area.
And it still has activity developing behind it.
Potentially even in Lubbock at what time is that?
That's 9Z.
So like through 4 a.m.?
That's during my shift.
Goodness. You said it, that's your shift.
That's my shift.
That's your shift to deal with.
Hey, I slept all weekend. I even took
That's
another. I got up early this morning, ran some errands, came home, took like another 3-4 hour nap. So
Chris was like, I'm going to sleep through the
I am.
severe weather potential. Okay, I'm going to run up front really, really quick. I will be right back. I got some new Bluetooth microphones. They just came in. My wife is kind enough to bring them up here, so I'm going to go get those from her and see if we can get those to work while we're on the wall, so that way on our live stream, people can still hear us there too. So I'll let y'all take over for. Leah brought a rain jacket. It's going to rain.
Oh.
She's ready.
Yeah, sure. We'll put it that way.
And while we're on that, the storm that is over White River Lake, we are going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for that coming up here. In fact, that's going to be for Kent, Crosby, Dickens, and Garza County, and this is going to be for ping pong ball size hail and wind gusts up to. Oops, closed my window by accident there. 70 mile per hour wind gusts, ping pong ball size hail. Severe thunderstorm located over Calgary or 5 miles south of White River Lake, moving east at 25 miles per hour here. So you see that new polygon that just popped up. Let me reach over here and get on Jacob's computer and stop the loop there. But yeah, there you go. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me come in a little bit closer here.
And Chris, they're saying that for that storm west of Dickens, they're going to add a tornado possible with that. There's a spotter out there observing a wall cloud.
Okay. So we will definitely take note of that, and Jacob will be back here in just a second. So we'll get Jacob updated here. Weather Service is adding a tornado possible tag to our Dickens County storm.
Okay.
We have also got a new severe thunderstorm warning there for the storm south of White River Lake.
All right, so there's 2 new warnings. What are the parameters on that White River Lake one?
Ping pong ball and 70 mile per hour wind gusts.
Okay. So So ping pong ball is 1.5 inches in diameter.
And it was moving east at 25.
Okay. Let's see if these work. I'll get to that right after I get this morning read. Okay. So again, Dickens, go ahead. Honestly, wouldn't be a bad idea to be in your safe place now. The worst part is over you in Dickens. The rotating portion of that storm is still going to be to your west. So if there was to be a tornado that does develop, you wouldn't even see it by the time it got to you.
Zoom back in. Here's
East at 25 on this one.
zoom in.
East,
so
southeast.
we can get White River Lake here on the radar. Actually, let me move that over there temporarily.
All right, there we go.
Leah, if you see something while we're over here typing, let us know.
That one was for northern, eastern New Mexico.
Nothing yet.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to redo this out, this track on this storm because it's moving more
It's more east.
east. Yeah. I think they're anticipating it to eventually turn more southeast, but I'm gonna track it east right now. It's 25. Yeah.
Starting to look like it's all congealing together.
Yeah,
there.
and that's where that big
Yeah.
line of wind.
Dime-sized hail is now falling in Dickens.
Okay. Elena, if you're still on the YouTube live feed, let us know what you're seeing.
Also, just heads up down to the south and west there. Storm has cleared post, but going out toward the airport and post out on 380 there to the west and north of Lake Allen Henry, north of Justisburg, that storm is starting to pulse up a little bit over there. It's starting to see some pinks and purples showing up, which means we'll probably see some hail increasing in that storm as it moves off there. It's like it's moving like due east. Brother Jacob said the warning just went off and it said Calgary.
This one's 60 or 70 mile an hour, I guess.
Yeah. Angel is quiet in Lubbock right now, but I was mentioning earlier we're looking at the high resolution model we look at updates every hour. The latest update was showing maybe some storms in Lubbock by 10 o'clock tonight.
That's the first time it's shown that particular line
Yeah.
moving in.
Yeah, the previous ones, like Jacob mentioned earlier, the storms that we're covering right now, it wasn't showing those earlier either.
It's kind of all over the place
Yeah.
today.
Elena, we're not on the TV side right now streaming, but if you have a Roku TV or a Roku device,
Even with Apple or Amazon now,
Yeah.
too, we're up there
yeah,
as well.
search for EL and spell out the word plus, EL plus. That's actually our new app,
Streaming service.
streaming service app that we've added here, in the last 2 weeks, and we are streaming on
Yeah.
there.
So you can search if you have a Roku device, if you have a Amazon Fire Stick, Apple TV, YouTube. You can search EL Plus. You have to spell out so ELPLUS, and our new streaming service will pop up. We're actually live in there right now, but because we don't have any tornado warnings, we haven't cut into a program. We've got I don't know what's on. I think off just wrapped up.
I think we're in CBS Evening News.
Well, it's 6:30 now, so I don't know what it is. But
I think we're in CBS Evening News. Well, no.
No,
This
'cause that's
is,
from 5:30
I'm sorry.
though.
I'm sorry. This is 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes.
is it 60 minutes?
It's
Okay.
CBS News, but it's 60 Minutes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Kind of glad we actually have that now, EL Plus streaming service, because that means I need to tell my mom, because she has a Roku TV, she can watch me doing the
Yeah.
weather in the
There you
morning.
go.
I want to show how this is in Paducah right now.
Oh, good little dust foot getting kicked up there with that, huh?
Yeah.
Or their location says Knox, Texas.
Okay, so they're just over the line there in Knox County.
Mm-hmm.
And that's this. You can see kind of the outflow getting picked up out ahead of it. But yeah, that storm's racing through Paducah right now.
It's like that may be going up 83 there from Guthrie.
We don't have permission to show the streaming here for the Chaser, so we're not going to show. You're good, Leah. It's not
Okay.
showing up.
Cool.
So we're not going to show you guys, but that's what we're kind of keeping an eye on too. Look at that. We got the whole team in the shot today. What up?
Where have you been? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, I wasn't in Kansas, Chris.
Hey, that was a shot at me. I laughed at it. Didn't realize it until after the fact. All right.
She wasn't in Kansas. She was in South Texas.
Sorry, my friends
but-
just had to get married. I was about as far away as you were. Yeah.
Lubbock's not out of the danger yet.
No, again, we're still kind of at the early stages of this event. I'd say we're 33% of the way through the event. There you go. Y'all like percentages so much.
Yeah, go if you're on the Roku. I believe you got to go to the search for the app download, and it's EL and then spell out the word plus.
Yeah, EL space plus.
Yeah.
ELPLUS.
That's interesting. Because all the other apps, like you put in a plus sign.
Yeah, we're working
Yeah.
on getting it. Somehow, whenever the app was created, it was put in improperly, so that's how it has to be searched. And it's there because we have to go through the apps. We have to go through Roku. We have to go through the app or Apple. We've got to go through Amazon to get it changed. So that's why it's as ridiculous as it is now. So. Oh my goodness, get off.
So basically, you got to jump through the hoops to get
Yeah.
anything.
We promise we're worth it, though.
Yeah.
It's another way to watch us live. And hello to all of you who are watching us in the EL Plus app. We are excited that you've downloaded and continue to support your First Warning Weather Team that way. And also, a big thank you to all of our sponsors that we have here with Everything Lubbock Weather. We've got Hub City Body Shop. We've got From Rats to Rods. We have Hartman Roofing that's on board with us as well.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure I don't leave anybody off. But yeah, lots of people that help make sure everything gets to happen here.
I've just had a brain freeze. Cottle County, I was about to say Paducah County, but Cottle County storm now going into northern King County up to now baseball size hail. So the hail size has increased once again.
And that was the northern.
Or I'm sorry, tennis ball size hail.
Yeah, you can see it, that big hail core popping up there.
Well, they had baseball, but they corrected it here.
Did they?
Tennis ball, yes.
Okay. We're gonna try this out and see what it does. Hopefully this will be good. Goodness. So that's in the weather section. We should be in the live part that's running at the top. So I'm going to see.
Got Jacob in the chat was mentioning that. So make sure you're looking at the live at the top. All right, a 77-mile-per-hour wind gust at the West Texas Mezzanine site southwest of Paducah.
Goodness gracious. What was that one again?
77.
And where was that one at?
The Paducah Mezzanine, southwest.
Okay. Better get that one posted. I'm going to post that to the weather page too. I'm trying to get this Bluetooth mic set up.
Oh, I think what he's saying is they're not seeing the live camera.
Oh, correct. Yeah, no, we're not. Our live cameras.
The access to be able to do that.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. For the other,
It's just the full screen and then us speaking over it.
yeah. So Jacob in the chat that's asking, yeah, you're only going to see the radar again. The way it's set up, you're going to hear us talking. You're going to see us on the radar. If Jacob walks over and gets on the weather wall, you'll see him on there. But the live camera, you're not going to see that back here. So unless you go to YouTube and are watching the there. And we note our two storms in Dickens County have merged.
Yes.
They're
Big time heavy rain going over Dickens.
Spurs getting poured on right now, and Dickens too.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned there.
And I know maybe like 6 minutes ago we talked about, or around 6 to 4 minutes ago we talked about Paducah having that 77-mile-per-hour wind gust. Right now they're still at a 66 mile per hour as of recently. Wind gust.
Their most recent is 66.
Yes.
Just heads up for our friend, Jacob, it was Heather, correct?
There we go. Okay. I've got this new Bluetooth mic.
Curious, you're gonna get feedback.
I don't know. I'm gonna try it and see real quick. Hello? Mic check 1 2 3. Sorry, y'all bear with us real quick. Hello, mic check 1 2 3 4 5. It works. Perfect. Yes, it does. Okay. Awesome. So now I've got a Bluetooth mic, so that way whenever we go to the wall, y'all can still hear me on the live stream too. Hold on. There we go. That's better. Sorry for a bit of the discombobulation there for a little bit, trying to get all that situation that figured out. So that way, y'all can hear me when I go to the green screen still. Now we've had some audio issues out of all of that, so that's good. New warning there in Garza County for Lake Allen Henry. It's so much easier to do coverage when it's all three of us and not just one or two.
I know.
Chris is like that. You're telling me, man.
You know what? Thinking about it, let's pull our camera up now.
Lake Allen Henry's moving on. It's going to skirt right along the north side of the lake here. This is going to go through 7:45 p.m. A lot of those dings are coming out from our Midland office down there, Ector County. This is facing back towards Snyder, back to the southwest, so we're not seeing the storm itself. I don't know when that last update came in, though. So this storm here is moving east-southeast at 30.
I'll leave it there.
You know you're good.
Now we're live. The water's moving.
Is it? Okay, good.
Yeah, I think we're just pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's moving east-southeast. Or it's facing southeast, sorry, towards Snyder. I am going to turn this off while we're not on the wall, though. Gotcha. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, so I guess we're going to have to keep both of these on. Okay, just make sure it's working.
Our storm in northern Kent County there, tennis ball size hail wind gusts up to 70 on the latest update. That was moving east at 25, about 6 miles southwest of the Spur area.
I said through 7:45 miles per hour instead of 7:45 p.m. Oh well.
Yeah, I don't have one of the mics on. The new ones, Paul Jacob was testing it out.
Get that fixed in just a second. Trying to get this all situated. Well, I know it's causing audio problems. So y'all hold on just a sec. Did you get this morning out?
Yes. Yeah, all of them.
Okay, perfect. Just making sure. We've got to watch this activity coming in out of the panhandle that will bring us some impacts to the region this evening too. So we're not done. Hello, hello. Check 1, 2. Now talk, Chris.
I check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. I think that's right. Do it one more time, Chris.
I check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Do it one more time, Chris.
I check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, it's still on me. Do it one more time, Chris.
I check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, it's still on me. Do it one more time, Chris. All right, should be good. We'll see.
Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello.
That should be good. Elaine's saying getting a few golf ball size hail and a little bit larger mixed in there in Dickens now. Shallow water, no imminent threats for you right now. One thing I am noticing here on radar is this outflow from these this initial wave of storms is moving back to the west and southwest now. You can see that here. Going pretty quick. Still have some big cores behind this in Motley County, southeast of Northfield, headed towards Paducah as well.
I had a tornado possible mentioned for our northern Kent County storm.
Not surprised there.
But the Weather Service knows they haven't seen any recent reports that there's a wall cloud that storm.
Okay. We had lots of tree damage in Paducah. Look at this. See that?
North there.
Okay.
I think there.
That's why it didn't work. Okay.
All right, now we've got them both. Yeah. You said there was a new warning, Chris?
Yeah, it's for the storm that's to the north and east of Matador.
Okay. Yeah, I just saw that, but I think I was just talking about that one.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I'll get the specs for you on it. It was 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and ping pong ball size hail.
You said 70 in ping pong?
Yeah. Moving southeast at 35.
So Paducah, you've already been hit once. This one's coming in right behind it. So new warning again, this one is for ping pong ball size hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts headed right towards Paducah. Paducah, you did have some damage done while ago. And now this is moving back into your area. I've seen pictures of confirmed trees down there in Paducah. Goodness.
All right. So real quick, for y'all that are tuned in, let us know how the audio sounds really quickly on YouTube. Sorry for the headache that this is causing. Trying to get it all figured out. Oh my goodness.
It is being spammed right now. Jeez.
A lot of hell reports coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Sorry, I had director in my ear. Zenaida was asking us a question.
This is what you were talking about earlier, Chris? You're seeing that? Or is this new to you?
Is that 22Z?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at earlier.
This National Weather Service chat's going bonkers. Okay, the storm there down near Lake Allen Henry, that's now east of Lake Allen Henry, they're bringing the hail size down to quarter size on that one. It's showing some general weakening trend, so that is a good thing there. Storm in northwest Kent County is on track to impact the town of Jayton on its current track. So heads up, Jayton. Dickens, your severe threat has moved east now for the time being. Watching Paducah, another strong storm moving in from your north and west right now. One southeast near Chalk, another one popping up near Delwyn, headed towards Dumont, Finney, the Grove area, Guthrie. Strong storms headed your way. This is technically out of our area, but Knox and Ford County. This storm capable of some very large hail to baseball and 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts moving in there. Watching a new cell popping up right over Caprock Canyon State Park right now as well. Hold on. Strong outflow gusts are moving east through western Curry and southern Quay counties right now. Estimated wind gusts of 45 to 55 miles per hour are possible here. And this activity could turn severe this evening as it continues to move into the area as well.
I believe that's what our latest run of ARRR may have been picking up too on that, getting into Wally maybe around 10.
And this big line that's been just north and east of Amarillo is kind of just hanging out there now. We're seeing some development. It's propagating southeast, but that is producing some very heavy rainfall just north of I-40. Amarillo, though, this strong storm is approaching you from the northwest, too. Okay, I think I got the audio stuff figured out, folks. Sorry for the headache that was causing there. I had to go in and add the desktop mic that we usually have back in because I accidentally overrode it, and then I had to delete the previous one and re-add it. So, sorry. That between severe thunderstorm warnings and everything else was a lot there for a second. Apologies. New warning coming for Stonewall County. This is the warning will include Jayton, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and tennis ball-sized hail, and the tornado possible tag going to continue on that one as well. So Stonewall County not technically in our television market. There's Stonewall County here, but ooh, that is a good-looking storm.
Just from reference, because I worked in Abilene, Stonewall County's in the Abilene TV market.
There's Stonewall.
Did a couple school talks back in the day in Asperpine. So
New report coming in. That was the previous one. 77-mile-per-hour wind gusts there in Dickens, or I'm sorry, Paducah, not Dickens. So yeah, definitely a good little hook on this one right here. So Jayton, be ready to go to your safe places if you need to. Same for Claremont. Ooh, I don't like that at all. Yeah, heads up Claremont. We could have a tornado warning on this very soon. Is it in the Tonys now?
we are in the Tony Awards on
Okay.
CBS. I'm looking up. I believe I see Cynthia Erivo singing
Mm-hmm.
right now.
Oh, there it is, Jacob. Okay. It popped up on our radar, on our chaser speed. Unless this is somewhere else, but it looked like it was in the area.
Down near Claremont.
Let me see if it.
Go ahead, Chris.
For Heather over in Benjamin, there's a tornado warning now for Knox County out of Norman. I don't think that includes Benjamin. I think it's up
No,
for,
it's just northeast of Benjamin.
I think it's for Truscott up to the north there.
Maybe that
Yeah.
was one that came out. It's really hard to see.
Let me see real quick, will you?
There's a warning for Dickens. Or
No, that's the Benjamin storm.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the one that I'm looking at here.
Okay.
yeah, there we go. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, damage threat, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 2.5-inch hail. That's tennis ball size hails for Dickens, Kent, and Stonewall County.
What? How quick is it moving, Chris?
It is moving east at 60 miles per hour, according to this.
60?
That's, what is that?
Jeez. I think scooting. If they say so. Yeah, that thing's got a good hook on it.
Circulation starting to tighten up on that storm again now, Jacob.
Okay. Not surprised one bit. Kent and Stonewall counties. That goes through 8 p.m. for 70-mile-an-hour winds and what on it?
Tennis ball size hail.
Jeez.
60 on the speed.
That's in Northeast Texas, guys.
Yeah, it's gonna calm my eye there for a second. There's a bunch of storms out of our, well, a lot of them are out of our region, but a lot of severe weather. There's a confirmed tornado warning there between, back over toward Paris, Texas right now. It's kind of
Motley County warning has been canceled. It's just in Cottle County now. Kent and Garza continuing there for 70-mile-an-hour winds and $50 sized hail for this lower end one. Bump that back up to $50 sized.
out of our area down south. Looks like we got a severe storm dropping hail over Midland right now.
Mm-hmm. headed right up I-20 through Stanton, headed to Big Spring area too.
Yep.
So that outflow that's moving north interacts with this activity to our north and east. Looks like is that Martin County? Just
That's
south of
Swanton.
Dawson?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of activity trying to go up there. We'll see. We've got this activity moving in from eastern New Mexico we'll have to watch. Some of this moving down from the Panhandle, so not in the clear just yet, folks. Paducah, we've seen quite a bit of tree damage and stuff coming in there. Cottle County. Not in the clear just yet, Lubbock. Latest radar or latest model data is trending up with the possibility of us having some severe storms move in around 10 o'clock tonight in the Lubbock metro area. Jacob asking you a question, Chris, asking if you had fun with the Rise and Smile questions that they give you in the morning. Are they usually pretty hard or pretty easy? Or
Oh, I have fun with that. I like being challenged. Sometimes they challenge me, but yeah, we have a good time though.
I like the word of the day that you have to use.
Yeah, Brandy and Peyton have their own special little way to torment me in the morning, but they do it in a fun. They do it in a fun way. So.
Hey, if we don't pick on you, we don't like you. So
Yeah.
it's a compliment, right?
Eduardo, I wouldn't say the derecho events or derecho, how you want to pronounce it, either way. And it's not quite a bust yet.
No, this is expected to continue well into the evening and overnight hours in north central Texas. So, again, it hasn't even traveled far enough to be even considered a derecho event yet.
Yeah.
Plainview right now, you're pretty clear. We do have that outflow moving in from the north and east, so expect some gusty northeasterly winds to come in, but we could still see more severe storms overnight. Starting to see this activity trying to connect from Amarillo back to Clovis, so we'll be watching that trend to see what happens there. You can see that there in portions of is that Oldham County? North of Deaf Smith? Yeah, Oldham County down to Deaf Smith County over towards Curry County. Seeing that activity try to fill in.
All right, tornado warning coming.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Yeah, radar indicated possible tornado would pass just west of Jayden on his current track.
All right, Zenaida, can you hear me? We need to get into programming, please, ma'am. Okay, thank you. All right, folks, so we're going to get on air for programming. Chris, I'm going to get you to get that warning out really quick. And then we'll play the severe weather open too, Zenaida. All right, folks, we have our first tornado warning of the day in our viewing area here in Kent County, Texas. All righty, I'm ready when y'all are. Well, good evening, everyone. We are live here over the air on KLBK because we have a brand new tornado warning to show you. We will get back to the Tony Awards here in just a couple of moments. But earlier this evening, just a few moments ago, the National Weather Service office here in Lubbock, Texas, has issued a tornado warning. This is for radar-indicated rotation right over the city of Claremont that is headed off towards the south and east at 35 miles per hour. I've gone ahead and circled that on the screen to give you a better idea of where that is occurring. This is right along U.S. Highway 380, just to the east of Carson County East and Post, headed towards the east and southeast. Now, in addition to this potential tornado, we are also looking at the potential of some tennis ball-sized hail that is ongoing with this activity as well. So again, this is moving off towards the south and east
here in portions of Kent County, heading into Stonewall County. So I'm going to move over to the screen, and Chris, I'm going to get you to hop on over with link system number 1 for me real quickly. And we're going to track this system out together over the air really quickly. But again, this is a live look at where that rotation is great. So we'll go ahead and pull up the wall so we can get over there tonight and talk a little bit more about what we're seeing now.
We did have a brief report of a brief funnel cloud with this storm, too.
Yes, right here with this one, Chris, near Claremont.
Yes.
Okay, so at approximately 7:11 p.m., about 4 minutes ago, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located right here over Claremont. Chris is popping up our wind tracker here. So right here in this general region where those greens and reds are touching is where we have the area of greatest rotation. So let's flip back on over real quickly to our reflectivity mode, Chris, and we'll show you it's kind of jumbled up here in the midst of the heavy rain and everything we're seeing. This is measuring about 7,000 feet higher up in our atmosphere too, so not getting a good scan at the ground. But again, in this general area, we'll go back to the storm relative velocity to show you those rotating winds. Areas in green, looks like just east here, Chris, if you can see where I'm pointing to on the screen, is where we have that area of greatest rotation now, right along U.S. Highway 380 east of Claremont. Yeah, right in there. Now this activity, again, is tracking to the south and east at 60 miles per hour, moving very quickly. So, Jayton, it will miss you to the southwest, but Jayton, you have tennis ball-sized hail that is headed your way. So real quickly, let's go to our debris detector mode, Chris, and take a look at what this activity is showing in that area. And thankfully, we're not seeing any big-time concerns of any kind of debris or anything like that being picked up. But again, we did have some reports from the National Weather Service that we did have a funnel being reported with this as it's continuing to track to the south and east. So still a pretty good rotation couplet there. Let's go ahead and zoom back out on this activity, and then we'll track that off to the south and east. Keep zooming out just a little bit more, Chris, because it's moving so quickly. We're going to need enough space to draw this out. But let's track it off to the south and east at about 60 miles per hour real quick from where that area of greatest rotation is at. And that will bring it into southwestern portions of Stonewall County, thankfully over mainly rural areas, but this will pass south of Jayton. Jayton, big time hail potential for you, up to, again, tennis ball-sized hail is going to be possible with this storm. So we'll come back for another update on this particular storm in just a second. Let's go ahead and clear this off really quickly, Chris, and we'll look at this southwest of Claremont right here. This is another severe thunderstorm warning. It's capable up to 70 mile per hour wind gusts and some $half sized hail, which is about 1.25 inches in diameter. This is moving north of Cogdell back to the south and east as well. So let's scoot this radar a little further back to the north. We'll look at some of the other activity that we've got going on back to our north and east. Heads up here in portions of King County. Strong storms moving through the northeastern side of the county. Paducah, you've got another big downpour, another strong storm moving in now. They just had some wind damage in Paducah from that main event that moved through earlier that's prompted a tornado warning in Knox County, but they had confirmed wind gusts of 77 miles per hour there. Notice near Matador, we have some shower and thunderstorm activity going on right now. None of that is of severe caliber, but again, that's what we'll be tracking there. And real quickly, let's go back down to Kent County one more time, Chris. We'll give you another update here. Let's go back over to those rotating winds. We'll take a look at that velocity product. Zoom back in just a little bit closer here to the east side of Claremont. Still some broad rotation going on just northeast of Claremont, right along Highway 380. Jayton, again, that tornado threat not high for you, but the hail and high wind potential is pretty big there. So we'll keep a close eye on that for you. We'll continue to track these trends. We're going to toss you back into programming, check in with our folks at the National Weather Service office here in Lubbock, see what they're seeing, and we'll be back on with another update here in just a couple of more minutes.
All right, folks, we have this area here, now just northeast of Claremont. Hold on. It's giving us a pretty good sign, but that's a little bit displaced. It's updated 717. So yeah, it is a little displaced. Could be that hill core just east of town that's picking up on.
The other problem we're having too, this is out on the edge of the,
Yeah.
it's between the Dyess Air Force Base, the Lubbock, and
So-
the Frederick, Oklahoma radar sites.
5,500 feet above the ground.
Yeah.
So very high up. This is moving on to the south and east at 60. It's about 12 miles there from getting close to Harmony, Double Mountain, Peacock area. This will pass south of Jayton, but again, that hail core, the biggest hail concern is going to pass right over the top of Jayton. So we have a product here with Barron called our Barron Tornado Index, and it's at a 3. Typically, whenever we see that 3 or higher, that's where we have pretty strong rotation that is occurring with the storm. We're seeing that here on our storm relative velocity as well. Turn these back off. I have our tornado debris signature on, so if it starts to pick something up, in terms of debris, it will pop up a little gray spinning circle here. So again, Claremont still being your safe place. Same story there in Jayton with this activity.
Those are just storm reports from previous storms.
Again, all we had was a brief funnel reported with this storm. We don't have any reports of this on the ground. So we are watching it very closely here. Aside from that, we do have the warning that still in effect for Cottle and King counties. That is beginning to weaken, but look here in northern portions of the area and portions of Briscoe and Hall counties, seeing some more of those storms developing in that general area. It appears we've got this outflow that's kind of pushing in, accelerating that line. So we'll be watching this area for maybe some more activity over the next 1 to 2 hours. Also going to be watching this area to see what all of this activity does. And even this area. So we're not out of the woods just yet, folks. Okay, no new updates from the National Weather Service. That's kind of why we're quiet, trying to check and see if they're saying anything new or not. But again, not seeing anything from them. There's like 500 there. Goodness gracious. Some more storm reports. We have 2-inch hail coming in from Claremont. 6 miles north of Claremont area. There's a new mesoscale discussion that just came out too, Chris, if you want to check that out for me.
A significant severe wind risk is increasing with emerging supercells. A VOECO may develop and produce a derecho, it can be pronounced either way, with peak gusts 80 to 100 mile per hour range possible.
And where is that? Is that, I'm assuming it's this activity here.
Yeah. Multiple supercells were reporting large hail across southeastern Texas Panhandle are beginning to merge. Multiple West Texas mesonet stations have reported peak wind gusts in the 60 to 75 mile per hour range. This trend should continue to increase if these storms successfully morph into a bow echo over the next couple of hours, while supercells have been occurring downstream of the southeast Texas Panhandle area, it does not appear that the large-scale tropospheric overturning has occurred. As such, a very unstable warm sector precedes the upscale growing storms with 3,000 to 5,000 joules per kilogram. That's storm energy, folks.
Right.
And 50 knot shear, also known. I'm sorry, that was the Fort Worth sounding here. Assuming the bow echo develops and ensues in the next couple hours, a strong cold pool should encourage intense rear inflow jet development.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
60 plus wind gusts continuing being a possibility.
So what that's going to mean is, for generally speaking, these areas here over the next couple of hours are going to have a very high wind potential.
Yeah.
Abilene, back towards Breckenridge, Graham, Mineral Wells, Stephenville, moving into the DFW Metroplex area. That's where that potential derecho is starting to take shape right now. And we're still keeping a close eye on this activity in the Panhandle as it's redeveloping, pushing off towards the south and east. This in Briscoe and Hall counties is really getting its act together, especially in Hall County. Near Memphis, Leslie area. Be watching that closely too.
So we've got a storm capable of producing a tornado in the Claremont area.
Yeah, and the recent update from the National Weather Service just came in, and it says it looks like the rear flank downdraft is surging ahead of that, which kind of aligns very well with the mesoscale discussion that you just talked about, Chris, with this becoming more of a high damaging wind event with that surging forward. That's exactly what we saw earlier up in Motley, Hall, Briscoe counties. Whenever that surge happened and we saw that become a damaging wind event, that's what's moving near Benjamin and Knox County now. So again, that's what we're seeing with this activity.
Yeah, and to the south and east out of our area, you notice the Weather Service in San Angelo has issued severe thunderstorm warnings there for Jones and Haskell
And Fisher.
and Fisher County. They're getting ready for it to move into their county warning area.
So heads up northeastern Scurry. This is going to impact this extreme northeastern corner of Scurry near HUD. Let's say northeast of Snyder.
Speaking of Snyder, there in Lake J.B. Thomas, let's keep an eye on that
Yeah.
storm back down towards
Near Stanton.
Stanton. Yeah, because there's a warning now, including Big Spring. Like you said earlier, the I-20 corridor.
Yeah, right up 20. It's starting to propagate more to the north. It's riding this, so I don't know if you can see here, there's an outflow boundary right here. That's progressing back to the north and east. And that leading left edge of the storm, here, you can, if you watch it, you'll notice it's kind of propagating back to the north and west some as it moves. So
We just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Scurry. It's that very little north.
that's Midland kicking in. Midland joined the chat. We'll get a lot of little corner warnings like this, won't we, Chris, along this northern area. Leah, you've probably seen a few of them like that. Those little slivers like we've got here in Scurry County.
Oh yeah.
Teeny tiny one. I know we had some with Lamesa near the Welch whenever you and I were tracking that tornado warning a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
That did produce that EF1. And on the one on the northwest side of Lamesa, one on the southeast side of Lamesa, 2 EF1 tornadoes.
And that happens a lot when you're on these edges of county warning areas between these weather offices.
Most definitely.
And that was for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts up there in that very northeastern corner.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see something coming out for portions of Hall County soon, severe warning wise. A flash flood warning is coming out very soon. There. Southwest of Spur, they had tennis ball sized hail found there in Dickens County with that storm that moved through. That's heading into Jayton now. There's our derecho trying to set up. Another band behind it. As you can see, those are damaging wind events coming in. 74 mile per hour there in Truscott. 72 in Hackberry. We had 77 in Paducah. That same storm here did 64 in Northfield. A funnel cloud there near Claremont.
Just heads up in Lubbock, we've got an outflow boundary moving in from the north and east, so we're probably going to get
Yep.
a little burst of wind and some blowing dust.
That's being accelerated by that rain-cooled
Yeah.
outflow. Lee, do you have the West Texas Mesonet side pulled up down there?
I do.
What do the temps look like to the northeast of Lubbock where this outflow is moving in?
Let's see. In Rolls, it's 83. White River Lake 80, but McAdoo is at 72 degrees.
Okay, what does it look like in like Idalou, Lorenzo, and Lubbock County area?
75 in Floydada, 84 out in Abernathy.
Okay.
Just a little housekeeping note for us and those that are meteorologically inclined. The Weather Service in Albuquerque noting the Cannon Air Force Base radar is down.
Oh goodness.
Went down as a 6:15 Mountain Time. Technicians have been informed, but it may be until tomorrow morning during quiet weather before they can
Jeez.
get things up. So we're down a radar site there for now.
If I took a lightning hit.
Pretty good at that.
Let's see, because it is right. Yeah, they had a storm move overhead.
Yeah.
Then it went out and probably took a lightning strike. Cool.
I don't know if I answered your question, Jacob, but the rest of the temps in Lubbock County are still within the 90s.
Okay, so we still have a lot of warm, moist air to work with here. Still a lot of moisture over eastern areas, just not as hot. So.
Mentioned earlier, Lubbock's official high so far was 98 today.
Whew. And all this activity in the Panhandle now has fallen below severe limits near Amarillo, so that's good news. Still very heavy rain falling though. Heads up northeast of Dickens, you've got some more little storms that are popping up behind this main line moving in. Hall County is pretty good little hail core there. Near Tampico and Settlement Weatherly area. Parnell, that activity's pushing off to the east.
See anything?
What you looking at?
At a chaser that is out near Aspermont.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to look on his feed.
Gotcha.
Maybe watching the funnel cloud, but
There's that flash flood warning for Hall County we were talking about a little bit ago.
Gotcha.
That's until 9:30. Everything starts cleaning at one time.
Alright, so real quickly, everybody. Here's kind of what we have going on right now. So we've got a good chunk of this activity over southeastern areas now. That's posing the greatest severe risk at the moment. Watching this activity, moving behind an outflow boundary over the northeastern South Plains, that's going to continue to grow south. Areas along and east of the Interstate 27 corridor, Highway 87 corridor, as this boundary continues to progress to the south tonight, I do expect additional development to pop up here. I think it will be kind of pulses of severe, sub-severe activity. And then as we kind of see this little short wave over here, push to the east, and that interacts with this activity, we will see more development. But that boundary, once it gets kind of in this general area, let's clear it off, kind of in this general area. It looks like we could see some additional development along this boundary through the overnight hours that will mainly be below severe limits, but can't rule out maybe some gusty winds, some infrequent large hail events in that. So that's kind of how things are looking for this evening. I think we're not done with severe weather yet, but the most significant now is pushing out of our east with those high wind gusts and large hail and tornado potential. But the remainder of the activity this evening will still pose those risks for us as well.
They are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Hall County. It's going to be a standard warning, or a base warning.
So 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. You're saying are the initial threats.
Maybe trying to spin up there a little bit north of Turkey.
Maybe some wind rotation there. Yeah. Is that the warning?
Yeah. It's going to be parts of Childress, Motley, Cottle, and Hall County. Severe thunderstorm 11 miles northeast of Turkey, moving east at 35.
Go. Take a right picture. There we go. Okay. What was the parameters of that one again? Just base?
It was a base warning.
Okay. Get this one up. Right, so there is that warning. Getting a good little pulse up maybe, and the hail pour on it there. You see that outflow kicking southwest and that development continuing to build along it here from Amarillo back to Silverton. think that activity pulls up in northern Curry County with that as well. Just had a wind gust of 59 miles per hour there at Cannon Air Force Base out of that activity, moving in northern Curry County. 2-inch hail there, reported 7 miles southwest of Dickens earlier this evening.
Just heads up, we will probably get a severe thunderstorm warning there for. I'm looking at it from the Amarillo. It looks more like a decaying.
Where?
That's the Amarillo radar I was looking at. So. Trying to get a good look at it.
I believe it's this.
Okay.
If you'll go back a little bit, it moved through that region, I'm pretty sure. Because that's what I was watching. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
But in Lubbock right now, if you're outside Lubbock and look to the northeast, we're going to pull up our camera. Might be able to see some dust. Maybe a little bit on the horizon. You can definitely see those towering cumulonimbus clouds. The Kent County storm going up to baseball-sized hail. It's about to move out of the county. But southern side, yeah, right there. Big time. That's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now that's been issued there. Southwest of Harmony. It's going to be moving close to Harmony, Doris, Red Bluff Crossing, back towards the Rotan area. Here in Fisher County.
If you know somebody down there.
It's a Roby Anson.
Yeah, if you know somebody down there, Roby, Rotan, let them know.
Mm-hmm.
Also over there in around Hamlin too, there in the Jones County.
So we've got kind of a couple of boundaries moving in through the area now. We've got this initial outflow boundary here that this storm is going on off of, and then the secondary outflow is kind of catching up to it here, and that's allowing some additional development. Then we've got another in this area, so all that activity is going to be moving south with that boundary building back to the west. Could see more additional development back to the west somewhat, and we're starting to see that a little bit here.
Tornado warning will be going out at 7:45. Tornado threat is diminished.
Okay.
However, large hail and damaging winds remain a concern, and a severe thunderstorm warning is still in place for that area.
So they're moving out of Kent County. And we talked about that a while ago. That's why we really haven't been talking about it much, because that RFD surge picked up. I think the National Weather Service just kind of riding it safe in case something did touch down there, but I don't think it was after we came back off of over the air, I don't think that threat was as credible anymore. That's why I didn't really hit on it as much. They have a confirmed tornado out near Mount Pleasant, Texas earlier. Or west of Mount Pleasant, between Mount Pleasant and Dallas. So over the past 3 hours, we'll loop this through and let you see how everything's kind of looked. But most of that activity's been over northeastern areas, and that's kind of where it's continuing right now. We're seeing some additional development here, so it still looks like you can see that outflow boundary. Watch this region here. Really starts to kick back to the southwest kind of quicker. So as that moves in, we'll have to watch and see if we can see any development. Big hail core popping are continuing to show up here. In Hall County, though, look at that. Heads up down towards Tell, over towards Childress, Cary area.
I will be right back. I'm going to walk down to the newsroom here, put my mic on mute.
It's Highway 286 and 87 there. So Childress, that hail core is going to be very close to you. watching this activity to the south, going right along I-20. Should say just south of our viewing area.
So they just, our National Weather Service has just let us know that they're up in the max hail size out in Hall County at ping pong ball size.
Okay. So Hall County right here, that's what we were just talking about, chilled us up to ping pong ball size, telling how possible there. 60 mile per hour wind gust possibility as well. You know what? I would be fine with just some good old fashioned thunderstorms in Lubbock tonight. Nothing severe. So if we can't have that, I don't want it right now though. Rhonda, wouldn't hurt to go ahead and water if you want to.
So the chaser that I've been watching, Jacob, he's
Mhm.
now out over towards Roten, or
Mhm.
Rotan.
Yeah.
And there's just a lot of dust being kicked up by that storm.
Yeah, it looks like that RFD surge really kind of took over, and we're seeing that just got upgraded, that warning too, to a destructive tag due to how strong those wind speeds are with it. So, not surprised on that. Lubbock, if we're going to see anything, it'll be closer to the 10 o'clock time frame before we start to see that move in. I'm going to show you one of our most recent model run updates. So doing a decent job with activity out there. Notice tries to bring that into Lubbock at 10 p.m. So we're not out of the clear just yet. Again, this is a future look at what radar could look like at 10 o'clock tonight. So we're not free and clear of all the activity just yet, folks. Oh, no, you're fine. I'm getting hungry. Not hungry, but hungry. That's really hungry.
At least you don't get hangry, Jacob.
I usually don't get hangry. If I get hangry, it's bad. Do you get hangry?
Sometimes. I'll admit, sometimes I do get a little hangry.
Everybody does every now and then. You just need a Snickers, right?
Snickers are good, but I don't know. I think I'd go with the Kit Kat over Snickers.
Kit Kats are good. See, I like Milky Ways too. Milky Ways are good. The caramel.
Or a Twix.
Right or left Twix?
I don't
What's
care.
the difference? Yeah.
I don't care.
You're supposed to be very passionate about one, apparently.
Now I step out and now you're talking about candy.
Yes. I had to get me a bite. I was like, I'm starting to get hungry. I said, not hungry. Hungry is extra hungry.
Well, I went to the grocery store at 6 o'clock this morning and bought a bunch of things.
Oh my goodness. That's the time to do it. Nobody's there usually.
I'm an early riser, but I went to bed early last night too, and then got back and then took me another nap.
So have you been asleep or awake more this weekend? If you had to put an hour tally on
I've been more asleep this weekend.
it. Chris is caught up.
You got no sleep deck, Chris.
Yep. Again, so what we were just showing you is kind of the future track models. Just to let you know, we're not necessarily out of the woods just yet with storm potential. loop this forward and show you by 9 o'clock. Could be seeing some of that activity over the northwestern South Plains, that potentially extending into Lubbock by the 10-11 p.m. time frame. Continuing to push southeast. And again, that additional development that we talked about tonight, kind of through tomorrow morning, you can see where those boundaries remain. Could see some additional of that pop up through really sunrise tomorrow. So we'll
Is that
watch it.
the latest, or is that the 18Z?
What's the latest? That is 23.
Okay.
So yeah, for those of you asking about Lubbock, that is at 9:56. That's at 10:04. That's at 10:23. 10:42. 10:54. 11:14. So again, don't take the exact placement, exact timing as the literal truth as to what will occur, but just as a general guide. That 9 to 11 p.m. time frame looks to be best for Lubbock now.
Okay, I think my mic's on.
Say it again.
I think I'm back on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did mute it when I went down the hall there a minute ago.
Do you know if our boss is here?
He is not here.
No? Okay, I didn't think so. I know he was
He-
here earlier.
He abandoned us.
He said, it's my off day. He said, I'm not tracking those storms. Y'all are. Y'all can stay up there.
Well, it's my off day. I'm here covering it.
Mm-hmm, mine too. When duty calls.
By the way, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning down in way south eastern Scurry County. It's Hermley back down toward Colorado City there. It's for that storm that's over in the Big Spring area, basically chugging along I-20
Yeah.
there.
It may, based off its current movement, it may miss Hermley. We'll see.
Yeah.
It's from there in Jeff Smith County, trying to get a little stronger.
We were mentioning earlier.
It's hitting that outflow.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking aloud. Well, he was mentioning earlier, we had that strong storm up in Curry, northern Curry,
Mm-hmm.
up there in that little panhandle of Curry County to the north.
That outflow really picking up speed here in Lubbock County and Hale County.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have a 29-mile-per-hour gust up there in New Deal.
Yeah.
31 in Abernathy.
I believe. Scooting in.
Jacob, I'm glad you got the Plus app, EL Plus, downloaded there, and said he got to meet Brandy Drickers. I'm glad to hear that too.
Yeah.
She's fun. We have fun with her. We like having her in the morning.
Brandy's great.
We took her from Jacob.
Uh-huh.
Well, she still comes in.
My partner in crime on Trends and Friends in the evening. Stole her from me.
You still get her. She's a pro. She does double duty. She works dark and early with us, and in the afternoon with you.
She's got to put up with all of us meteorologists, poor thing.
She does.
I definitely can see some dust getting kicked up behind this outflow moving back in.
I'm gonna go eat something now because I'm getting all shaky.
Okay.
Oh yeah, go get your bite.
I don't blame her. She drove 6 hours straight and came
Mhm.
right in. So. I will probably stay with you here maybe another hour.
No, you're good.
And then I'm going to go and take another nap.
Yeah, you've got to be back in the morning.
I got to be back. I'll be back. Should I bet with him everybody $5 when I come in at 2? The two of them are still here?
We probably will be.
Probably will be. Been doing this a while.
Mm-hmm. You're probably good to go right now if you want to, Chris. Whenever you're ready, I don't want you to overstay and get to where you don't get enough rest for the morning.
Oh, I'll be fine. I bought me some coffee at the store this
There
morning.
you
So got me some more K-Cups, so I'm good. I'm good. I'm ready for the week. Because no telling what we're going to get thrown at us.
How about we don't say we did?
I'm for that.
It'd be nice for me.
I'm all for that.
So that activity in Curry County is moving into Deaf Smith County. It's moving northeast. We'll see what it does as it interacts with this boundary more.
Hi,
So,
McKenna.
We'll see what's going on with this. We still have that one warning over in Hall and Childress counties. That's in northern Motley and in northern Cottle counties too right now.
Come on in, McKenna. Say hi to everybody on Facebook.
Hello, where
We're on YouTube actually, right here.
Or YouTube. That's right, Facebook.
There we are.
Facebook
We'll give you
knocked
a
us
better
off
view.
earlier. So
There you go. Now you can see.
Oh,
There we are.
fun.
So, but yeah, so I will be in tonight doing everything. We'll probably have some
Busy.
severe weather still going on, so we'll do 2 for 2 if we're able to.
242.
Yes.
You got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yep.
Sounds good. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
thank you. I don't know, Jacob.
What?
Jacob's asking you and me our favorite fast food restaurants. I haven't found one I don't like.
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
Hands down. I keep the lights on for them. I spend way too much money at Chick-fil-A.
I guess lately,
I've really gotten into Tropical Smoothie Cafe though. They're good. I like their chicken quesadillas and their smoothies are awesome. Sorry to cut you off.
I guess I've got a tie. I go to Brahms a lot.
Brahms is good.
I got Chick-fil-A a good bit too.
I'm more of a Whataburger guy, but Brahms is pretty good. We actually had lunch there today. Can't beat that spicy ketchup, in my opinion. Now,
Tell you about Whataburger. My mom loves Whataburger, and we do have Whataburgers in Alabama. But she is so excited to go to Whataburger, and then when I go home, when I'm home visiting, and we're out shopping and around, we talk about Mom's like, let's go get some lunch, and I'm like, well, where do you want to go? She goes like, let's go to Whataburger, and I'm like, okay, I get it every day out there where I am. But we don't have one in my little town. We have them.
we take it for granted out
Yeah.
here. We have.
We don't have one in my hometown, but in the bigger towns, out around. So, I'm a good son. I oblige. I let her. We have
What
her
Mama
work.
wants, Mama gets. Right.
Mama gets, and it's good in Alabama too,
Mhm.
even though it's the best here in Texas.
That's true.
Yeah.
Chastity, yeah, here in Lubbock tonight, I think our biggest potential for seeing those storms move in now is that 9 to 11 p.m. time frame. You can see over the past couple of hours how that activity's been moving through and just kind of cycling in terms of development and things like that. So,
Well, I just got another 59 gust at Cannon Air Force Base.
really. Amber saying, how's it looking for Plainview this evening? And Jacob, do you ever not wear a tie? LOL. I wish I never had to wear a tie, to be honest with you. I noticed today, though, I love Paisley ties. My niece's name is Paisley. I love her, too. And I realized why I like them so much. Did you have any clue?
I saw your Facebook.
Did you? They look
Yeah.
like little supercells.
Super.
Does that not look like little supercells with a hook echo on it? It does. So yeah, Paisley ties are my favorite. And now I know why.
So we'll call that your severe tie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But back to Plainview, Amber, we would possibly see some showers and storms there through the evening and overnight hours tonight too. So kind of the same for you around that 9 to 11 p.m. time frame based off of latest model guidance. Assuming you can see that activity. And what's crazy is the forecast timeline that we had for storms based off of model data was this. And these areas that have already had their severe weather this evening has already seen it, and they shouldn't even, based off of this, be seeing it until right now. So yeah, that's why this model data, you just cannot trust it all the time. And that's exactly what we saw out of it today.
Glenn, you're asking for Lubbock, 100 mile per hour plus wind threat, tornado threat. I think for Lubbock, it's more of a wind, probably wind and hail threat by this point here. But
Yeah. But this is kind of what that activity looks like.
But what does the verbiage say? Severe thunderstorms can and may produce tornadoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
All threats are on the table, but the biggest concern for the Lubbock Metro this evening would be the damaging wind, gust, and the large hail potential, for sure.
Asking about driving into Lubbock on Wednesday. I do think we do have a chance of storms Wednesday.
I believe so.
I think. Well, I did look at some of the data this morning. I think we had a storm chance.
We've got storm chances Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, even into Friday.
Yeah.
So the temperatures will gradually increase throughout the week. Tomorrow, data shows us being in the 70s and 80s for highs. So.
All right, up in northeastern Motley County on Northfield, we got a gust of 65 again.
Mm-hmm. So that new activity popping up.
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Curry County. That is going to be...
That storm backing in, back building a little bit.
I think they reissued a warning for the southeastern corner of Kent County.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that warning for Curry County, it also includes Quay County. There's severe thunderstorm 6 miles northeast of Bellevue or 32 miles north of Clovis, moving northeast at 20. So just kind of skirting that northern part of the county there. This man's serious. He's got his forecast sheet over here working on it.
Mm-hmm. I didn't do one Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, mine's the last one here.
Got so busy I didn't have time to. One week away from Father's Day too, hard to believe.
Kind of interesting to note at the moment across Oklahoma, New Mexico, Texas, and Oklahoma, we have no tornado warnings at the moment.
Let's hope it stays that way.
They're all severe thunderstorm warnings. Starting to see some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Back to that mid outflow. Then there's another one up top, north.
I think Leah's back. That's you. What'd you bring us?
Oh, just a burger.
Just a burger.
Not what a burger, just a burger.
Just a burger.
Just a burger.
Hadn't heard of that restaurant.
No, it's just a burger.
Don't mind me.
No, you're good.
I think they've seen us all eat in here pretty much.
Yeah. It's almost bound to happen on Facebook Live.
Yeah.
Yeah. If y'all want us to stay here chugging along, we're gonna have to eat a little bit. I didn't realize it was already as late as it is. None of the guidance really handled this development well. Like, really none of it at all.
Even as they kind of were coming in after things had started popping up.
It's still doing a horrible job.
Yeah.
Makes our job so much easier. That was sarcasm in case you couldn't tell.
day one SPC update, the moderate risk has been cut back a bit.
Good. Lubbock is still in an enhanced risk, though.
Yeah, and Plainview.
Let's show you that update if it's out. May not be in our system. Yep. So they trimmed it back there. You can see the level 4 out of 5 enhanced risk is now over eastern areas. But Lubbock is still in an enhanced, still in the slight risk there for areas in yellow. Still in a marginal risk for areas there in green. So that's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. Watching this back to the north too.
Some power's out on the west side of Childress.
Really? They had that, what, 67 you said, Chris, mile per hour wind gusts there moving it out of Fall County?
I believe so, yes. 60 something.
Flooding definitely a big issue there right now. That training event going on.
And don't forget, we got that flood watch in effect till 4 o'clock in the morning off the Cap Rock.
I don't think I've showed that yet, actually.
Yeah, most of Childress without power we're hearing right now.
It's high winds. But yeah, here's our flood watch through 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Some locally higher totals of 3+ inches likely in this region too.
There's some high winds off to the east. Rotan down in Fisher County, out of our area, 59 mile per hour wind gust. Weinert in northern Haskell County, 66, and then around Monday there in Knox County, 65. So those were the storms earlier that moved through our eastern areas, kind of chugging down toward Abilene and Breckenridge, and those will be moving toward the Metroplex here a little bit later.
And I'm kind of looking at a more sensitive radar over here, but it looks like two outflow boundaries are going to collide over some of our northwestern
Yeah,
counties.
look at northeastern Parmer, just around Freona area. Does it look like something's popping up there?
There's something, but it looks more like if it was a wind farm or something.
Right here,
Yeah.
right south of that severe storm in Depp Smith. Wait, hold on just 1 second.
I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
That one. Yeah, that's Bailey. Yeah, that's Bailey. There's Farmer. I'll be interested to see how that does interact.
Yeah.
Because you can see kind of, it looks like maybe some gravity waves. See how there's like multiple behind that too? I wonder if that, because that could help increase convection in Castro and Farmer. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, dadgummit.
Susan, tomorrow is not a weather aware day. There is a marginal and a slight risk of severe weather, and it's mainly the southwestern portions of the
Like Lee and Gaines counties, Ooh, we got it to 99 today, Chris. At
Oh, it got
5:54.
warmer. Okay.
Hot day in Lubbock today, that's for sure.
I will say the severe weather risk tomorrow. The Storm Prediction Center has the outlooks lined roughly along and to the south and west of US 84. Muleshoe, Littlefield, Lubbock, Post, Lake Allen Henry, Snyder, Levelland, Tahoka, Gale.
Here we go. I'll
and-
pull it up.
Okay, yeah. They're in a marginal 1 out of 5, and then there's your slight risk there from Dora back down to Brownfield and Lamesa. And I'm pretty sure it was not a tornado tomorrow. In fact, I can pull that up.
I don't think there is a tornado risk. It's mainly wind. Wind or hail risk for tomorrow. There you go. Well, it's not June 6th, then it's... Missed the 9. There we go. So that's tomorrow's outlook.
Yeah, the outlook tomorrow is for wind and hail. There's nothing outlined for tornado in our viewing area.
That's good. Yep, there is a Freon now. We've got those cells popping up along those colliding outflow boundaries. Yeah, we're still at 96, 97 degrees through most of the metro. But that outflow is starting to push into northeastern Lubbock County, rather, right now. It's cooling us off quite a bit. I bet you our East Cam's a little dusty. Yeah, look at that. Ugh. Gross.
Oh, we need to reboot that. They'll take care of that.
Just reboot it. That's it.
Yeah, just hit reboot, and it'll say, "Are you sure you want to do it?"
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait just a second. Let me show you. It's this right here.
Okay.
That's not the one I do, but it's all good.
That's the one that Eric showed me to do.
Okay. Well, they showed me the other way, so
I'll do there.
yeah.
It'll come back up in just a second. Hold on, y'all.
Well, now that I know that, I can do it that way too.
Yeah, it's quicker usually.
Yeah. That is quicker.
It's 8:13 already.
Unless something significant happens in the next little 15, 30 minutes, I am going to bow out, go home, take a nap, come back, relieve you guys at 2 o'clock in the morning, and we'll do the morning show.
Yes, sir.
Telling you, we live at this station more than we do at home. I have to build me a flat upstairs. We have some empty offices and upstairs of our building.
You're good tonight, though. Yeah, you see that dust getting kicked up right now. It's just, ugh. Again, we are seeing some development along these colliding outflow boundaries east of Freona, headed towards the Hereford area. That'll be heading into Castro County. Should eventually dip more southeast once it interacts with this line of storms that's starting to slowly build south out of the Panhandle.
Jacob, it was your fault for eating those hot Dusty Cheetah.
Mhm.
Eduardo says.
Ooh. Can't see those gravity waves coming back up this activity to the east too. Barely, but you can see them in there.
Susan, you're asking, did they come out with an EF rating on a tornado north of Snyder? Do you mean Smyre instead of Snyder?
We haven't seen any PNS reports or anything
Yeah.
yet, but
They did go out there Friday. They were out there surveying, but they did know because of the severe weather, it may be delayed a few days. But
I know they had to come back in, so I don't know if they finished the damage survey or not.
yeah.
I know that they said they had a preliminary width on that tornado of a little over half of a mile, though.
Yeah.
It was very large.
Megan, I don't think you are done yet in Matador. There's still storms.
Yeah, you got the storms building to your north right now, Megan.
Yeah.
I think that was Zenaida stepping back in. She stepped out for a quick second. Those of you watching at home, Zenaida is our director. Precious usually is, but she is on maternity leave. She had a baby not too long ago, but they seem to be doing pretty good.
That's good to hear.
Trying to adjust to becoming a new mama. A beautiful little girl.
Did you give her any tips? Because you've got 3, so you're a good papa from the papa point
Well,
of view.
That's kind of you to say. I love my girls.
Yeah.
I love doing the weather, but my favorite title is Dad for sure. My crazy little girls.
Well, let's make sure you're not up here next Sunday for Father's Day.
Oh, I'll be on a talent, so good luck.
Yeah, yeah.
I won't be in the state.
So that's Leah and I.
Good luck,
there.
Leah.
Yeah,
Good luck,
yeah.
Chris. If you need me, too bad. Yeah, I have some family that owns a cabin in the Ozark Mountains in Arkansas. It's on a river. It's really nice, so we're gonna head up there and get to spend some, hopefully, good quality time with them.
Well, I guess all the hard work you've been doing, I guess he can have a break.
I was like, I went to Kansas City, and Mother Nature's like, you're not allowed to leave. Here's this crazy week of weather. So I'm scared. I'm scared to go out again. What could happen when I come back? It never fails. I was saying that yesterday, whenever we try to go anywhere, any of us, it just gets nuts when we leave.
You know, originally when I joined KLBK 14 years ago, I was weekend meteorologist for 3 years, and it seemed like every time I went out of town, there was severe weather.
So
And
it
then-
is you.
And then when I moved to the digital media staff, I'd go out of town, something would happen, and then when I come back to do the morning weather position, it's like I broke the curse. And
Y'all-
now it doesn't do anything. So
Oh, you broke the curse.
I did,
Did you?
and then and then Leah came.
I remember
aboard.
last year, it was like, poor Leah's it was like her second or third week here.
Yeah.
And then I was out of town for a wedding around the 4th of July, and we got hit so hard they had to cancel the fireworks for
Yeah.
4th on Broadway. I remember FaceTiming Leah. I was like, here's the login to do like the Facebook Live, because we didn't have all her stuff even set up yet. I don't even think, you didn't have access to the Facebook page, did you?
No.
Because like, here's my stuff, you can log in and use it. And I was just like, I was like, she's going to quit. We're going to scare her off, she's going to quit. She trooped through it, so.
Well, we just both have been right. I was out of town. I was off that week because I usually take off 4th of July week anyway. So, but yeah,
No, I felt so bad. Didn't scare her off all the way, so that's good.
well, we had to baptize her too. You know what the wedding's
Yeah.
gonna do here.
Yeah.
gusts. Yeah, that outflow boundary is kicking the wind up in Lubbock. The East Lubbock Mesonet side 31. The one on the Tech campus, northwest side of town 23, and the one in southeast Lubbock 29.
Yeah. Looks like we have some activity trying to pop up in Lee County, northern Lee County now. That's with that outflow coming from the west, so we'll have to watch and see what develops out there. Yeah, you can see that big green line moving through Lubbock right now. That's that outflow that Chris just said, kicking up some of the stronger wind gusts around the area. Kicking off some storms in Palmer, Castro County.
We've had a gust of 41 in Morton. That's from our other outflow boundary, the one that's been moving out of New Mexico. 33 up in Muleshoe.
It looks like there's a third outflow boundary. Is that right? 'Cause there's these two in our area.
Yeah.
And then there's another one coming from the Amarillo storms.
Yeah.
All colliding.
I know, it's like, because you can see this kind of development from Lubbock back through like Guthrie along the second. The first one is down way south with the storm east of Snyder now. And then that third one is there at the Panhandle, and then there's a fourth that's pushing it out of eastern New Mexico. So the boundaries collide. Forecasting is always just so difficult, especially with these types of setups like we have today. So does not make it easy. And there'll be people, that's why it must be nice to always be wrong and still get paid. Like we've never heard that joke before. It's a real knee slapper, I'll tell ya. Gets us every time.
Yeah, Jacob can't get enough of it.
No, I definitely cannot. It's literally my most favorite joke ever on the face of the earth. The only place I'd like to hear it more is on the surface of the sun.
Well, that would be easy. It'd be hot.
Yeah, wouldn't hear anything. Because we would evaporate.
I noticed we got a San Angelo Weather Service issue a tornado warning there for Fisher and for parts of Jones County. That's for the storm that's down around Roby.
Yeah, so if you're traveling along I-20 or know someone between Sweetwater and Abilene, that's headed right in that direction.
Yeah, that'd be Merkel and Trenton Merkel, that area there on I-20. Probably going to miss Sweetwater. Actually, it's going to go in between Sweetwater and Abilene. If you're watching us down in Hermley, you're still in that severe thunderstorm warning for that storm down near Colorado City. And looking at this, it looks like it's going to miss you.
Yeah.
I think it's going to ride I-20 towards Sweetwater. Or going out past Colorado City there. You got Roscoe and Lorraine. I couldn't think of the community out there. I should know that. That was
Come on, Chris, you work there.
I was going to say, I worked in Abilene's TV market for 3 years before I moved up here and joined KLBK.
Excuses is all I hear.
And I'm supposed to be, I've always been good at geography, but I'm getting older and now, sometimes it slips my mind.
It's been a bit since you worked there, so.
It has. Worked the same shift. I did mornings there. So.
I go through so much whiteout when I'm doing my forecast sheets.
I'm OCD. If I don't white it out, I just start over and write it.
Oh.
Sometimes I'll have the forecast sheet filled out and I'll look at it and I'm like, I don't like
I've
the way
done that
that looks
before.
here. I'm going to rewrite it.
And then I got to the point I was like, you know what? If it's done, we're doing good.
Well, sometimes the forecast sheet I print out and use, I had created a PDF I can fill in on that one.
Yeah.
So I can,
What does it look like in northern Lamb County right now, Leah? It looks like there's a little green trying to pop up on my end. Still along that boundary. Maybe something a little bit west of Olton. It's like right, north of Olton. Or no, that's not what I'm seeing.
I think I can kind of see what you're saying. It's on that far, like on
Yeah.
very far north.
It's pretty close. Well, we've got a camera at Olton. Let's pull it up. Heads up Paducah. This storm is kind of building along that outflow to the south. You've got some gusty winds moving in, although you're not in that warning just yet.
Starting to hold stuff up there around Dimmitt, back up toward Summerfield up there.
Mm-hmm.
Summerfield up there in that northwestern corner of Castro County is where US 60 kind of cuts through that little corner of the county there. Up to the north. Well, I said earlier we didn't have any tornado warnings. We have that one I mentioned earlier down between the.
When you're Ardmore.
We got one near Ardmore, Oklahoma.
Ooh, I-35 is rough from OKC down to the state line.
Yep.
I'll show you here. It's that derecho of it beginning to take shape. Well, this is what we're looking at here. Is this big? See, kind of filling into Wichita Falls now. This area, it's going to be a big wind event as it pushes southeast this evening.
That's about the line of storms up to the north of the Panhandle, it's not making a direct dive south, it's moving more southeast, but
It's like it's building back south and southwest along that rain-cooled outflow boundary, though.
yeah.
That's what's happening with that.
Right here. Well, folks, I am going to turn it over to Leah here and let her take over for me. I'm going to go home and take a 3 or 4 hour nap and then get up, and I'll come back in and relieve these two at 2 a.m. if stuff's still
We may
going.
still be live, so we might see you
Still
then.
be live, yeah, yeah. So let me take my mic off.
Hopefully, Leah will be able to go home by then. Get some rest after her trip.
You know, funny story. I left here at 10:30 Friday night on that 4 hour sleep. Went home, did laundry. I was like, if I don't do it now, I'll have to get up and do it tomorrow on Saturday. I was like, I'm gonna sleep all day Saturday. So I finally, about
There you go.
12:30, went to bed, and I just crashed. So
You gotta do what you gotta do.
you do.
Got a 43 mile per hour gust in Freona.
Where's that storm move through? Gotcha. Also just received some reports of quarter-sized hail at Caprock Canyon State Park. Those storms keep pulsing up and down, so they're trying to navigate the best way of kind of how to handle that, because they're pulsing up, moving, pulsing down, going away. We're watching the storm in northeastern Castro, northwestern Swisher as well, as it's getting its act together. It's pretty strong there.
We're also getting a good temperature gradient across Lubbock County now. Cooling down just a little bit. 73 in New Deal, but 94 out in Wolford.
What's it in the metro, the Ford there in the metro, northwest loop to the east?
At the East Texas Tech campus, 79.
79. There was like at 96 30
Yeah.
minutes ago. Wow, that alpha is really cooling it off right
And
now.
then at LCU, it's at 86.
86. Okay.
So,
You know, if I want to go home, I might need my car keys.
Yeah, you might not get far. Don't get rid
And
of
my
it
wallet,
either.
and my phone's over here. I mean, there's no money in my wallet, but you know. Alrighty, folks. Y'all have a great night. I will see you in the morning at 6 a.m. on Rise and Smile.
We'll see you then.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Probably
I won't see you
because
then.
I'll probably have 3 cups of coffee wake me back up by then. So.
Be safe, Chris. Thanks for your help, man. There we go. Again, heads up, Paducah. You've got that storm moving in east of you now. Seeing some development there in Lee County, New Mexico.
There's a storm from the Midland area that came all the way up I-20, basically.
Yeah, it's been riding 20 all the way. It's going to go ahead into Sweetwater, catching up with this line and then taking that easterly jog, I think. So yeah, it went literally from Midland, Odessa all the way through.
Mm-hmm. It was just doing the right thing and staying on the highway.
Yeah,
I guess.
take traveling at highway speeds, right?
Yeah. It would definitely be unfortunate if somebody was on the highway and just stayed with that storm the whole time.
They're just not having a good day.
They're like, it's gonna break eventually. Well,
Nope. Think again. Just a quick look at the overall model guidance. It looks like we're done with the most intense severe weather this week after today. If my wife was watching, she's like, thank God. She's basically been single mom this week with all the craziness going on. She's a real rock star, handling 3 kids' bedtime, lunch, breakfast, dinner,
bath time.
all that by herself. Yeah. So. Yeah, we had that wind roll into Lubbock. It's with that outflow boundary that's moved through. We'll watch that as it continues to push west, see if we can see some more storm development along that, and if that development will push east, how that will kind of interact with the overall environment, atmosphere, and everything that we've got going on right now. So.
Hopping over so I can see regular updates real time
Yeah.
with all the town news and everything.
You get to log in on your socials and stuff too for warnings and everything like that, ma'am. Oh, I should have packed my lunch. I don't want to eat 2 more bags of hot Cheetos. Oh, goodness. Oh, my back hurts so bad from sitting in this dadgum chair the past couple of days, too. I'm like, this is awful. Appreciate all of y'all hanging out with us this evening. Sorry I'm being quiet, man. I'm trying to get our forecast done for the show tonight at 10. So, my luck it'll be completely covered with severe weather, but I need to get it done just in case. appreciate all storm reports and everything you're sending in too. Got a lot of moving parts here behind the scenes, so. Castro County, see that storm pulsing up pretty good there, down through Dimmitt. Pushing east, heads up Swisher County back to Tulia. That storm moving in out of the north. Going to see that activity fill in pretty good. Honestly, the Storm Prediction Center did a very good job with their watch, as well as the folks here in NWS Lubbock, because those 4 counties there are not included in the watch. And as we pull that up, they did a really good job with that. Because they're kind of like not seeing anything at all right now. That's just now into Castro County. But it is extending back into very close to Olton, back towards Hale County, too. We do have some stuff popping up in northeastern Lee County, so we'll see what that does. Great placement. Those our partners at the Storm Prediction Center, National Weather Service, they're amazing. They're phenomenal at what they do.
Got a 31-mile-an-hour gust out the South Plains Food Bank.
Southeast side of town? We have a pretty decent shot at some showers and storms again Monday and Tuesday. Then after that, things look to taper off a little bit. There's still some low-end chances here through our Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, even into Saturday. But nothing is widespread or significant as of right now as of what we've had the past couple of days. Very gusty in Olton there. With storms popping up now in town. That outflow's moving in from the northeast there in northeastern Lamb County too. An additional outflow. See if anything pops up near Littlefield.
I saw some lightning. On Fulton. Still just dust out there.
Leveland, that dust is moving into your area too from the northeast. Still seeing this activity slowly propagate south, as we are seeing more development there and throughout portions of Palmer, Castro counties, and northeastern Lee County. Seeing some isolated development in Crosby and Garza counties, mainly just some light rain there. So we'll see what happens. The atmosphere isn't as tapped out on energy into portions of Palmer, Castro, Bagley, Lamb, Cochran, Hockley, Lubbock, Hale, Swisher, Lynn, Terry, Yoakum, Lee Gaines, Dawson, and Borden counties. So we'll see what happens with that activity this evening. I'd be fine if that boundary just kind of hangs out over Lubbock tonight. We just see some waves of showers and storms,
Okay.
non-severe storms roll through. That would be super nice. Really help us get even further ahead for our rainfall totals for the year. Now through Wednesday, it's looking kind of cloudy and cool, and then as we get into the weekends, the upper 80s and 90s will be back. Ooh, we do have some development now west of Littlefield. They're near Looms Chapel, west of Looms Chapel, Oklahoma Flat, Pettit area. Pretty strong little stuff popping up there north of Olton, between Olton and Hart. Like, now that Chris left, it's going crazy. You know who will blame? Chris. Whoever's not here just gets all the blame.
That's how it goes.
Hopefully y'all don't have to put too much blame on me when I leave.
Well, you're gonna be out for over a week, so.
I know. Gotta burn up this comp time now.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have plenty of it.
Comes in useful when you have sick kids that get sick and holidays and everything else, though.
Mm-hmm.
Good little storms popping up in northern Lamb County, down into southern portions of, or northern Hockley, southern Lamb counties. Hopefully they'll hang together and bring some good rain to Lubbock. But just rain, please, just rain. Have some popping up there near the southwest side of Rawls. This is kind of what we've got going on. We've got an area of convective development that's going on here. We have another one that's kind of continuing in this general area here. And now we're watching kind of this general area with this boundary for some more development.
You've just been drawing masterpieces all day, huh?
No, I'm like, call me Picasso. It's very abstract. Look, those are the cards your therapist uses. And tell me, what do you see with this? I see 3 hot dogs. That's what I see.
I see a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a stuff in nightmares.
Oh my gosh, the other night, after Friday night, because Thursday was crazy, Friday was not as crazy, but still pretty active.
Mm-hmm.
I literally, when I closed my eyes, I could see flashing polygons. I was just like, no! Like, stop! Then I could hear the chime in the background that y'all keep hearing too. It's like, get grief.
So on Thursday when that was happening,
Mm-hmm.
I was still watching everything with y'all, and I had called basically with our reporters. We all have a big group chat,
Mm-hmm.
and so I was telling all of them, what's going on and how they need to shelter.
Right.
And then I was also on the phone with Rocky and my neighbor, and right before the storm came in, I had to help them make the split-second decision to go to Rocky's work and go shelter in place over there,
Yeah.
since they actually have a basement and will
Well, that's good.
stock it in the
Yeah. That was intense.
Yeah, it was crazy.
My wife and kiddos came up here because I was like, I can't be at home sheltering with you. I think I've said this on the live already this evening, but I'm like, I can make sure you're safe if you're here with me at work, so please come up here. So they did, and they got to hang out and everything. My kiddos get a little anxious when it comes to severe weather. we've got a plan at home. We know what to do, but I'm sure as many of you do as well. But you get anxious whenever it comes to events and things like that. So.
And especially that storm, because it was moving and then it just stopped.
No, it was pretty crazy.
A storm north of Levelland.
Yeah, I saw that one popping up.
Over Oklahoma Flat and
Near Looms Chapel,
mm-hmm.
not north of Whit Harrell. You got any lightning with it? Not yet.
East of Pep.
Cell northwest of Hart there in Castro County producing quarter-sized hail. Colorado City also got some pretty good-sized hail, up to say ping pong ball size. Or probably it's more like quarter and a half dollar size hail.
Jeez, yeah. And I just stopped there earlier, a few hours ago.
You're not helping your case, ma'am.
That's true.
Let me know if they put a warning out there over Castro County, please.
Okay.
Thursday, oops. It's a mess off over Concho Valley or over the Big Country Rolling Plains area. Man, look at all those tornado warnings. Ardmore, Durant area. There's like 3 right in there. Lots of good heavy rain falling over eastern areas too. There is a damaging wind and very large hail potential, but again, the heavy rain is nice out there. Heads up Plainview. This activity is starting to accelerate towards your location. So heads up there in Plainview. Got some storms rolling in now. Oops, sorry y'all. Oh, I feel like it's gonna be like, Jacob, we're giving you enough time to get your 7-day done, and then it's gonna get crazy. Just let me get my 7-day done, dang it. Dang it.
We're still sitting pretty here.
Yeah. We did have, was it Hart that we had the quarter-sized tail reported?
Yes.
Okay, so right here, southeastern Castro, heads up Crest. That's going to be headed towards Plainview. Bolton, it just skipped over you. Heads up Lubbock. We'll watch this in northern Hockley County that's starting to develop. As it'll move our way. Ross, you've got a little shower to your south. Nothing severe there. But yeah, I think this area is going to be kind of the area where that boundary sets up overnight tonight and brings us multiple rounds of heavy rain. So we'll watch that for sure.
Got a couple of showers starting to grow a little bit closer to Plainview and Hale Center.
good one popping up there near Looms Chapel. That's going to be moving east, and eventually they'll take a bit more of a southeast jog. So we'll watch that one through the Lubbock metro area. They're northern Hockley, between Littlefield and Levelland. Ooh, our record high today is 106. Glad we weren't anywhere close to that. We were 99, so kind of close, but still well far away from a record-setting perspective. That activity really starting to fill in Western Lamb. Heads up Plainview, or Western Hale, Eastern Lamb. That activity is going to start heading your way. The cells really pulsed down. That was over Hart. But as these cells pop up, they're going to get really strong really quick before they kind of tamper or trend down a little bit. So that hail risk is going to be biggest right when they pop up. They're just kind of popping up sporadically along this outflow collision we've got going on. So heads up there, back down through Levelland, really Highway 35 corridor. Could see more of that. What's our day 3?
Amarillo up there, so your thunderstorm watch expire.
Did they? Yeah, most of that's down well to their south now, so they should be good. I think most of our significant severe weather risk is definitely done for the day in our area too. But we see these storms keep pulsing up, so I think we'll see some isolated severe weather still continue. We're really seeing that radar start to fill in, but I think it's going to be more of that locally heavier rain, some gusty winds, and a hail potential. But I think our biggest concern now is probably going to be really with that heavy rainfall potential over northeastern area. So that's good news there. I'm sure no one is complaining about not seeing, well, most everyone is probably not complaining about seeing severe weather today. So. That's a lot of lightning. Down in Abilene, you're under a significant or a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now there. Jones County down into Taylor County, even into Shackelford and Callahan counties. There in Fisher and extreme northeastern Nolan County included in that too. Was that a relevant update for us?
No.
And y'all be sure while you're here too to go ahead and hit. Oh jeez, I think my FB just died. I hate when it does that. Like,
Do you want my battery?
hold on. Jeez, yeah, it's my FB going out. Like shattered my eardrum. If you don't mind, maybe you could put these on the charge.
Yeah. I don't know how you take it out.
You just lift up on the lip, you just push it up like that, and then spin it over.
Okay.
Comes out. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Out southeast of Spade now, headed towards Anton. Got a few lightning strikes going on with that storm there. Father's Day is looking nice and warm next weekend. We have a little bit of some shower and storm activity. Overall, looks decent. Wow, I actually got a 7-day forecast done today. Thanks, Mother Nature. Appreciate that. Heather Garris, yes, I do think they're in Dickens County near Spur and Dickens. You are going to see some more showers and storms tonight. I can't tell you whether or not they'll be severe. We are seeing that activity increase in coverage there, especially in eastern Dickens County right now. Chastity, here in Lubbock, we are seeing storms develop now to our west and northwest. Those will likely track into the metro and Lubbock County over the next hour or so. Luis saying, yeah, the wind is picking up there in Levelland. You've got a little shower popping up right over town, too, as those outflow boundaries kind of collide there over and just east of Levelland. Matador, you've got those clouds moving in. We do have some strong storms to your north. Nothing currently severe warned, though, Megan. Paul, here in Lubbock, it looks like we could see those showers and storms for the next couple of hours here in the Lubbock Metro, and depending on that camera's out. Too. It's been out, stuck on that for a while. But somewhere within this general region here, we are going to see this band kind of set up tonight and just continually redevelop there, which will bring some nice rainfall to portions of the area. So that could mean a couple of rounds of showers and storms on and off overnight tonight for us here in Lubbock. Tonight all the way through tomorrow morning. So we'll watch and see. I wouldn't mind some shower and storm activity. As long as I can go to bed. I would love to sleep through a good storm right now. Sage, awesome. We appreciate you following along with us and glad that our coverage was helpful for y'all staying safe there at the Residence Inn. Yeah, so our overall 4 out of 5 risk today has been trimmed back, and I would say that moderate potential is done for the day now in our area. We'll keep the enhanced and slide around, though, for some occasional severe storms this evening into the early morning hours of our Monday tomorrow. But the overall biggest threat is now has now decreased for our region. I didn't realize we've been on for over 5 hours on our live stream now. It does not seem like it's been that long. Ooh, that's gross. Your Laz buddy. All I can see is a wall of dust and then a storm developing over the top of it. Devin Vaughn just sent me an email with that. So, goodness gracious.
This is a good comparison for hailstones.
Mm-hmm. I saw that earlier.
So Rotman just got some really bad weather just a few minutes ago.
Oh, wow. Those are mobile homes completely leveled out there in Rotan.
So 8:35.
8:35, yeah, it's about 30 minutes ago. That's out in this area where that tornado warning storm moved just southeast of it. Yeah, damaging wind gusts. Yeah, mobile homes leveled from what Leah's showing right now. Completely ripped apart. Goodness gracious. That's what you don't like to see there. Right, posting a radar update. Looks like a big time potential hail core starting to get ready to head into plain view. Our barren button's probably showing up to at least quarter size or so there. Yep. So you get a little storm pop up there just north of White River Lake. Yeah, just northeast of it.
Still no update for us.
Nope. Not seeing any. This activity may miss the Lubbock Metro to the north, too, that's developing. Large hail video from the other day. So overall, I think it's safe to say our most significant severe weather potential has passed for the evening. However, we could still see these pop-up severe storms here and there over the next couple of hours across our area. So definitely need to stay weather aware. I'm not saying just completely write it off just yet. But we could see some severe wind gusts and large hail over the next couple of hours out of this activity that's continuing to redevelop across our area. But again, the main concern has pushed, the biggest concern has pushed out of our area. Now saying the most probable peak wind gusts are from 55 to 70 miles per hour, and hail should only be about quarter to golf ball size, which is 1 to roughly 2 inches in diameter. So that's a great update there, folks. So I'm going to update our text here to indicate that thankfully our overall severe threat has decreased. There is still severe potential, but it's just not as likely to be as significant as what it was earlier. So that's good news there. Go through and give an update here and here. Go. So these are the updated threat levels for the rest of the day today. Thankfully, the most significant risk has shifted out of our area, so we're thankful for that. But again, we are continuing with a severe categorical risk today, an enhanced, moderate, slight, and marginal across the region.
It's starting to get a little bit bigger development now.
Yeah, over Dickens County.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that rainfall is going to be fantastic over eastern areas. What's that update, Leah, from the NWS?
It said we've got showers and thunderstorms filling in across the rolling plains, but none of them appear to be severe at this time. Farther west, we have more storms approaching Tuya and Silverton, and some isolated weak activity to the south and southwest of Lubbock. To It's quite uncertain right now if we'll see any sustained additional development to the west or not.
Gotcha.
Crest, Tulia, and north of Plainview are going to get a good storm right now. Not severe warn, but some heavy rain for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It told you down to Crest on I-27.
I'll check the bearing button on that too.
So maybe an isolated pocket of some marble sized up to nickel size, but should be below severe limits.
This one though's got a little.
Southeast of Kittiquay, there in northwestern Motley. Still below severe limits, but Matador, thankfully, most of this stuff has kind of danced around you today. Today's just been a messy day with everything, honestly.
One of those not so perfect days.
Yeah. So the model data couldn't have been more off with timing and placement and everything. It was just really weird. Because it did so good last week, and now it's just like,
Maybe even the models get tired sometimes.
they said, yeah, we've had enough food. Yeah, there in Dickens, you've got that storm building in now from your southwest over White River Lake. Continue to see this gradually increasing coverage from east to west, so I'm hoping we can see that over more portions of the area for good rain purposes this evening. Leah, I'm going to step out really quick. We'll be right back. So, if you want to do a radar tour or something like that, feel free to.
Okay. And then there was one. Alright, everyone. I do want to say, I feel bad I wasn't here Thursday and Friday. Did have to go home and take care of some family business, but like Jacob was saying earlier, I came back in first thing as soon as I got here. It was a little bit closer to 4:30. I rolled in, and this was the first place I came to. So, but overall, radar has been very behaved so far, and our models definitely were kind of hinting at seeing a more linear storm by now, and we haven't seen that. Most of these cells have stayed pretty isolated in nature. Just very widespread storms is what we're seeing right now on radar. But we'll move in a little bit closer now towards Hale County. Tulia, you're getting some of that heavier rain right now. Crest, heavy rain as well. Plainview still looks like it might just miss you. Maybe your northern edge of town is going to get that rain. There was another storm that was popping up just west of Hale Center, and as it entered the town, that one kind of fell apart. You got another little streak right here between Littlefield and Petersburg, right south of Hale Center. Let's see. Underwood just missed you. So it's kind of the strongest part of that cell is between Underwood and Abernathy. County line getting some of that as well. And then, so that's kind of for the South Plains area, but we'll move into the rolling plains over here. Kind of got circle this for us. No, that's not it. Kind of got these cells right here, almost like quadruplets, kind of just taking a pretty similar appearance and path, but not merging, so pretty interesting. But again, still pretty isolated in nature, not severe warmed, so if it kind of stays on this path, Paducah might get 3 more rounds afterwards, but they're getting some heavy rain right now. Matador staying out of the clear there, and it's really filling up here over Dickens County, and I want to say, I'm not even going to guess, but over here, Dickens County and north of Guthrie, really filling in with some good rain over there. And another storm developing west of Spur, south of Dickens. And Garza County looking to be okay. Claremont and Jayton, some scattered storms in the area, but most of that is pretty south of them now. Claremont getting just a little bit left, and Aspermont as well. And a bit of a stronger cell there with some of that red showing up, so some heavier rain, but otherwise nothing too bad. And that's kind of all we have. We'll go up a little farther north. Dimmitt had some rain earlier, and of course that's now moving into Tulia and Cress, so they're dealing with that, but pretty nice overall. We do have a couple of these storms that were moving in from Lee County, and Plains is getting some rain out of those. We'll see if that one south of Tatum holds. It looks like it's on the downward trend though. But other than that, Lubbock, we've stayed pretty quiet other than having those outflow boundaries move in all that dust in here. Been pretty good. Sorry. Going through tabs, so I'm changing the screen. See if Jacob has anything open. So we're gonna get hail in Lubbock. Well, not right now. There's no storms for us right now, but I think if we do get some storms over us later, I think the hail potential is still fairly low for us this evening.
Thank you, Leah.
Mm-hmm.
Could see some, but I think the biggest concern for severe weather is decreasing for the day today. The National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center did say if we do see any more, it should be 2 inches in diameter or smaller, so lime-sized or smaller, and wind gusts should be at or below 70 miles per hour. But Dickens County, you're feeling in pretty good right now out there near Spur and Dickens. Very heavy rain setting up. It's a good rain event there. But aside from that, got some good rain going in Swisher and northern Hale County. Had to go get me Snickers. My stomach is growling. I know I had some Cheetos while ago, but I'm like, ugh. Snyder, that activity is trying to backbuild from the north into town right now, too. I am freezing in here. Where is my phone? It's right here. I swear, I lose my phone more than anything. See those storms north of Lubbock now.
Mm-hmm. they said the flash flood warning for Hall County will be allowed to expire at 9:30 as rainfall rates have diminished. The flash flood watch for now remains in effect until 4 a.m. as storms continue to track west to east across the far southern panhandle and rolling plains. We're going to continue to monitor things at the NWS.
Perfect. Seeing some rain down there in Yoakum County from Plains back to Denver City. Very light rain. Probably not even measurable.
Jeez, there's just warnings all over the place out there for Abilene and Breckenridge.
That's messy. Starting to dip into the DFW Metroplex now. But there's that big derecho event that we were talking about beginning to set up.
Did you see this video where some cows had to be rescued out in the canyon?
I know they had a bad storm overnight, but now I didn't see that. Oh my goodness!
Trying to pull them out.
Like stuck in the, they like sunk.
Yeah.
Wow, like sunk in the mud. That's crazy. So what we're giving you a view of now is the severe weather that we've got going on from just east of OKC along the I-40, that extending east of I-35 all the way down into the Sherman area. We have a new confirmed tornado just northeast of Sherman there in southern Oklahoma. But a destructive severe thunderstorm warning there for Sherman. That line of storms now extending back to the south and west, almost all the way from the I-35 corridor back to Abilene, Sweetwater area. That line is going to continue to develop. Looks like it's going to push through the DFW Metroplex with some 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts there. So that will be a pretty significant event in the Metroplex this evening. That was a big clap of thunder. That was loud. Was not expecting that.
There's not an obvious cell around us. Oh, look, there it is.
Well, it's just popping up there along Highway 114. Let's show you real quick.
You want me to wait to change this?
Yeah.
Y'all need any batteries or anything?
We should be okay right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tag. But yeah, we've got that line extending through shallow water back off to the west, approaching West 19th. So that's going to pop up right over Lubbock and move into town. So there we go. Wonder if our live stream is about to tick up in viewers since we just had that big clap of thunder.
Mm-hmm.
We were at 173. We're up to 187 now. We'll see if that keeps climbing up now that we had that big old clap of thunder going on.
I wonder what it hit.
Probably our tower. Yeah, we're at 201, so we shot up quite a bit with viewers. Got about 30 more viewers on after that lightning strike. That's funny. Some more lightning strikes coming in too, so.
There's another one that struck out there near Idaloo.
Not ahead of the activity. Like I said, I think we still have a good amount of energy to work with in the atmosphere in our area, just because we haven't really used any yet today in Lubbock. So. Yeah, that little cell just popped up near Idley too.
Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So just as we may get some rain and lightning in the western parts of the Lubbock Metro in the next half hour or so.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn off our mic so we can charge our batteries.
Okay.
Get you to do yours too. If you don't mind, I'm going to get you to take them over there. To put them on the charge.
Do you want me to take the IV battery?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and give it to you as well if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you. What's up?
No, I was just putting this over here.
Okay. I thought you said something. Sorry.
You're good.
All right, so there's that activity popping up here in the metro right now. Got some activity back to our west trying to develop too. Plainview, you've got some good rain moving into the west side of town right now. Right along 70. There's another big clap of thunder. That one was 1 to 3 miles from my current location. We've got showers popping up here over KLBK studio right now. See where that's located for the most part. Seeing some very heavy rain out in Dickens County right now, though. Dickens, King, a lot in Swisher, Northern Hale. Yuck! Yeah, this weekend, this upcoming weekend, looks like we're going to have a big ridge of high pressure start to build back in, which will start to bring more heat back into the area until about the middle of next week. Then we could see a bit of a breakdown in the ridge and maybe a brief shot at some more rain before the ridge builds back. So now through Wednesday, rain chances will remain in the forecast, but then after that, it looks like it's going to start to get really dry. And pretty warm, too. So it looks like we'll get a break in the severe, but then everything else is going to jump off, too. So, if you're just now tuning in, we do have some shower and thunderstorm activity increasing in Plainview. It is sub-severe right now, maybe having some hail, some gustier winds there. We've got the activity going on in Lubbock right now that's just popped up. This is that activity moving in basically due east now 19th, the heaviest downpour, seeing some additional development in Central Town. But again, this is all below severe criteria. Just going to be bringing some locally heavy rainfall, some frequent lightning is obviously going on as well. Now getting reports of some pea-sized hail south of the Texas Tech campus as that core kind of passes through the heart of Lubbock right now. You can see one of those lightning strikes right here at KLBK. I think it hit our tower. Seeing that activity pick up near Lorenzo, more back near Petersburg towards the New Deal. Seeing some of that activity near Meta. East of Plains back towards Seagraves now. Seeing a lot of that fill in northern Scurry County. All of Dickens County basically is getting rainfall right now. Seeing some in northern Motley. And back in Plainview, you've got a good storm moving through right now, especially along and north of Highway 70 there. That extending back northeast all the way through Silverton. Quite a bit of lightning going on with that activity. And this storm passing just south of Lockney will pass through Floydada. The good news out there right now, though, folks, is that nothing is severe. Nothing in our forecast area is currently at or above severe limits. So that means all of these storms are producing wind gusts below 60 miles per hour, and they are all, if they're producing hail gusts or hail below 1 inch in diameter. The National Weather Service is saying too, most of the activity that we're seeing right now is just kind of occurring in big pulses of these storms popping up, then they'll weaken, popping up, and then they'll weaken. So no kind of overall sustained, prolonged severe weather potential going on. But these storms, as they do pop up, could produce some heavier downpours or some gustier winds that are at or slightly above severe limits. But again, as of right now, not seeing any of that activity that is concurrently going on. Yeah, we've got a lot of heavy rain that's kind of just pouring down in town right now. Let's take a look at the Mesonet sites. None being measured quite yet. Last update was 9:30, and we just had all this activity popping up at 9:30. So, haven't seen some heavy rainfall out there today, though. Some areas over 2 inches are pushing 2 inches of rain in our region. And Lee, I pulled up and showed everyone at home, but there's KLBK right there. You can see that lightning strike is literally right over the station. So,
Dang.
yeah, we are getting some pretty good rain throughout the metro right now. Plainview, you've got that moving through. Petersburg as well. I'll show y'all kind of what we're expecting overnight tonight. Is this activity is expected to kind of continue to redevelop as we go to the evening and overnight hours. Should remain below severe limits, but again, could see some more of those isolated, heavier downpours tonight, lingering into the early morning hours of tomorrow for a few locations. This is tomorrow's outlook, where we could see some more severe weather. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. For tomorrow's activity. So this is tomorrow's outlook. Could be a late evening gusty wind event yet again. Don't like the look of that. Be here to figure it out with you, folks. Is that hail?
Sounds like kind of loud. You want me to go check up front?
I only heard it like 2 or 3 times. If you want to go check and see if there's anything up there. Don't forget your key fob.
Made that mistake enough time.
Yeah, you and I both. Or you and me both. Alright, so that again is a look at tomorrow's risk. We do have a level 2 out of 5 slight risk over southwestern areas, Lubbock under level 1 out of 5 marginal risk. So we will be watching that closely. But again, right now, this is what we've got kind of going on in our area. See that little storm popped up right as it moved into town. It is below severe limits, though, thankfully. Seeing some additional development down in Terry County, some in Lynn County as well. But something to note, especially tonight, is we are going to see, something I want to make note of, rather, is this area really didn't see much activity today. Okay? So our atmosphere, with all things considered, tonight, we really didn't see much overnight or yesterday either. So we still have kind of a good amount of moisture to work with here. And tomorrow, the event that moves through, with that boundary kind of remnant over our area, could set the stage for us to see those storms over the southwestern South Plains once again. Did you see anything?
I did see one piece.
One piece?
Yeah.
So one piece. How big was it?
That was about Sonic Eyes.
So it's just small.
Real small.
Yeah. Okay. So it did have a little bit of hail. I thought I heard a couple of things peeing down, but so about some Sonic Ice sized hail. Leah put it in her drink.
I'm just coming up with all types of ways to measure hail, huh?
Hey, I've always said Sonic Ice because I'm like, everybody knows
The size
the
of
size
Sonic
of
Eyes.
Sonic Ice. That's some good snacking ice right there. That's a hard sentence to say. Some good snacking ice right there. Alrighty, folks, so I'm going to finish getting my show built here. Y'all are welcome to hang tight with me while I do that. I'm going to bring this over as well. So, no weather aware days for tomorrow. That's the good news.
As of right now.
Leah? Shh.
That's okay. You'll probably make me cover it.
Oh, goodness. No, I'll be here tomorrow. And you will be too if it gets bad. Since you just jinxed us.
All I'm saying is, I'm just going to state what I observe and try to not bring anything into existence. But before I got here, the models looked crazy. And then I got here, and it's been pretty...
Girl, that's what I've been saying. You've left and then everything went crazy. So, again, you're not allowed to leave town ever again. Ever.
If I can get a petition of 100 signatures.
Done. So, happy early Father's Day to all the dads. That is 1 week away.
My dad is a twofer because he's got Father's Day, and then so that's on Sunday, and then his birthday is this Thursday.
Oh, nice.
So,
No, my baby girl in about 2 weeks will be 2.
ooh,
Hard to believe. Hard to believe. Yeah,
getting
right.
out of the toddler stages.
Oh, we're in the terrible twos. We've been in the terrible twos since 12 months. So. Yeah, continue to see that activity kind of fill in over central areas right now. It is almost news time here on KLBK. So we're going to go live at 10. And Leah, I'm just going to do a radar sweep and get you to man it for me if you're good with that.
Yeah.
At 10.
Do you want a Windows graphic or
Sure, yeah, if you want to. We don't have to have one. If you want to work on one for social, you can. Because I've already kind of got everything done for the show.
okay, cool.
But yeah, if you want to do it for social, feel free to. Olton is a little busy.
Every time we look at that camera, it's been hanging in there today.
It's been on the edge.
me for right now, or?
No, just whenever we start the show, I'm going to get you to do radar for me.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, man, my graphics and stuff. Fluvanna, you've had some nice little rain move through. Garza County, you're seeing some additional development. Seeing that throughout Terry County now, just south of Brownfield, popping up in Lynn County. Lubbock Metro, we had a few showers move through. Those are pushing east now, moving into Rawls. Heads up Rawls. These are below severe limits. Southeast of Plainview there in Aiken, they've got some of this activity moving in as well. Seeing that throughout portions of Briscoe County, Motley County, east of Matador, you've got that activity going on. Dickens County, it just will not give up on y'all. Y'all are seeing some very heavy rainfall out there right now. Y'all have had it on and off quite a bit. Why are these coming off? That's gross. It's like sticky.
I don't know what to do with having them on.
No, it's okay. I think it's they were just hot from us wearing them for so long, and then.
Those are the ones I didn't wear.
Huh?
Those are the ones y'all didn't wear.
Ew. The tape is like coming off, and it's gross. Yep, Dickens into King County, you've got some good rain going on. And there, north of Seagraves, got a good little storm popping up now south of Brownfield in Terry County. This moving over the southeastern or eastern side of Lubbock now, pulsing up pretty good. Oops. Microphone all tucked away. The cord, at least.
I wonder if June is going to go by just as fast as May did.
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. May did go very, very quick. June has kind of been a blur so far. Before you know it, though, it'll be football season. September's here.
Oh my god.
The Burr months, my favorite time of year. Get me started on Christmas now.
You're just
Me
waiting
is like,
for-
y'all really please don't get him started, because I'm the one that has to deal with it, not y'all.
You're just waiting for August.
Could I get... Yeah, I was going to say, you may want to go down there, because I've got the OBS going up. Tad, can I get an IFB battery, please?
Yes, sir.
Are we going on late because of the Tony Awards?
You said you can check.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, folks, so we are getting ready to go live on our KLBK News at 10. I do have my other Bluetooth microphone on here that I'm going to keep going for the live stream. So if it sounds a little echoey, that's going to be why. Just so that way y'all can hear me whenever I go over to the wall to do my forecast update there too. Because that's been the biggest issue, I think, with everything that we've done with coverage, is that whenever we step away from the screen and go to the wall, it does get a little bit harder to hear. So this is a solution for that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Since it's a live award show, we're usually a little late. Can I get an IFB check, please? If y'all can still hear me okay on the live stream, let me know, please. I want to make sure this is still working good. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where did they issue it for? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I see it now. Mic check, Jacob. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, severe thunderstorm warning just came out. No, you're good.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay. So it's
Okay.
moving southeast at 30 miles per hour.
Okay, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is what we were talking about. We're not completely done just yet, although the greatest risk is done with for the day. We're still going to see activity like this pulsing up and down over the next couple of hours. So you said 30, Leah?
Yes.
Okay.
And the main threats are going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail.
Okay, so 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail possible with this storm moving southeast at 30. That did just move through Plainview, so it was just a base warning, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's in effect until 10:45.
Perfect.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and our newscast at 10 on KLBK is coming on a little late. We will be coming up at about 10:12 p.m. is when we're set to start now. The Tony Awards are going on right now, so that's why it is delaying the start of our newscast a little bit. Okay. Yeah, when that big clap of thunder hit, we were joking. We had a big pulse up. We had about 180 people watching our live stream, and we went to 400 after that lightning strike hit the studio. Yeah. I was like, I told Leah, I said, I bet you we're about to have a lot of people hop on, and we did.
That's funny.
Did you hear what you were saying about the lady that called?
Yes.
Just that we should be watching the weather or something.
Oh, that one. No. The lady that called, she. Oh, yeah. She said that y'all were, like, watching the weather. I did another person, total opposite, emailed us and said, the Tony Awards are coming on. Can we please stop cutting it?
Wait, so what happened?
So
We had, yeah, you can say it. So we had someone who was upset.
So we had two complete opposites. We had one person.
Hold on just one second. I'm going to face it to where everyone can see us all here. All right, this is the things that we deal with here working in broadcasting. So McKenna, spill it. Let everybody know what's going on.
Here's the tea, folks. So we had one person. They called and they said that we were not watching the weather enough. And they said, do you even know there's weather going on outside?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I'm so glad they let us know. So relieved.
So glad you let us know.
Yeah.
And then the other one, complete opposite. It was the Tony Awards are going on. Can you please stop cutting in? I'm trying to log in on the Tony Awards. And we're like, well, oh,
We don't do this for the money, folks. We do this because we love it. Just want to make that very clear, okay? So one person said we're doing too much and one not enough,
One
right?
not
Okay,
enough.
perfect. That means we're doing a good job.
That means we are right in the middle where we need to be. And you know what? I think that's a beautiful thing.
It is. And you know what? If you've ever thought about working in news, you have to be okay with the fact that you are not ever going to be able to make every single person happy, and that's okay.
Never.
That is A-okay.
Never ever. But sometimes you can make people really happy. I have sitting on the desk there. I got the sweetest letter today from a woman I did a story with.
Aww. Doesn't that just make it, like, you can have the hardest day, get something like that, and you're like, this is why I do this, right? This is why I do it, so.
Because a lot of
That's
times,
sweet.
you know, we call people on their worst days, right? And so,
Yep.
so you guys make that, it makes you smile.
It does. That's sweet.
How are y'all doing there? It's been
We're doing good. You know, we haven't been paying enough attention to the weather, but we've only been going for about 6 hours on our live stream, McKenna.
I mean, I think
so-
the ponies are going on TikTok if you want to switch your photos.
Thank you so much for that.
There we go. That should fix the echo, folks. Sorry. But yeah. So that is the latest warning back to our north and west. That brownfield storm, I'll get to that one in just a second.
Did you hear at the end of my live interviews this weekend the lady yell, "I love Jacob"?
I did. That was sweet.
I love you,
I didn't
Jacob."
hear it on air, but Russ called me into his office. And I was like, uh-oh, what's wrong? And he was like, did you see the end of McKenna's interview? I was like, no, why? And then he showed me. I was like, oh, that was so sweet of her to say.
Luckily, they took the they like popped up video or graphic or something because she like grabbed the mic from me and said, "I love Jacob."
It was funny.
I haven't cut.
Oh, that's good. No, that was sweet. I was like, I'm glad that it was helpful. Our coverage was helpful for her. Hate that she had so much damage to her home, but
I know. And then she said in the interview, Jacob told us to take covers. Then I had my bicycle.
good. I saw her motorcycle helmet that she wore, which was awesome. Hey, do it though. You gotta do what you gotta do. It may seem silly, but if it works to keep you safe, then definitely do it.
For sure.
Yeah, see that storm pulse up now south of Brownfield, north of Seagraves, and one new little cell popping up southeast of Brownfield. Lynn County, you're getting in on some good rainfall. That's great news. That's for Floyd and Hill counties. That just cracks me up. We had people call in saying we weren't covering the weather enough, and some said we were covering it too much. LOL, Elena, love it. Elena said, I would love to answer them calls. Haha, weather weenies.
Oh my gosh. Tell her come sit in the office and she can answer the phone.
Elena's first in line to be our next receptionist when Miss Debbie retires.
Yeah. Starting to pick up south of Brownfield.
Yeah, I know that's what I just saw. I had someone comment on here saying, JR is asking, is detection and prediction of weather limited by our technology or by funding? The answer would probably be both. Weather is not an exact science. It will never be an exact science. For it to be exact, we would have to be able to measure every single particle in the atmosphere at every single point in time in order to get a 100% accurate forecast. So there will never be enough technology or funding to be able to provide something like that. But essentially, I'd like to say if you take it's kind of like a complex math equation, which it literally is, with multiple different variables. If you start taking away access of how we can get the measurements for those variables, your answer at the end of the equation is going to be far off from what actually occurs. So more data equals better results is the kind of thing. So as long as we can keep continuing to get good data, more frequent data, better data, forecasts will continue to improve. But good question. Sure, yeah, out in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we have sirens sounding now due to a destructive severe thunderstorm moving in. There is not any tornado warning or anything out for that particular area right now. We had some up near Colbert, Oklahoma, back towards Bonham area. There's a new tornado warning there, one south of Sherman. But in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, there are no active tornado warnings. The confirmed tornado warning does include the area southeast of Durant, Oklahoma, and that is just near Roberta, Utica, Akili, Albany, Yuba, Yarnabay, Kemp, Karma area. We do have confirmed tornado warning there. Radar indicated near Bonham. Another one there southeast of Sherman near Tom Bean. Then that destructive severe thunderstorm warning is now moving into the northern Metroplex. So yeah, big time wind event setting up in Dallas-Fort Worth tonight right now. But back home locally, just some good downpours going on over portions of eastern Hill, northwestern Floyd. We do have a camera in Lockney. Let me pull that one up really quick, if it's still up. Not holding on for dear life like every other camera seems to be right now. Lockney. So this storm is moving into Lockney. This is facing, I think, back to the south. So we've got the shower and thunderstorm activity moving in. This is warned Lockney. Heads up for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hailstones. This activity moving into Rawls. It is sub-severe. Ransom Canyon, seeing some of that activity now. Down in Lynn County, Tahoka, you're kind of being split north-south on either side by this storm, but we were watching this one southeast of Brownfield. That could head your way.
I was in Dallas last night and there was a lot of dry lightning. Really
Yeah.
late at night.
Yeah, from those So that was actually due to the distant storms that were going on throughout Oklahoma. I think we had some storms in Oklahoma last night. So, yeah, it's actually, they're so far away, but at nighttime it's so much easier to see that lightning from far off. So that's probably what
Like
you're seeing.
Oklahoma lightning?
Mhm.
Weird.
Yeah, it's crazy. Out here in the summertime, sometime when there's storms in the Metroplex area, we can even see the flashes in West Texas just with how flat and open it is. So, especially once you get east of town, away from the light pollution of the city and everything, it can get pretty wild sometimes. Because growing up, my parents, grandparents used to call that heat lightning, which doesn't exist. All lightning occurs within a thunderstorm. So it's actually
So
just storms
dry
happening
lightning
from...
is not a thing.
No. Well, dry lightning I could see being more applicable because it's staying dry where you're at, but it's happening with the storms that are much further away. So, like, I would prefer that over heat lightning, I think.
Yeah.
Being used as a
So,
term. Wouldn't you
but
agree, Leah?
wherever that
Yeah.
lightning actually is,
Mhm.
there's a storm.
Yeah, lightning has to occur within a storm. It can't just happen out of nowhere, right? Because it comes from different charged particles in our atmosphere, and those charges are hypothesized to come from the hail in thunderstorms, the rain passing one another, increasing the charge as they kind of interact with one another in the atmosphere, in the cloud coverage as well, to help increase that lightning. So that's why whenever storms get a lot stronger, there's a lot more rain falling, a lot more hail developing, things like that, your lightning count usually goes up.
Oof,
So.
goodness. And that's why y'all do the weather,
Yes, ma'am.
and I do not.
Lots of math, science,
Oh.
physics, calculus, differential equations.
No.
It's awful. Yeah, ball lightning is crazy cool looking, but it is absolutely terrifying gross. You're correct.
What lightning?
Ball lightning. So, lightning itself is hard to explain. I don't even know where to begin to explain ball lightning.
I'm gonna look it up.
But something else cool with lightning is sprites.
Oh, I love
Sprites. So lightning goes from the base of the thunderstorm typically down to the ground. With sprites, it's kind of like the opposite end, like the recoil effect out of the top of the cloud. You'll see it shoot up to space, and they're usually very red due to the level of the atmosphere that they occur in. But sprites are really cool.
We can also have some green with them too.
Yeah, green is. A lot of times when we see green, a majority of the time when you see green with a storm, it's usually a power flash. But yeah, whenever we can get some green lightning strikes, those are pretty
Oh.
intense too.
It looks like the sky opens up.
For
Yeah.
ball lightning.
Yeah.
I'll
So-
show you this spray.
Brownfield, you've got the storm just to your east now, headed towards Tahoka, there along 380. And folks, we are about 8 minutes away from our news at 10 here on KLBK. Matador heads up with this storm in Floyd County. It will be headed your way, Megan, if you're still with us.
Oh, I saw them. Oh,
Oh yeah, the sprites are so cool. Did you
do
know
we
those
have
existed
here?
before right now?
No.
Yeah, those happen anywhere. Isn't that cool?
How often is that?
It's very rare that you can actually see them. You can see them if you're flying in a plane, or if you're out like in the desert away from anything. You can see them kind of overshooting the top sometimes, but sprites are awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Awesome lightning
They
phenomenon.
look like fireworks.
Slayton, you've got this activity moving just on the north side of town right now. Could see some additional development here and there this evening. Watching this in southwestern Hockley County near sundown. See if we can get anything more to pop out of that. Be watching it closely and let you know those trends.
This is from the ISS.
But I think my code is. Yeah, it is. I think Chris is.
Too
That's what I'm
tiny.
they do. I just moved in, I guess.
Jacob, one time you should let us show them how you duck under the camera to get past it.
Say it again.
The green screen.
Oh,
The
yeah,
duck
yeah,
and
yeah.
walk.
No, yeah, there's a camera on the end of our wall. I'm gonna see if I can.
The weatherman walk.
Yeah, so down there, can you point to it, McKenna?
Right.
Yeah, so right where McKenna's touching, right there, that's our camera. So that's what picks us up whenever we are actually doing the weather forecast over on our green screen. So when we walk over, we have to duck under it because if
he
we
like
don't,
goes like this while he's talking. It doesn't
Yeah.
disappear. Him and Leah both.
I've done it like for 6 years now, so I've gotten kind of used to
You
it.
do the
thankfully.
snake and like Leah does the walk.
A little like the crab walk. I think we have a new
Yeah.
warning coming out down there for we need to get up and do our rain dances, our camera dodging, and that's how we get these warnings to come out, I guess.
Yeah.
Would you pull up the specs on this one, Leah?
East at 40 miles per hour.
East at 40. What's it? Just a base warning?
60 mile per hour wind gust and $half sized hail.
Okay.
In effect until 11 o'clock.
Okie dokie.
And now you're getting something to talk about.
By the way,
Yeah. And I love how these warnings always come out, and it's like, oh, your newscast starts in 30 seconds. Here we go.
Yeah.
Jacob, am I good to change this?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'll put 2029 in here. Lord have mercy. That would not be okay because I would have a 10-year-old.
You're a couple years early.
The movement is east. Yeah, that's right. Almost.
Jacob,
What's up?
I still left us going in our normal bit under what we normally are. So if we can still gap, that'd be perfect.
Okay.
I just didn't want you to think I took that away.
No, you're good. You are a-okay, I promise. All right, so we'll get a little echoey here in a minute. But again, this storm moving east at 40 miles per hour. Heads up to Hoka, you've got 60 mile per hour wind gust and some $half sized hail headed your way, which is about 1.25 inches in diameter.
Oh.
You're good. I moved it.
Whatever. Right now.
Try now. You said keep going, but you have to keep. I still want to do 4, 5, 6, I think. Okay. Thank you, yeah.
You're welcome.
Tag, how far out did you say we were, sir?
We're under 3 minutes.
Less than 3? Okay, thank you. So in about 3 minutes, we will be coming up here on our KLBK News at 10, starting a little late due to the Tony Awards.
They upped that warning that you just put out to ping pong ball size.
You said 15? Okay, 10 seconds away, not 3.
Well, good evening, everyone. We are tracking storms across the South Plains tonight. This is a live look at radar, and we do have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings to talk to you about. So what we're going to do now is we've got meteorologist Leah Rodriguez in with us, and she's working the radar right now. So, Leah, let's focus in on this storm right now. That's in Floyd County, just to the east of Plainview. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Heads up, Floydada. It's just pushed through Lockney. You can see that this is going to go through 10:45 tonight. And this storm here is warned for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. This is moving off to the southeast, east-southeast really, at about 30 miles per hour. So heads up, eventually Matador, Roaring Springs area, it'll be headed your way as well. So let's clear this off, Leah. Let's scoot on down now because we've got a new warning that's just been issued here just to the east of Brownfield. This warning Goes until 11 p.m. tonight. You can see these areas of black, pink, purple popping up. In that location, moving to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour, we could see up to 60 mile per hour wind gust. On top of that, now ping pong ball size hail possible. That's 1.5 inches in diameter. So heads up to Hoka, that's headed your way. Let's go ahead and clear this off, and then let's click on our Barron button. This is our severe weather tracker that lets us see how large this hail could be. That is ongoing within these storms. So once we get that Barron button clicked on the severe weather tracker, it's going to show that these areas in white and black here, that's where radar is estimating hail of 2 to 3 inches in diameter. If you look just north of Slayton here now, radar is estimating that could be up to quarter, maybe ping pong ball size hail north of Slayton, back towards Rawls area. This is going to be pushing east towards Calgary, White River Lake, up towards McAdoo and Crosbyton as well. So again, we'll clear this off, go back to our regular reflectivity mode, and we'll reset it to our home view, and we'll loop this to show you how this activity is moving across the region. Movement generally to the east, but we are seeing some of that back building. So coming up in a few more minutes in your full forecast, we're going to let you know what the rest of the evening and overnight hours look like tonight, and take a look at tomorrow's chance of severe storms across the South Plains as well. But for right now, your KLBK News at 10 begins.
All right, so we are live in our newscast, so we will be back to talk a little more in and out of things here. All right, folks, so we are in our newscast at 10 now, so we are kind of in between being able to actually speak with you all here as to what's going on and giving updates over the air. But yeah, these storms are overall moving to the east, around 30 to 40 miles per hour. You can see that radar really filling in from Floyd down through Crosby, Lynn counties, eastern Terry. This yellow polygon down in Lynn County, including Tahoka, heads up Tahoka, you have ping pong ball sized hail headed your way, and some 60 mile per hour wind gusts in Floyd County. We're seeing 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter sized hail possible there. So again, heavy rain is also occurring.
Protests continue today in Los Angeles over federal immigration enforcement now entering their third day. Activists, civil rights lawyers, and faith leaders held a rally opposing the arrival of California National Guard troops who were deployed to support local law enforcement and the arrest. The rally took place near a federal building where migrants are believed to be held. The local members of Congress said they were denied access and trying to check on the detainees. Protesters clashed with National Guard troops downtown.
northeast at 40 miles an hour. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts there for the communities on your screen over the next hour. Let's go to link system number 2. This is another severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now. This is in Floyd County. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail with this one over the next hour. You can see Matador arrival time there around 11 p.m. But coming up after the breaks, we've got more details on ongoing severe weather, plus another round that could be headed our way for our Monday tomorrow. You're watching KLBK News at 10, where local news matters. There we go. Okay.
3 minutes.
Well, you're good to go back. Sorry.
No, sorry, I didn't. I hope I didn't slow you down.
No, you're A-okay. I promise you're fine. And I'll get you to drive radar for me again.
Okay.
We've got Lockney. Let's pull into Hoka.
Do you want to give the pod after Jacob Cole, or do you want Jacob to
Oh, this camera's out.
Jacob, what do you want to do?
What's the question?
Do you want us to small talk before break after your brother, or do you want to just take it to break?
I'm fine with either one, honestly.
This has been a very unhelpful situation.
Let's. How are we on time right now? Does Zenaida know how we're doing on time?
2 minutes. 2 minutes till.
Sorry.
There you
I got Chris hooked on those gummy worm drinks, too.
go. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got him one the other day. He said he liked it, so.
They are good. I need to go
How's
back.
the girls, Jacob?
They're good. They aren't
We're
good.
good on time.
Okay, we'll toss. We'll come back to here and we'll talk, and then we'll toss to break.
It is going to get a little echoey real quick here on the live stream, just to let you know that way y'all can see and hear what I'm actually talking about with the graphics as they change. Okay.
I have those mics.
Do you know? I just ordered them. I just bought them because we kept running into the issue on the live stream. I'm gonna use the desktop mic, but because I go to the wall to talk about stuff during coverage and tracking, and they could never hear me, so I was like, I'll use this to make it work.
Yeah.
So
Where'd you put the...
into Links one
Oh, okay.
because it's got the USB adapter with a USB adapter. There's another one. I got one that has 2 adapters.
Oh.
I mean, I got 2 mics too, so that way, if it's whenever we're doing team coverage, we can do it on the wall as well. But no, I think it'll be good. I was like, that way, if I ever go out and do interviews, I can have that because I used to have one, but it was like a corded one, and it was harder to use that way. But I forget how long the commercial breaks are on the weekends. They are lengthy. Commercial breaks are on the weekends. Oh, it's okay. There we go. Bad feedback there for a second. Sorry, y'all.
15.
Okay, so we're about 15 seconds out from doing our live newscast here on KLBK. Y'all won't be able to see me, but you'll be able to hear me.
5, 4.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say. I hope you didn't run off any turn to do radar. Ha! Okay. Well, good evening, South Plains. A bit of an active afternoon across portions of the area. Even just about an hour ago here in Lubbock, we finally got in on some shower and thunderstorm activity, and there is the chance we're not quite done with that yet overnight tonight. Let's hop outside right now, though. We're going to show you 2 locations that are under the gun of severe storms right now. One of those is in Lockney here in northwestern Floyd County. They just had some severe weather roll through. 60 mile per hour wind gust and hail up to quarter size was possible as that storm rolled through. And as we take a look in post, that severe storm beginning to approach you, it's capable of 60 mile per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball sized hail, which is about 1.5 inches in diameter. And we can already see that gusty wind moving into this portion of Garza County right now due to how shaky that camera is getting in. That lightning picking up, so be sure to head inside. We are continuing with our severe thunderstorm watch tonight for Parmer, Castro, Swisher Hill, Lubbock, Crosby, Garza, Scurry counties, and points back to the north and east. And as we've been telling you over the past couple of days, areas along and north of Highway 84, which goes from central Scurry County into eastern Curry County, have had the best chance of seeing severe weather Notice that's right where that severe thunderstorm watch is located tonight. So a bit of an update for you. We do have still that level 4 out of 5 moderate risk for portions of Dickens, King, Kent, and extreme northeastern Crosby County tonight. But that has been etched away over northern areas as the main complex of storms has now exited our area to the south and east. Still an enhanced risk for areas in orange, areas in yellow, level 2 out of 5 slight risk, and level 1 out of 5 marginal risk continuing for areas in dark green. But we do have also a flash flood watch in effect. That's for Hall, Childress, Motley, Cottle, Dickens, and King counties. Due to heavy rainfall, we've already seen quite a bit of rain in this area. And let's go on over to our radar mode now. We've got meteorologist Leah Rodriguez in for us this evening. We'll swap over there and show you what we've got going on analysis mode. So we'll look at this warning first. This is on link system number 2, where we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in Floyd County continuing to push to the east. Matador arrival time around 11:11 tonight. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail possible with this storm. Let's get back on over to link system number 1 now. We'll show you as we loop this. Eastern and northeastern areas have seen the heaviest rainfall today, and that continues to be where most of that activity is right now. Let's pause the radar from looping right now, Leah. Let's zoom in here down to Lynn County. This is our other severe thunderstorm warning we've got right now. This is going to go until 11 p.m. tonight, and this storm is moving into Tahoka right now, eventually pushing east. The activity moving into Post right now is not the severe warned portion of the storm, but still we could be seeing some stronger wind gusts, maybe some hail, especially here along 380 just east of Tahoka. That's going to be tracking into Post, but it's this activity back to the west that is posing the greatest potential of damaging wind gusts of 60 miles per hour and ping pong ball sized hail. That could clip O'Donnell just to the north as well. So we'll be tracking that as it continues to push to the east. But we'll go back on over to our show prep mode and we'll show you what the rest of the forecast is looking like. Again, eastern areas, that flood potential remains best for you for the remainder of the evening through the overnight hours. So as we go forward in time, this activity continuing to move out of our region, but there is a little bit of a catch. We're expecting some of an outflow boundary to kind of hang out with us tonight, and there could be some occasional isolated development along that tonight. You can see that popping up around 2 a.m. Just to the east of Post, back down through Kent County, into northern Fisher, Stonewall counties, just out of our viewing area. That will kind of continue on and off as that boundary slowly moves back to the west through around sunrise on our Monday, okay? So you're like, oh, finally, the severe weather threat is coming to an end for the time being. Today, though, the rest of the afternoon and overnight hours, or rather evening and overnight hours, we could see up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and maybe lime-sized hail as the main concerns. Tornado threat, extremely low, but not zero, and that flood potential is there too. Again, the greatest risk of flash flooding does occur over eastern areas for the remainder of the day today. But tomorrow, severe weather risk is back. Southwestern areas could see that level 2 out of 5 slight risk of severe storms. And as we go forward in time here, you'll be able to see by noon, seeing some isolated showered storm activity. That's not the severe stuff. The severe stuff not arriving until later in the afternoon and evening hours. Notice this is around 8 p.m. Monday night, so it could be another long night for us. This moving in around 10 p.m. to the Highway 385 corridor, passing through Lubbock around midnight with damaging winds, large hail, and yes, even some isolated tornadoes being possible with that activity yet again. So of course we are severe weather fatigued around the area, but that storm chance is finally tapering off by Wednesday into Thursday, and by Father's Day looking a little better out there. Finally decent. You know, it's been rough when we use the word decent in a forecast.
You know it, right? And you know what? That has to be your Father's Day gift, that you're finally going to get a break from this weather.
I would love it. It would be so nice.
I don't know that people know how much hard work goes into
there's a lot that goes into it, but
it's a lot. So we appreciate you working hard, keeping us safe, and looks like we have to get through Monday, Tuesday.
That's what we're here for. We can get through it. We can do it. We'll be okay.
We can do it. And thank you so much, Jacob.
Anytime.
We'll be right back.
There we go.
Wow. Again tomorrow.
It's not going to be as significant as like what we've had today, but mainly damaging wind gust and hail potential tomorrow.
What time?
So, late evening is what it looks like now.
Okay, so like I can drive and be safe.
You should be okay. Around news time tomorrow evening, we may have some stuff here. But hold on just a second.
Overall, things should be better by the time you leave. Are you night side tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow's actually kind of an interesting schedule for me. I'm coming in early in the morning to shoot a story,
Mm-hmm.
and so I'll probably save it for night side.
Oh,
but
gotcha.
I'll probably be gone.
Yeah, you should be fine. He'll be good.
Okay.
They added Northern Dawson to that. Yeah.
This is moving, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it could have some of those gustier winds move in.
It's a 70 mile per hour wind gust.
How quick did they have that move in?
45 miles per hour.
Okay.
Don't get Jacob started.
Don't get me singing over here. You said 45?
Yes.
Okay.
Welch Nesnet had a wind gust of 67. That's why.
Okay.
Ooh,
So strong down or outflow winds.
sorry. Did the
These are in crisis mode.
when the Baron wallpaper flashed, did it scare you on the wall?
Oh no, it's fine.
Okay. Because I was like, I don't know how to make this jump without this.
No, it's fine.
happening.
People are used to it. We've done it so much recently too. All right, folks. So that new severe thunderstorm warning has come out now for Dawson County. This storm, we had a confirmed wind gust of 67 miles per hour in Welch, which is in northwestern portions of Dawson County. In addition to that, mainly just a wind gust out of this portion of the storm is the biggest concern. So that is your warning there. You can see arrival time for locations and communities impacted there on the screen. And that was at 40?
45.
Okay.
These are in crisis with populations dropping after the multiple rates around the world. CBS is to take on in San Francisco. Should this have warning millimeters for listening
All right, so again, if you're just tuning in, we have this brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for portions of Dawson County. We had a confirmed 67 mile per hour wind gust that was measured there in Welch in northwestern portions of Dawson County. And this activity is continuing to push off to the east-southeast at roughly 45 miles per hour. So that is what we've got going on right now. And we do have our, obviously y'all are here with us, our live stream continuing on YouTube. We are including that in the warning text as well. So that way other folks can find us here. We're getting that posted, so y'all bear with us really quickly as we get that out. Okie doke.
Floyd is out of the severe thunderstorm warning.
Floyd, okay, so they canceled the warning there in Floyd County, but down north of Afton towards Roaring Springs, do have a little pulse up there with that cell. Could be seeing some strong storm headed towards, over Glen, headed towards Afton, East Afton, over to Gage, Corner Windmill and Dumont, Finney, Guthrie area eventually, heads up Dickens, this cell's pulsing up, east of Crosbyton, headed towards Dickens. Said Dickens County's getting waylaid with rain tonight, my goodness.
Emily Wisnowski joins us now. Emily, it's been 2 days since the World Series wrapped up, but Texas Tech, and they're still all over my TikTok, my Instagram, Facebook.
TikTok, me too. But look, don't plan on it dwindling
Ooh. I'm gonna have to go get me some dinner soon. Oh, I should have brought something.
Dinner, Jacob. You should text me.
Oh, it's okay. I had a Snickers and a half a bag of spicy Cheetos. Dinner of Champions, yeah.
Wait,
Great.
To the, Newscastle, we didn't get woken up at midnight. Is that what I heard?
What?
Woken up at midnight with weather.
Maybe tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got some stuff going on and off right now, but it's kind of dwindling down, thankfully. So
Off from my homegirl in Dallas.
no, they're in the
freaked
they're in
out.
the thick of it out in DFW right now. So it's pretty intense out that way.
Yeah, the sirens going off.
Yeah, they had some, I think up to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported.
It's windy outside here.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Definitely not 80 though. Dude, I'm so fucking around. Like, I was so confused when I hit record with this something and I looked at the rec on and I was like, guys.
So this is the lone warning that we have right now in Lynn County and down into Dawson County. So this is a lone storm, I should say. We've got 2 separate warnings associated with it.
Girl, you gotta wait on me.
Yeah, Rachel there in Welch, y'all had a confirmed 67-mile-per-hour wind gust. Up in Turkey, Texas, most of that activity is done for you tonight. So just some rain going on there now. Levelland, you're in the clear right now. Could have some isolated showers or storms, but your severe weather threat is basically done in Levelland. Matador, you've got the shower and thunderstorm activity going on now. The worst has pushed past you with this activity. Megan? Tuesday, Justin, right now just a marginal risk. Monday has a better potential of severe weather than Tuesday currently. Floydada, that activity moved through there. So you are in the clear now. That severe warning was allowed to be canceled. Looks like the storm, as soon as it went through Floydada, started to pulse down.
So what's this Jerry Glasgow's referring to? Oh, yeah, no, just Nigeria Kennedy's 7-figure NIL deal that she locked in during the Red Raiders national championship run. Yes, 7 figures, her second with Tech. The Kennedy's contract is just the tip of the iceberg for a program wasting no time at all looking ahead to 2026. Now, if you think it's too early to talk about next season, you might be right if the Red Raiders weren't already doing some major damage in the portal. Like yesterday, the team landed Jasmine Burns, junior catcher transfer just out of Ohio State. She's got 2 years of eligibility remaining and is a serious cannon behind the plate. But don't you worry, this pitching will be a top priority on the shopping list. Glasgow says finding some relief for Kennedy is a must, as the junior threw nearly 900 pitches during the NCAA tournament. Now, as for how much Burns is getting, that's under wraps, unlike how Kennedy's
now I don't have any official measurements, but I can do a quick kind of radar estimation. It's going to be contaminated a little bit because of the hail that y'all had. But let me see. So Dickens, again, a little skewed. It says 2.4 inches, though, there in Dickens. You can see where that rain has fallen over the past 12 hours, though.
You tell them, Glasgow, and it is baseball's, one of baseball's, Riley, or maybe even sports' most infamous rivalries. We're talking Red Sox versus the Yankees. Texas Tech along Hunter Dobbins starting out on the mound for the
There's that
tie-breaking
outflow.
game of the series. Dobbins pitched for 5 innings and allowed 4 hits with no strikeouts, but his efforts helped secure a win and the series 11-7. And you know who else got the win today? The Rangers. After some delays due to weather, which we here in Lubbock are all too familiar about recently, unfortunately, it was 9 innings of nothing but 2-run homers from Carter, Burger bombs by, you guessed it, Jake Burger, leading to a win over the Nationals 4-2. And speaking of Dallas, and number of friends over there, as we kind of got lucky with the weather tonight, and they
They're getting hard.
are getting hard.
And I just got back from Dallas a few hours ago. I mean, seriously, I can't even remember that. Too long.
It's timing.
Good timing, and that one out. But you know, I don't think there's any better feeling. I was watching last night talk, and no better feeling than like watching a young coach stand up for female athletes like that. I just love it.
I mean, if he's been on your TikTok too, like he has been.
Oh, yeah.
The world has fallen in love with Glasgow, and I love that because he's a girl dad. He's like a girl's dad through and through, and that man will vocalize his support for his female athletes, which we need.
Yeah, so special to see. I love seeing all of it, all over online and right here.
More of it.
Let's see. We'll be right back.
Alrighty, folks, so we are continuing our Facebook Live here. We have to be quiet in between our hits on our newscast, though.
3 minutes.
So forgive us for going ghost mode for a little bit. Let's go back to post. Very heavy rain falling in post right now. Oops. I'm doing the wrong thing. Oh no, I was doing the right thing.
So sweet from California. They live there.
Jacob, do you want to keep your back later?
How much time do we have?
There's plenty of time for you to keep back later.
Then we'll keep it. Alrighty, folks, we are going to finish up here on our KLBK News at 10 really quickly. So, walk back over there. We will do the update from the desk. You'll be able to kind of still see everything back here. You'll be able to see what's on the screen. I'm going to carry my new handy dandy Bluetooth mic to the desk so that way y'all can hear what I'm talking about over there. Well, I've got it pulled up. This is a live looking post though. Looks like the severe portion of that storm is now in northern Dawson County. But post, you've got some gusty winds moving in right now. Lomisa, you're going to see some gusty winds, but I don't think you'll see any hail or anything like that. Would you click on Lomisa and see what they gust to? Ooh, the Grand Mesonet site right now is gusting to 54 just southwest of Post. 39 in Lomisa. What did it peak us at 67 in Graham with that stuff moving in now. What about O'Donnell? What's their peak? 54? Okay. Yeah, so Graham, just southwest of Post, they've gusted to, what was that, 67? Yep, there they go. They just said it too. So new severe thunderstorm warning coming out for Garza County. All right, folks. I'm about to head over to our desk.
Oop, where's my clicker? Here it is.
5, 4.
That's a good question. Well, this is a live looking post and heads up post. You're about to be placed under a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. We just had a confirmed wind gust of 67 miles per hour southwest of post there at the Graham Mesonet site. So again, that warning going to come out for up to 70 mile per hour winds. Maybe some quarter-sized hailstones. This is a look at radar right now. You can see we currently have that warning down in Lynn County and Dawson counties, which is where Lamesa and O'Donnell are located. But this activity that's currently in Garza County, which is just southeast of where it says Slayton on the screen, is the one that's responsible for producing that 67 mile per hour wind gust. So that new warning is about to come out for portions of Garza, probably Kent counties too. So heads up there. Also heads up southern Dickens County. You still have some heavy rainfall going on. In fact, most of Dickens County expected to have seen at least around 1.5 to 2 inches of rainfall today. So very heavy rain there. Flash flooding is likely going on in some locations. But great news there for White River Lake and western portions or eastern Crosby counties. They've seen some nice rainfall too. And by tomorrow, could see some more. This is a look at our future track model by noon on our Monday. Notice some isolated shower and storm activity possible. Some sunshine coming out later in the day. High temp should be in the 70s and 80s tomorrow. But look at this, by 8 p.m., tracking a line of showers and storms coming in out of eastern New Mexico. That pushes in by 10 p.m. near the Highway 385 corridor from Dimmitt down through Seminole. That could bring some severe weather through the Lubbock Metro around 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. And see how quickly that moved across the screen? That lets us know that we could have a very strong damaging wind threat tomorrow across the region. From midnight through roughly 3 a.m., severe weather could continue over southern areas. So, looks like another long Monday night for us, folks, with severe weather across the area. But as we take a look at that 7-day, notice rain chances start to taper off after Tuesday. We'll go from 40% on Monday and Tuesday, 20% Wednesday, and then from Wednesday through our Father's Day on Sunday, those rain chances remaining at 10 to 20%. Could see some showers or storms each day, so just remember to head indoors when thunder roars. But overall, our severe risk, widespread at least, appears to be trending downward quite a bit as we head past Wednesday. And Emily, McKenna, let me tell you, I'm ready for Wednesday to get here.
Is this normal? Is someone who's like not from this area to have severe weather like this so extended into
Yeah,
summertime?
you know, sometimes for us especially, it's not out of the ordinary in West Texas. 2 years ago, June 21st, 2023, we had an EF3 tornado tear through Matador. So yes, we can see severe weather this time of year. And some years, you know, it happens over more of a widespread period of time. This year, kind of a lot at once. So hopefully we're knocking it all out at once. It can be done soon.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah.
I really do.
Knock on that wood. Yes, please do that. We'll take the rain. No more severe weather, though.
I love it, yeah. So, praying for that for your rest's sake, for our people to help.
For
with
all
their
of our
homes,
mental
well,
well-being,
yes.
for sure.
Yes. Well, we will see you next time. Thanks for joining us.
Awesome, awesome. Did they issue for Garza?
I don't know where you saw it.
Oh, warning continues for Lynn County, a Graham Mesonet. But Graham is here. It's in Garza County. I don't know. I guess I just read it wrong.
I was a little confused, but I was like,
No, I read it wrong.
we'll figure it out later. It's okay.
I saw Graham, and I just perceived it as Garza for some reason.
That's okay.
So I'll show y'all what I'm talking about. Graham Mesonet site is right there. That's where they had that 67 mile per hour wind gust pop up. So this is now south of Post, headed towards the Lake Allen Henry area.
Where we'll have that greatest potential move in. Finally got the audio situation figured out. I need to charge these too, so. But anyways, folks, yeah, we are continuing to go here. And Leah, you're good to go whenever you want to. I know you've had a long drive, long day, so.
I can stick around for a bit.
All right. I want you to stay too long. I know you've got tomorrow that you've got to do too, so. I think this is charging. There we go. yeah, folks, this is what we've still got going on. Been a day of track and storms. Once again here in West Texas, which if you're a betting person, it's a good thing to put your money on the past couple of days. So. Kind of an overall broad view. Thankfully, everything's kind of trending down. It's good to see. So. I have no clue where my phone is now. I forgot my watch at home today. I think it's over here at the pod.
Jacob, do you need anything else?
No, you can cut it. You glad that Ryan will be back in town? I was like, poor you and him have both had to work like non-stop for the past.
We
like,
all have,
2
like,
weeks.
all the sports. No one's been off for 2
It's
weeks.
like crazy.
I mean, you guys get it though.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Stand
just,
by.
Y'all only have 2 people. At least we have 3. But I'm like, oh.
3,
yeah.
2.
You know, the joke kind of helps too.
That's true. That's true.
It's okay. I was like, ah!
Things will come downward by the time they're comes in.
I know that one in Dawson. They'll probably issue it for Borden County because it is kind of peaking up with that hail core now. Has Midland said anything about it? Goodness. Oh, there's stuff popping up near level land.
Oh no. Stop.
So what's this it that Jerry Glasgow was referring to? Oh, well, you know, just Nigeria Kennedy's 7-figure NIL deal she locked in during the Red Raiders National Championship run. Yes, 7 figures per second, by the way, with Tech. But Kennedy's contract is just the tip of the iceberg for a program wasting no time at all, looking ahead to 2026. Now, if you think it's too early to talk about next season, you might be right if the Red Raiders weren't already doing some damage in the portal. Like yesterday, the team landed Jasmine Burns, a junior catcher transfer out of Ohio State. She's got 2 years of eligibility remaining and is a serious cannon behind the plate. But don't you worry, because pitching will also be a top priority on the shopping list. As Glasgow says, finding some relief for Kennedy is a must. The junior threw for nearly 900 pitches during the NCAA tournament. Now, as for Burns, we're not really sure how much she's getting. It's kind of under wraps, unlike how Kennedy's NIL deal was very widely known. And after Game 3 of the finals, Glasgow defended the dollar amount given to Kennedy, saying it was worth every penny, and maybe, just maybe, some fun, something else to talk
We
about.
saw his eventually get shattered on here, and then right after shattered, the tornado touchdown. It was insane. It was nuts. But we'll be back on in just a second. We're recording something for our morning newscast tomorrow morning. So as soon as that's done, we'll get to chit chatting back more here on our live stream. Okay.
That's all for sports. Enjoy the rest of your day.
152. I feel like I'm way off.
You're way off.
I was not hardly paying attention.
What, like 2:15? I was really stumbling over my
It's
words.
probably like 220 something.
2:30.
Whoa.
So we have this thing, sports. So our sports portion of our morning newscast is always recorded, and I always do this thing. I try to guess the time. Usually I do okay, but the past couple of days have been insane. We haven't recorded it in a while either. Okay, so Dawson County, or Borden County, sorry. Sorry, I got my squares confused. Forgive me. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail possible as this storm as it moves in at 35. Here we go. And y'all are very kind in the chat, but please do not send us food. We are good. I promise. I promise we're good. Y'all are too sweet though.
Bye, guys. Y'all have a good night.
See ya, Emily. You too. Oops. Yeah, you can leave them on. I'll get them when I go. Thank you.
I'll see you lovely people on Thursday.
Hey, and would y'all tell Zenaida she's good to go? We don't have to stay overnight. Thank you. Y'all too. Drive safe.
Thanks, you too.
This is through midnight. It doesn't feel like it's midnight. It feels like it should be 6 o'clock.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab some water. Do you want any?
I'm okay, but thank you though.
Okay.
East southeast at 35 miles per hour. Okay, this is the storm that had a confirmed wind gust of 67 in Welch, but the National Weather Service thinks it's kind of pulsing down some, so they're only issuing it for up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. That one, there's that one. Just make sure these are all being posted in the right space and the right time. Heads up Dickinson and Kent County, get a little line developing there. That activity.
Excuse me. You see the Lynn County warning's gonna expire?
No, I did not see that, thank you. No, I'm like, it's still doing that same thing, hit a certain time every night, and then the notifications stop popping in.
Oh, it's gonna expire for Lynn and Garza.
Yeah, extreme western Garza is in that little sliver. Cool, cool. It's the trend we want to keep seeing.
I like that. They just went ahead and put the whole square board
Yeah,
in.
you're like, you know what?
Instead of doing, redrawing later.
They did it to midnight too, so it's a long morning, time-wise.
Hopefully this one will, wind down quicker.
Yeah,
I'm sure it will.
I'm not overly concerned about say that, and they're just gonna hear me say that. Like, you know what, weather boy? Jeez.
Ooh, it's getting into Dallas now.
My parents are about to be under the gun.
Oh man.
70-mile-an-hour wind gusts moving through the Metroplex.
Mm.
I would hate to be driving in that crud right now.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot pay me enough to live and work in Dallas, Texas. Like, I could not deal with that mess. That's a big time Bowen wind event head that way. Being the meteorologist of the family, they live out, spread out everywhere. I'm the one that's like responsible
Yeah.
for giving them all a heads up when stuff's coming in.
Yep.
I've taken that responsibility on myself. They just issued a big new warning in East Texas. Said possible tornado with it. They issued it an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. Those are pretty rare.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this big one right here.
Mm-hmm.
I have family that lives in this area.
Well.
So, yeah, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, up to $half sized hail, which is 1.25 inches in diameter, with a tornado possible tag. The damage threat is marked considerable. Yeah, radar showed wind gust around 70 with it. So, for that area, they're completely covered in trees too. So that is a very significant thing for them. Where 70 miles per hour out here, we just get some of the dust get kicked up, and our trees, our mesquite, wild mesquite, loses a limb or two.
Let the severe thunderstorm watch expire.
Perfect. Yeah, it went out at 11. It was scheduled for 11. Heads up, Kent County. No warning right now, but this is a pretty healthy-looking storm moving in.
Ugh.
Same, girl, same. Alright, let's get back to this. Sierra, no, they're in Hermlet, and I'm getting to you a little late. That storm has pushed through your region now, so you're good. Watching this, though, back to your west. Hopefully it'll continue its trend of kind of dying down. So that would be good for you especially.
Do you know what happened to the lady that was either in Benjamin or trying to make it to Benjamin?
I haven't heard anything from her. I hope she made it back. No, these clock out at a certain time. Hopefully she made it home okay. Goodness, TJ Stevens reporting on Facebook there's a fire out in Gaines County between Seagraves and Denver City. And that the wind is ugly from that outflow that moves through. Do they even have any lightning in that area? They did have some lightning, probably caused by these lightning strikes there around 9:45 or so. And that wind coming out of the northeast is pushing it back southwest. Won't be surprised if we see a warning come out for this storm in Kent County. Here our algorithm estimating up to a quarter-size hail possible with that. Some gusty winds. 50 to 60 miles per hour there. Show something pop up in. Eastern Mexico. Like, how about we don't do that? It'd be a lot cooler if you didn't. Those storms are really getting going out in East Texas, though. They're still really strong out in East Texas, I should say. But yeah, Elena, the worst is moving out right now. Storm in Borden County will likely bring some impacts to Snyder. Don't know to what extent, but at least some rainfall. that was supposed to say be safe. I just see there's a typo in it now. Sorry.
It's okay. I kind of took a guess.
We were like in the middle of, we were just about to start communion, and I saw it. I was like, oh, I need to send this quick before we do communion.
Sorry, I could have waited. You didn't have to take me back.
Oh, you're fine. It's no big deal. Yeah, this storm is tapered down a lot in Borden County. I don't think it's even severe anymore. Maybe some gusts. The wind threat's really the only thing that may still be existent there. But
There's this one.
I know in Kent County, I asked the National Weather Service. They said they're not going to issue anything on it right now, but they are watching it very closely. All of the boundaries now have pushed out of our region and are in eastern portions of New Mexico. So that overnight kind of continuation of storms doesn't look as likely anymore, thankfully. Oh, this is beautiful. I'm not going to show it because I have permission to share the picture, but near Paducah earlier.
Oh, yes.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Oh, gosh.
They were Cheerios.
What's kind of crazy or ironic or coincidental is I bought the mega size Honey Nut Cheerios box the other day.
That's funny.
It was. Now, I'm not the type to usually buy a mega size, but for some reason it was cheaper to buy the mega size than the family size. I don't know.
Guess they needed to get rid of them.
Yeah.
Getting a lot of feedback from you saying you really like our new EL Plus streaming app. That's awesome. We're excited to hear that. We're excited to get to do more with that in the future moving forward too. But it's a good way and quick way for us to do these severe weather updates and get those posted over there as well. So So what's going to happen is as soon as these last warnings expire, we will suspend our YouTube live stream. We've been going for only 7.5 hours.
Well,
So
Jacob, you said that. We're going to get a warning for Kent County.
locking it and throwing away the key. Good Lord. Okay, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This will include Stonewall County as well. Yeah, not surprised though. That's got to get a little look to it.
Mm-hmm.
This was the activity that moved through Lubbock too, initially.
Oh, wow.
I think, or maybe no, that cell dissipated off. This is kind of a conjoinment of what went north of Tahoka. Yeah, this storm right here in the center of the screen. This is moving into the areas that had the tornado warning earlier near Claremont. So we knew that some folks would get a couple of rounds today. Some folks didn't see anything at all. So feast or famine. I'm ready to get rid of my red background on my profile picture. Like, let's leave it to you. In fact, let's get away from the colors altogether.
Yeah. 50-mile-an-hour wind gust right now in Graham. 50-mile-an-hour wind gust in Fluvanna. 46-mile-an-hour wind gust in Snyder.
What about at Lake Alhidri?
21.
At a peak of 44?
What's this 21? It says 31.
May not have that big yet. There's that new warning. And what's the movement on this one, Leah?
It is.
This will hopefully be our last warning of the night, too.
East at 45.
Okay. Thank you. Hermley, you've got some activity back to your northwest now. That activity is going to be moving in. We'll see Hermley right there, southeast of Snyder. So we'll be watching this activity as it continues to push in your general direction. Overall, this is the only activity we have right now across our forecast area. This is just a base warning, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a tornado warning just south of Fort Worth, or southwest.
Is there? I'll look at that in just a second. see that out south of Weatherford. Got a good little hook on it. We headed the south side of Fort Worth, south of Benbrook towards Plover, Bosque, north of Crescent area. It's right over Baker now. It should pass just south of the Metroplex. There's that derecho, folks, setting up. I'll show you over the past 6 hours, too. You see how it's developed into that line? And that's what we're talking about with that big, long-lived wind event. Checking on my folks back at home. Oh. Oh, that's still the past 6 hours, sorry. Or the past 30 minutes. Richard, yeah, no joke. My luck, I'll end the live stream, go home, and then something random will pop up. Like this morning, it was insane. Was not expecting that at all. Sierra, you are very welcome. Appreciate y'all following along with us. The Real Dawn, back at you. Connie, looks like my county is clear. Yay, thanks. Very much appreciate being able to watch y'all on YouTube. Appreciate you tuning in with us. Kind of, this is what babysitting radar looks like, folks.
I was gonna ask you, when you to get our, I guess our stream onto the Everything Lubbock Plus. Did you have to do anything special, or you just turn on OBS?
No, so I don't control it in the stream. Let me show you what it is, though. So let me get like yours. So it's this feed.
Okay.
It's just always whatever is in, like, what's ever pulled up in the control room.
Okay.
So it'll be on, and then they'll just pull our mics up, and that's how it goes on there. This is what is slated to run. So, like if there are severe weather events, they'll go in and blow it all out, and then put it in this way. So like today, the main stuff stayed on. Nothing changed for the CTV specific. But then in here, it's just like, it's under manual control. Then in here was the, we did that, and then that didn't clip at all because that was at a different time than what actually happened. So. Stop it. Don't do it. They dropped that tornado warning. That's quick. Definitely surged out into Benbrook area though. And Aledo, Texas just got rocked with some strong winds. This radar is so bad, Shreveport.
Oh,
Like, this is not that far away.
it just doesn't detect it well, or?
No, it does so bad.
Jeez.
Oh, man. Got any jokes? No? How's the weather these days?
I can't really say. I feel like I haven't had enough experience with it.
You better shut up. Oh. Lord. Jayton, the worst of that storm should pass just south of you. Wind-wise, at least. Excuse me. A little bit of activity there, popping back up in Garza County. Little shower over Lake Allen Henry. And we go ahead and update these to yellow. So we have to approve this. No. Face bag. Now it's only, they take like 2 minutes to do it. I'm just like, whatever. It's annoying. Honestly, you're good to go whenever you want to. I mean, you've had a long trip today, so.
I'm just glad I didn't have to deal with any storm flow.
Me too, I know. I was worried about that. Glad you didn't run into any.
Yeah. Because usually I try to take off at 12, and I was like, no,
Yeah.
I just don't trust it today. I was really hoping this was going to come out, but it's still there.
So I have to leave the yellow profile background picture because could have some more severe storms tomorrow.
Maybe the morning models are just going to do like a complete 180.
Wash away. It'd be
Yeah.
nice.
Especially if it's still running off of like the trend that it had today.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is a wrong account. Lord have mercy. Oh, it's so yellow here. Jeez. All right. There's gusty winds moving out of Kent County into Stonewall County, which is just outside of our viewing area. But of course, Spur, heads up. You've got a new cell popping up there. Elena, if you're still on, heads up, Dickens are pointing south.
That's enough.
That's enough slices.
There's something coming about the middle.
I think it's that outflow with the dust, yeah.
Yeah.
There's those gusty winds. Some showers trying to pop up here in portions of Roosevelt, Bailey, down to Cochrane counties. The winds will probably be pretty breezy in Lubbock tonight. We could still see maybe some showers and storms, but our severe weather threat is done for the most part. Austin, no, you're not going to get this in Austin with the same intensity tonight. Richard, we can take a look at tomorrow's outlook. So tomorrow, level 2 out of 5, slight risk, areas in yellow. Level 1 out of 5, marginal risk, areas in green. Areas in light green, 0 risk. Would not be surprised if we did see maybe an upgrade to enhanced in eastern New Mexico, with maybe some more expanded coverage here, just due to the wind potential with tomorrow evening's activity. Especially if it kind of maintains course as to what the latest data guidance, model guidance is showing. Oh, goodness. Oh, excuse me. I go to click on notifications, and they're always like the storm videos. I clicked on one earlier, and it was the hail, and it was so loud. That one was. Did you see the video of the man who was in his mobile home and they got rolled with him in it?
No, I don't think so.
That's what that video was that just popped up.
Oh. I was gonna say, all I saw was, I think you posted a video and it just said at the top, said like language warning.
Yeah, that was it.
Oh, okay.
That was it. Yeah,
I don't think I watched it all the way through, but.
it was a longer video. Yeah, pretty intense video for sure. That activity's trying to pop up in Roosevelt County. Like, it literally couldn't be further west.
You see these in the Amarillo area?
Wow, no. That was confirmed just northwest, I think, of Amarillo today.
It's a Delaware.
That's a good. What? Because that's a cone. That'd be a stovepipe because it's close enough to the ground. I'm like, stovepipes I feel like are wider. That's a rope. Because I'm like, I don't feel like I can call that a stovepipe.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's very symmetrical, like in terms of width the whole way down.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, I feel like it needs to be thicker.
Yeah. I don't know. If I saw it in person, I'd be like,
It's a wedge! It's a wedge!
No. I'd probably be like, oh, it looks like a green bean. I don't know.
It's a danger noodle. It's a nope rope. That's my favorite nickname for them. Nope ropes. Yeah, it is definitely expensive to water your yards. I'm terrified to get my bill this next month. So like, if I only have grass in my backyard for my kids to be able to play in, I'm trying to keep it green.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not excited to get my water bill this month. Oh, excuse me. Thanks for staying up with us, Elena. We are definitely going to eat and take plenty of naps. Can confirm.
I know, but hopefully these storms will calm down.
Yes. I know, I think once this warning expires, our warnings will be done. Knock on wood. I will monitor from home, but in case something does pop up. Got plenty around the house stuff to do. We'll watch that activity in Roosevelt County. Hopefully it's just some rain popping up, but I was thinking about, I was like, maybe I have PTSD, because now when anything pops up on the radar, I have to sit and watch it and make sure it doesn't do anything crazy. But
I guess I haven't gotten there because I'll be like, I'll look back in 5 minutes and then we'll see.
it's like, is it okay to go to sleep, or is like a freaking severe thunderstorm warning going to pop up when I do? Like, So, Jayden, that worst part's passing to your south now, the severe portion of it, but it is exiting out of Kent County. So that's good news there.
It's open. Okay. Well, good night.
Good night. Go get you some rest.
Yes.
We'll see you around. Glad you made it back safe.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, here is Jayton, right there. You can see that activity moving more to your southeast, that severe portion of it. But yeah, just some good heavy rainfall in there. Some moving through spur now. Maybe some pea-sized hail going on with that activity. And we'll watch this batch out west and see what it does. I'm probably going to watch it from home. Just post those warning images to Facebook and X. So if y'all are following me there, you'll be able to see those pop up. Alright, the severe storm portion of the storms have moved out of Kent and Stonewall counties, thankfully. Well, there's still a little bit in southern Kent. very strong winds today. The strongest one confirmed was 90 miles per hour in northwestern Hall County today, in the Bryce area. So we're getting the forecast set up to 100, 110. So we got very close to that verification window. Making a graphic real here, folks. To help maybe with some confusion. So a lot of you have asked me this question. So these are areas here that are on the cap rock. so this area in blue is the Cap Rock. And over here is the Rolling Plains. There we go. And now we know. Caprock versus the Rolling Plains. The new severe thunderstorm warning for Scurry County. Confirmed 60-mile-per-hour wind guides. Moving to 45. Looks like the wrong tilt. Oh gosh. These 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, by the way, are confirmed. And those are the expected arrival times of those storms. No rotation, just straight line wind on this Sierra. Yeah, we are seeing the continuation of some of those stronger wind gusts and hail behind the main activity here. Really, most of the region probably going to be dealing with some gustier winds tonight. However, our overall severe threat is looking pretty much done for. Could still see some showers and thunderstorms, but seeing a couple batches of showers develop in Roosevelt County, moving into Bailey. Some more there in Cochran County, and some trying to pop up in eastern Lee and Yoakum counties. Watching some now from northeastern Lubbock through northern Crosby. I don't know what the deal is. Every severe weather season, Facebook gives us fits and kicks us off and suspends us. So that's why we've started doing live streams on YouTube. That used to, they would block us from making any posts at all due to how many posts we would make when all the warnings and stuff would come out. So now, that has improved. So making sure that we do the live streams on YouTube to prevent posting of any kind from happening. So it's just frustrating. Scurry County. That activity is continuing to exit out towards the east and southeast. Funny story for you guys. Last night, my middle daughter, I've got 3 little girls. My middle daughter woke up in the middle of the night to come and get me to go, because she had a bad dream and wanted me to come and lay down and sleep with her. So I went in her bed. Took forever to go to sleep because they like to sleep with their closet light on. They like to have their Alexa on listening to their music. All I like is a box fan. So I went in there, tossed and turned, tossed and turned, tossed and turned. Finally went to sleep. You know where my daughter was when I woke up this morning? In my bed with my wife. Like, you little punk. Made me go in there, sleep with her. She just wanted me out of the way so she could go in there and sleep on my pillow in my bed. A line of showers developing over Lubbock now. These are some of those boundaries that we were talking about earlier in our forecast this evening. These won't be severe, but it could produce some locally heavier downpours at times. Some good old nice rain. Overall, the forecast did a decent job in terms of placement of verifying today. The timing was all off. But kids are very funny. Mine especially. I don't tell them that because then they catch on. appears as of right now, all the severe weather has exited for the most part. Dickens, you've got more popping up over you now. My goodness. It'd be nice if y'all share the rain with the rest of us. Hope y'all got plenty of gopher wood to build an ark out there. I may honestly just go outside and lay in the rain if it starts raining in Lubbock. I feel like every kids movie on Disney from the 2000s, at some point in time, if it was a series, the characters were outside laying down in the rain. Could just be me. I don't know. I feel like every rom-com in that time frame did too. I'm like, you know what? That sounds really nice right about now. Nice little band setting up over Lubbock. It'd be good if it just stay there all night. Alrighty folks, we are going to wrap up our live stream now because all the severe weather threat is done. Thanks for hanging out with us today. I prefer YouTube lives because Facebook doesn't allow backplay for me. Yes, Marisol, I really appreciate it too. I really like it, so I think we'll just use this moving forward. But like I said, thank y'all for hanging out with us today. Of course, we will keep y'all updated here on social media should more stuff develop this evening. Probably won't do any more Facebook Lives. We'll just get those posts out. So make sure you have the Everything Lubbock Weather app downloaded today to track those storms for yourself. But of course, thanks for hanging out with us. It's been a busy, active past couple of days. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day too. Hopefully after Monday, Tuesday time frame, things will settle down for a little bit. But you know what? Got to appreciate the rain while we can get it. That's for sure. So have a good night. Stay safe. And as always, stay with KLBK.